Thank you so very much, everybody, for tuning in today and starting your homecoming weekend for Fresno State with us. My name is Ian Toller, joined by my co-host. Go ahead and introduce yourself, my friend.
I'm Abdul Al Said.
All right, excellent. So, and then I am sorry here, I actually can't hear him, so let me fix that here first. So apologize due to the technical difficulties. So today we're here to bring you some of the esports exposition as well. Today we're going to be featuring some Overwatch, going to be beginning at 5 o'clock, and then we're going to be moving here with League of Legends here, going to be coming at the 7 o'clock block. Our friends there with Anthony and Aaron will be the shoutcasters a little bit later with that as well. So again, I appreciate you coming and being able to join us here today. So, and I want to use this time a little bit before we get a little too deep into it to thank CMAC specifically for coming out and making this whole production possible. Very much appreciate it. Everything that they put in. CMAC is a nonprofit local organization here in Fresno that's being able to help a little bit here, or actually I shouldn't say a little bit, a lot with being able to make this stream happen. So a huge shout out to them. If you're interested, please go check them out. They help with media literacy. They have equipment that you can rent to be able to help with getting your voice out there in whatever media avenue that you want to do. So thank you so much, CMAC, for all the help and everyone involved. I appreciate you so very much. So now with that being said, again, we're going to be having the Overwatch here at the top of the hour, so stick with that. And actually a very exciting announcement as well. I'd like to also thank and introduce the Rocket League team now being official and going to be put into the Fresno State Esports program. So they are now a official varsity esports. Great coaches and great players are going to be coming up as well to be able to help us out. Just bring you more content, being able to bring some more titles and more excitement here to the league. So very excited about that. And if you don't believe me, they're going to have a brief video coming up very shortly where they'll be able to introduce themselves, be able to tell you a little bit about them and how they're going to fit into our esports program. So I want to thank you again for coming and watching us on this homecoming weekend.
Fresno State. It is my pleasure to announce that Fresno State Rocket League is officially here. I'm Coach Eric and this is Coach Garrett, and we're so happy to give you a glimpse of the brand new roster we've compiled together. My experience in traditional and professional esports has blessed me with the knowledge of what really goes into creating a world-class competitive team. Effort, commitment, passion, and honest communication are fundamental to Fresno State Rocket League.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Coach Goose, the mechanics coach for your Fresno State Bulldogs Rocket League team. I've been playing consistently since Season 1. I've logged thousands of hours into the game, and I've played with some of the best players in the world. So I'm looking to transfer my extensive knowledge to the players at Fresno State and hopefully bring us a national championship.
We have every intention to continue Fresno State's tradition of excellence in the academic and competitive spirit, while also contributing to the growing esports community here in the Central Valley. We're hoping to gain your support in the upcoming spring split of 2021. Let's go Dogs!
Go Dogs!
All right, and thank you so much, guys, for staying tuned and coming back with us here. So let me be proud and happy to introduce the Fresno State Overwatch team. We're going to begin here with Bully Hunter, who's going to be our main tank. MGCL will be our off tank. Dynamite and Sushi will be our DPS, with Sushi having a little bit of a flex capability as well. So we might see him maybe switch a little bit to the support role if necessary. It might be map dependent. And then round that out here with Robin and Sugu, Robin being main support. And Sugu, again, will have that kind of flexibility, maybe be DPS, maybe be support. So Abdul, who are you excited to see? Who do we want to see today?
Well, Bully Hunter being one of the more outstanding members of the Fresno State team, with that wrecking ball always coming out, always having a great time and having that annoying sort of play that wrecking ball loves to play into. Also, we watched Suguru a lot last time with those incredible mercy plays and just all-out great support roles, utilizing great timing on abilities, cooldowns, and ultimate economy just for Fresno State in general. So with all that in mind, see a lot of great stuff here from Fresno State soon, hopefully.
No, 100%. I agree with you. And I think what's going to be very interesting too, I really kind of want to hone in on this, is I think tonight we're going to see, we'll talk a little bit about the meta here in a little bit, but I think what we're going to kind of allude to here is I think it's going to be a DPS difference kind of meta coming up here. And what I mean by that is I think our damage dealers are going to be the key focus to what's going to be happening. So I'm going to be looking at Dynamite. I'm going to be looking at Sushi. I suspect we will see a lot of the Sombra and some Reaper is sort of the core. Again, these being kind of switched out a little bit if all necessary, map dependent. But I'm looking at Dynamite. I think I'm going to look at Dynamite here. I watched him a couple of times. He kind of likes his hit scans, but I think we might see him a little bit on that Sombra, trying to make that key difference.
Yeah, and also with that, the Reaper also coming in quite often. So we've seen in combo with Lucio either coming out from Sugu or Sushi Main, or not Sushi Main, or Robin coming in with that kind of Lucio, that speed boost to allow Reaper to have that sort of bulldoze potential running through the enemy team.
That's what I want to see too as well. And like you just alluded to, that Lucio play, again, is what we might be expecting to see a little bit tonight with kind of a Lucio Moira. It's been very popular right now in the meta for the supports. And it's been kind of a game to find the Lucio. It's been a little bit trying to say, okay, who's going to pull kind of beat first. So, but before we get a little bit too more into the analytics, let's move on and kind of talk about their opponent tonight. It's going to be UC San Diego, the King Tridents. So with looking at that, I think we're going to have Ro as tank. Then we're going to have level 1 Slime as their off tank. I have Ant and Eric as their DPSs for the evening. And then we have OWW as their sort of flex support. And then we have Hinge as their support as well. So, we're going to I think we might see very similar styles. I would expect kind of a mirror comp as well between the main tanks and off tanks. We've seen a lot of Winston Diva, and then we're going to move into that Sombra, and we're going to move into that Reaper DPS, and then round that out there with the Lucio and the Moira. And I think, we had talked about, it's going to be that DPS difference. And I think we're going to be seeing which Sombra, whether that's going to be maybe either Ant or Eric on UC San Diego's side, or it's going to be Dynamite or Sushi here for Fresno State, which Sombra is going to make that big difference. And that difference is going to be who's getting the key hacks, who's going to get the EMPs that's going to take out any sort of mobility or going to take out the sound barrier that Lucio provides. So I think it's going to be very interesting. Would you agree, Abdul?
Yeah, of course. Sombra being pretty key here in this meta right now, with these sort of not double shield tanks being able to actually get hacks off on them. Not only that, but also, like you were saying earlier with the Lucio sound barrier, being able to just nullify that sort of protection that they provide, as well as any sort of remedying that would come from support ultimates in general, or any sort of high priority targets for picks, on top of just being able to have great team fighting abilities with the EMP, like you were saying. Sombra being that sort of DPS that can achieve those sort of goals. So yeah, any kind of final thoughts here, Ian, before we get into the game?
So on some final thoughts, I'm going to be looking at, I want to see the EMPs and what value. I mean, it's going to be so fundamental. I mean, that is going to be on cooldown, is going to be the hacks and who can get the EMP fastest on Sombra. I think that's going to be a large part of it. And it's going to be trying to negate the Lucio. It's going to be a game of find the Lucio. They all remember some Overwatch of some years ago being familiar with Find the Mercy with the long days gone to the 5-man res. I think we're starting to get a little bit into that because that just negates. And then you have a more coalescence to push into a team as well. I think actually we're going to see coalescence here as more of an offensive ultimate rather than anything that's going to be sort of defensive here. So I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to it. When we come back, we are going to have the Fresno State matches begin. Super excited. Stay tuned.
This is the beginning of something special, something different. The games may change, but competition and skill do not. Students coming together to represent Fresno State with support and leadership. Fresno State students will discover and develop their potential. From all walks of life, esports players are passionate, driven, dedicated, and bold. They'll train, learn, and grow together, striving to be the best gamers and future leaders in our community and world.
Rise up! Esports has come to Fresno State, and it starts now.
And we are back. We are now just waiting for everything to kind of get settled in here for the Fresno State Overwatch Bulldogs here. So everyone kind of sifts in. So Abdul, like I said, before we went to the break, we were talking a little bit, of sort of like that meta and what we sort of expect to see. So, who on Fresno State's team right now do you think is going to make the biggest difference?
Well, obviously Dynamite being, I believe Dynamite's been the majority of the Sombra roles here for Fresno State's DPS, on top of Suguru with the either Mercy or the Lucio coming in, or even Robin being seen on Lucio and vice versa. Moira or Mercy even. Those I think those three are going to be pretty key here for Fresno State's team to actually get that sort of follow up, that sort of push, aggression, cohesion, whatever Fresno State needs to actually dish out in order to make or break the game.
No, 100%. And I know we've kind of given a little bit of attention here to the DPSs, even to the supports, which I know get a little bit left behind, but have to give a shout out here to our tanks. And we talked about this a little bit before off camera, with just sort of the this weird half dive, half brawl kind of composition that they're sort of making right now. So this idea that you're going with this Winston and Diva and with the Lucio to sort of dive in on a target, and it's going to require a lot of communication here between both teams. If UC San Diego decides to roll out with this. But we know with Fresno State, it's going to take a lot of coordination to make that work. Obviously you don't want to jump into getting in trouble. So that level of coordination to be able to have everyone kind of be on the same page, I think it's going to be very difficult, especially in a live setting, to be able to kind of get Lucio and Winston and Diva to get to the places that they need to be, and then have the follow-up damage with that core that's going to be Reaper and Moira. So it's almost a little awkward just to sort of think, like, I don't know how to it's hard to have a catchy name for it, this sort of half brawler, half dive kind of thing going on. So, do you think there's any sort of a defense for that? Is there any sort of problems that we think we might foresee Fresno State maybe having?
Well, we saw Fresno State be running a lot of these comps in our earlier kind of test streams when they were playing scrims against other, roughly same SR sort of players. We saw a lot of the only time they actually really had any kind of trouble was for tanks. It was Roadhog and like Sigma or another shield type person, as well as just a lot of hit scans with like the Ana, the Widowmaker, the Ashe, all those sort of long ranged angled Zenyatta on top of it too, giving them sort of a lot of free range, so that while they can have that dive, while Fresno State has that dive potential, that sort of pick out really important characters and then be able to follow through and steamroll the entire team. If they have if the enemy team has those sort of sight lines, those sort of far spaced out DPSs and supports that are able to get in their damage or licks, so to say, from different angles, then it'd be kind of hard for Fresno State or any kind of comp running this sort of dive, speed brawl archetype to be actually profit or benefit off of these choices that they're making in terms of their actual heroes. So again, that was during some sort of scrims a while back here, but I don't know. I've never seen really much from actual competitive play when it comes to those kind of comps. So it actually looks like we're about to get into game pretty soon here, Ian. So any kind of final thoughts before we pop in?
I'm excited. That's what I like to see, is just that, I think this cat and mouse game between Sombra and Lucio is going to be very exciting. So yes, we're going to be heading here into the game. It looks like Lijiang Tower is going to be rolling out first. So as both teams sort of start to begin to prepare here as well. So Lijiang Tower, kind of notorious here to sort of be, it's a very confined and it's a very close space here as you kind of see moving through the map. It's going to be a lot of area here that it's going to really constrict a lot of mobility. I think this might be somewhere that a Sombra could feast, or actually somewhere that very much a Reaper can really line up a lot of people and do that sort of damage. I think is going to be massive as it starts to sort of build up. So, right now, just a brief pause here while both teams kind of settle, I think, on their final rosters and kind of work out some of the sound and all that kind of stuff. Again, sorry, the parts here of live production. So, but no, I think like with Lijiang here, it's going to be, especially this first start here. It's going to be very close. It's going to be very confined. I think it's going to be hard too for Lucio to have a lot of mobility in this, but we'll see.
Yeah, this first map up here in Lijiang, I can't recall the exact name of it currently. I just call it the satellite room. But here, brawl comps really, really exceed, just because of, like Harry was saying earlier, those tight corners, those tight hallways, areas up to the stage, down to the actual capture point, allow for a really heavy steamroll kind of brawl, like we've been saying this entire time, with like sort of the Lucio and the Reaper to top it off. We might not necessarily see as much dive, probably a Reinhardt. For Reinhardt Zarya could be a possibility, especially with the closed, confined areas here, just allowing for that full kind of brawl to take over, specifically here. We might see the Winston, the Diva again, just because that's what's really played right now and really strong. So having that sort of balance between either having more heroes kind of not necessarily finer tweaked toward this kind of map, more so of having that utility to be able to kind of block off these sort of hallways and allow for some sort of peel to come out from their tanks to be able to actually kind of counteract what probably the enemy team's going to mirror here pretty soon.
And that's actually, I think you made a really good point, is kind of making those adjustments there on tank. I think is going to be a pretty key. And I could see it a little bit already, and we'll see if Bully Hunter sticks with it. I like Bully Hunter's Reinhardt play. I do like it because it's just nasty. It's just aggressive, and it's going to be in your face, just sort of a nasty kind of brawl here. And I mean, if Fresno State wants to roll out and that's what they want to play with, I think it's going to be a lot of fun here. So looks like things are about to begin here in just a moment. We'll put you back into the action here. So as it looks like we're here off the bat, so Bully Hunter is going to stay here on the Reinhardt. Is going to come out with that. MGCL is going to move here with the Diva, so we're going to stay with that. And I think Dynamite is still going to stick on here with the with Doomfist. Yeah, I was going to say I've seen kind of the Symmetra, just for the TP. I think maybe. Okay, I'm not 100% sure. Looks like some switches there, maybe on Fresno State side, or connection issues might very well be a problem here. I don't know if it's either going to be with Sugu or Sushi. So forgiveness, please, for kind of waiting for things to get kind of set up here for a little bit. So, okay, and after all that talk about the close confined spaces, we have moved into a still on the Lijiang series of maps here, but now we're going to be in the courtyard. So now. Forget everything I said about close quarter combat. Now we're gonna have something a little bit more open here. So no guys see now the courtyard. We're gonna have a lot more breathing room. So this is gonna be maybe something we're gonna see a lot more of, like Lucio having that ability. I mean, yeah, with Sombra being able to kind of move around, I think a lot more fluidly. Bully Hunter looks like maybe making the move here to Wrecking Ball. What do you think about that, Ludin?
Well, we've seen Bully Hunter play Wrecking Ball quite a few times.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty in terms of how much potential he has.
It's just so disruptive.
Oh yeah, and especially here in this map, having that center piece to be able to spin around just allows for even more chaos to ensue from Bully Hunter's side. We also see an Echo here coming out from Suguru to have that sort of aerial superiority here in this open area in the beginning here.
So it looks like University of San Diego kind of running that more sort of traditional style that we sort of expected to see. MGCL out early here, I think just a key hack and could not get away. Again, as we were talking about what Sombra can do with those key hacks is going to be able to take away mobile characters' mobility. And, if you take that key part of their kit away from them, all of a sudden things become a lot more difficult.
Yeah, having the Sombra here, just being able to get the picks off of these frontline takes, kind of like a Diva and the Winston being able to not have, like you're saying, not have that mobility. Diva not having her boosters or her defense matrix, or Winston having his jump or his bubble shield available is pretty huge in these kind of early on fights at these sort of choke points here at the bridge.
So right now, Dynamite trying to play kind of in the back line, had a good hack there to kind of begin that engagement. Fresno State kind of getting the worst of that one. So again, I want to keep my eye on this a lot. I mean, I probably keep bringing it up. Is that Eric here playing the DPS Sombra here for University of San Diego is at 69% with Dynamite at 65%. So a little bit easy, closer together than I would have thought actually from the aggression we're seeing from UC San Diego, especially having first point. Now we're going to start the engage. Is going to start the fight here with Mines. And then OW gets out early. Mines is going to find two. It's going to find Roe as well. Dynamite's going to get a good hack on oral support. It's going to get Moira that's going to be put out. Now it's going to clean up here on the enemy Diva. And I think Fresno State's going to be able to flip this point. Just looking for one more. Again, Lucio doing what Lucio does. He's going to be able to have a good stall there for a moment. And then Sombra here. So now, well, this is going to be interesting here. Now it looks like UC San Diego is going to be able to funnel in just a little bit. Yeah, look at this. Like, they're just able they're still getting ticks off of that. I think they got an extra 15%, and that fight was over.
Yeah, having that Lucio in there to start it off to just kind of contest and still be able to contest that point and have the ticks still going for UC San Diego, on top of the Winston being able to hop through that small bay window over there. Again, just stalling.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I mean, the EMP that came perfectly. It took out level 1 Slime. Row, I would say it did stop a lot of ultimates coming out, but it looks like UC San Diego is still going to push through this. He's going to throw the Diva Bomb kind of in the back. Is going to get Suguru, can't quite escape. So it was a great EMP. It was able to get a lot. Just unfortunate, just not quite the follow through with that one.
Yeah, but then we saw Eric with the counter EMP.
Yeah.
4 people, like we were saying, getting that Lucio out of the way as well. I believe it was Bully Hunter and Suguru and MGCL, as well as a 4-man EMP from Eric for UC San Diego. Being able to turn around that fight beautifully and being able to just keep skirmishing on this point while we see MGCL trying his best to die on point and try to contest as long as they could. But unfortunately for Fresno State, UC San Diego is actually going to take this this capture point back in a really clean fight there.
No, and I think, do we just not see the margin of error, right? I mean, it was a beautiful EMP, and like you said, it was only a few seconds. If you do not capitalize on that, you get counter EMP'd, and then it's like everything you just did kind of gets negated. So, again, Fresno State trying to kind of engage here is going to have to. Ticking. It's going to be 90% here for UC San Diego, so they got to be careful here. So, starts that fight there with bombs, and there's not going to be quite enough. But Dynamite making the switch here now. Instead of not playing the Sombra, he's going to go here to Tracer. And then UC San Diego is going to wrap that one up there. I'm sorry, Abdul, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that towards the end there, Bully Hunter and some of Fresno State's lingering players were trying their best to try to contest that point there, try to get into overtime for their team to kind of regroup and try to reconvene back on the point. But unfortunately, just succumbing to Lucio's boops and the sort of displacing coming out from them. I think Hing there got 2 environmental kills towards the end on Bully Hunter and someone else. I couldn't remember exactly, but getting those environmental kills towards the end there, just allowing for UC San Diego to kind of make it an open shut case almost to capture that first point there.
Well, now Fresno State's going to have to respond here. So now we're going to say still kind of playing a little bit with this more outdoor open area. This is, again, another kind of common map where we'll see a lot of the more flying mobility kind of carriers. But Fresno State's going to do the TP strat. Is going to be able to go up through the top and kind of skip that courtyard to be able to go right on the point. Not unlocked yet, but Fresno State already kind of making their presence felt. With Bully Hunter now is going to go with the with Reinhardt here. Ooh. And good punch there to get the DMAC on Diva there from Dynamite. So, again, I think Fresno State kind of opting here. Ooh, another strong punch. Oh, and a good cleanup there by Dynamite to get Eric out of the fight there. And then Bully Hunter, you're going to get the knockoff there. Oh, Cherry with an environmental is going to be able to get the boop off. So very nice, very strong, very fast, nice pace. That's what you like to see from Fresno State here to get right onto the point.
Yeah, let's get into a little bit of the actual compositions here since we didn't have as much time in the beginning like you were saying earlier, Bully Hunter is back on that Reinhardt from earlier. Like you were saying, that nasty sort of in-your-face aggressive Reinhardt coming out here as well. We see the more Coalescence. I mean, coming out.
Yeah, let's say Coalescence. And they have the Symmetric here with gonna have like the wall. I say a lot of Shatter been used. Dynamite's gonna have ultimate. It's gonna be able to get out of that. So putting it all into this fight, a lot of back and forth. You have to finish this though before Hinge gets beat. Hinge is gonna have it here, so there's gonna be a re-engage here, very possibly by UC San Diego if they can put it together. And they have ultimates to play with. A lot of back and forth, a lot of hack here on Lucio, so just trying to get away. He's not going to, throws a Diva Bomb there to kind of secure that and be able to zone. Fresno State still having control of this point though, still going to be able to get a couple of ticks out of it. He's going to need to be careful here. MGCL does have bomb to play with. It's getting very low. It's going to get the hack. It's not going to get the chance to be able to get that off. It's going to have... Oh, no. Oh, it gets booped off. Yeah, I was going to say, unfortunate there. And I think UC San Diego is going to try to lock this one up. Lucio trying to do Lucio things. Cherry trying to play on the top and is just not going to be able to. So now the flip there. But look at that. Now, I mean, that whole fight, Fresno State expended a lot of resources at the beginning of that fight. And look, they got, 3 ultimates back. Now they got both support ultimates and MGCL.
Yeah, and we also saw, I believe, Hinge throughout his, Hing throughout their sound barrier there towards the beginning of that fight, initiating that, allowing for UC San Diego to have that sort of, that shielding, that sort of engage that they needed to be able to throw Fresno State off their feet there.
Fresno State here with a beat of their own to play with, so they might not. Coalescence is going to come out. Oh, but Robin gets hacked, so that's going to end a little bit early here. But so Jerry needs to be careful. But it looks like Fresno State is going to be able to just play just a little bit stronger. I think also helping is get Eric out of that fight too, who has EMP. Not to be able to be so much of a nuisance. I mean, a nuisance there for Robin to kind of to lock up the Coalescence early. But still, Fresno State able to get this at 90%.
Yeah, we're seeing Eric here on that Sombra being able to hack Robin pretty frequently here whenever they coalesce, kind of negating that sort of pressure that Coalescence gives out for Fresno State.
There's the sound barrier. It's not going to get stopped. Now comes the EMP there by Eric. It's going to get Cherry. It's going to get Robin. Bullet Hunter's going to be out of this fight, so still just going to be a lot of back and forth. I'm going to hang on. 99%. It has been pushed into overtime. And Fresno State still holding strong to this. Going to have Ball here on point. Still have to be careful with Lucio here on the outside. Still just trying to be kind of annoying. I think it's going to come in. Suguru is just going to try to maintain positioning here. We're just trying to use the Death Blossom. And very well done by Fresno State to answer back.
Yeah, that was a great ending there for Suguru and MGCL. Suguru using that Death Blossom to just sort of hold off that choke area in the very front, and MGCL using their defense matrix to keep him safe while Death Blossoming. Very, very good way to end out the round there and just keep San Diego off of the point, to not even try to have any sort of contesting.
And I said, and I'm kind of liking too. And again, we'll see if they stick with it still. Now we're going to be moving back to the original map we were talking about, where it's much more fine quarters. I think we're going to see Bully Hunters stick on that Rhine. That's what I like to see. I think really that TP strat to go onto the top and be able to fall down on them and then just dominate, just hold that choke. Played really well to Fresno State's strengths.
Yeah, having that close quarters brawl, like especially with the TP from Symmetra, like you were saying, and also just having her close range gun, just having that DPS being put out, just allows for that sort of steamroll that we were talking about earlier.
So UC San Diego opts to go a little bit wider this time. It's time to go into kind of the server room area here. A lot of people like to fight on the stairs, but kind of move it around. OWW, interesting, going with the Junkrat. So, I mean, trying to use the very confined space, and is going to get Cherry as not going to be a good start here before point unlocks. So, as I say, needs to be very careful here. Oh, but MGCL is going to find OWW, and Dynamite's going to get the punch on Hinge, so it's not looking too bad. And look at Dynamite go. He is in the middle of this.
Yeah.
He is, he's going to get the support. He's got Baptiste. He's going to get put down here at the end, but I think the damage is done. Look at Fresno State. Has point and is not going to let Roe get away. He's just going to run at him. Go ahead.
Yeah, we saw there Dynamite just popping off in that server room, that close quarters area that Doomfist would love to play in, just being able to get that sort of environmental punch extra damage on that Doomfist ability.
That's what I'm loving to see here. So look at Robin already has Coalescence. I'm sorry, I didn't want to, but it was like just putting in just both the damage and the support. Getting it early here. Suguru going to be out early into this fight, so he's gonna have to be kind of careful here and just gonna have to play. So now Coalescence is gonna come out. I think just trying to keep everybody sort of up here while they're a man down. Wait for Suguru to try to get back here in a moment. Dynamite's gonna be awfully close here. He's going to have a meteor strike. He's going to come on. He's going to hit the back line. He's going to get OWW, but not going to be able to get out. Bullet Hunter out. MGCL is now also going to be DMEX, so have to be careful. Now with the sim wall here, it's going to be in the middle, just sort of negating a lot of the damage coming out through it. So, as I say, and it looks like just a retreat here for Cherry and just be able to kind of meet back at spawn and kind of regroup here. So
and we already
go ahead.
Yeah, we already see Fresno State's ultimate start to be higher percentage. Like MGCL already has the self-destruct. We also see Cherry coming up soon with the sound barrier. We see Suguru coming up with the photon barrier, and we see Robin already about to have Coalescence once more.
It's going to coincide here with Cherry as well too. So the Dubon finds Roe early in that one. So I'm going to try to kind of run on. So level 1 Slime is going to use the Flux, going to kind of get everybody up. And then the OWW's Tire is going to be able to find at least one. So it's going to be a fight here in the middle. Cherry's not going to be able to quite get out. I think it's going to have to be a reset here. Still a little bit of time to play here at Fresno State. 56%, and now it looks like it's going to be about 50% here for UC San Diego. So, regroup. It's going to have some strong ultimates coming here from Fresno State on the support side. But again, have to be careful, especially now with not having a Sombra here to have to worry about. Now, these beats are going to be kind of key about who's going to use one first. And the fight begins, so both sim walls are now crisscrossed here in the middle. So now again, there is going to be Hinge, UC San Diego's beat, also followed very shortly by Cherry's beat by Fresno State. So let's see how this all kind of shakes out. Both supports are out. Oral support's going to be out. OW's out. Eric's out. It looks like a big brawl here with Dynamite just trying to get the better here of level 1 Slime, but have to be careful. It's 82% here for UC San Diego. Dynamite's trying, a nice little combo, be able to fall on top of the Reinhardt, so Dynamite being able to get the damage here. Just has to get Lucy's gonna be able to finish that off. But now they're gonna come, UC San Diego's gonna come with their own a couple of stall heroes here. They're going to have a Tracer and their own Doomfist and try to get on point quickly. Still trying to hold on to it. Going to be pushing to overtime. Fresno State has flipped it, but damage done here by UC San Diego, 99%. So a full hold here is going to need to be by Fresno State.
Yeah, like you were saying, we were seeing the switches coming out for San Diego's DPSs, having that Tracer, having that Doomfist coming in with the... Oh.
So right now, this fight here on the doorway, and yeah, they say level 1 Slime didn't let you finish. He's going to come in here and start swinging his ultimate early. Now it's going to force Robin to have another Coalescence to just sort of try to keep everyone up. It looks like Sugu here is going to try to take the 1v1 and now get some support here against the other enemy Tracer, so a little bit of back and forth. OWW is going to hit on Cherry. Well, both actually Doomfist are going to take out the respected Lucios here. So both lows out here in the fight. But 95% for Fresno State. But now, yeah, I would say OWW got the punch there on Sugu. Still controlled here by Fresno State, but they're going to be playing a little with less people. So MGCL is going to throw a bomb, try to still hold on desperately here to this point. We're in overtime. Robin throwing heals, just trying so hard to keep Bully Hunter up. Now Cherry's going to come close to ultimate, but Hinge is going to have their own ultimate as well. Might use it, yes, use it right now to try to lock this up here for UC San Diego. Lots of back and forth. Meteor strike here by Dynamite. I think he's just going to try. Oh, I don't know, it was on purpose of trying to get stuck on the top or just trying to stall. It's going to go down. So, hey, Bullet Hunter's going to come back. Oh, a good shatter. Is able to take a couple down, but I don't know if the follow-up's going to quite be there. Again, now, you have to remember, UC San Diego still has to flip this point and then get that 1%, so it's not entirely out yet. Bully Hunter, that's it. Now Cherry's going to use their own beat to kind of hold up. It's not going to keep Bully Hunter up just enough. Took a lot of damage to be able to stay up through there, but as I said, the sound barrier just gets kind of melted there at a moment. Again, everyone just started to come in, and now UC San Diego is going to get the flip after a very long fight, and UC San Diego is going to get the first map.
Yeah, really intense fight there towards the end. Just Fresno State trying to keep on the point, trying to contest it, just so that everyone can group up and sort of try to recapture that point for themselves. But fortunately for Fresno State, just a lot of cohesion from UC San Diego's side, being able to pick off these targets that are coming in one at a time, and not leaving them up long enough for their team to kind of come in and assist. So it was just a sort of one-on-one kind of feeding from Fresno State's team, just coming in one at a time, not being able to regroup as much as they had originally intended.
Indeed. So now it'll be a little bit interesting here as I'm kind of seeing the lineup start to change a little bit. I think what possibly happened is that we might have had Sushi May. I'll have to double check here. I think it might have had some connection issues. So Fresno State was playing at a little bit of a different comp, having to have the substitute with Cherry. So I'm not 100% what happened there. So I think now, kind of coming into this, we might see Fresno State maybe change a little bit, be a little bit stronger, and whatever the next map is. It looks like we're going to be looking at Havana will be our next one. So we'll kind of have a long escort on this one. Now, Luden, we've seen Havana before. Now, what I kind of like about Havana is interesting, as we talked about this, is the long sight lines. We alluded to a little bit that we might see some different looks here with the long range. So, we think we're going to see maybe Dynamite. Wait, at this point, do you do Widow, or do you think you're going to stick with Ash? I mean, those have been the popular long range kind of characters.
I think Widow is probably more viable right now. I mean, they have some kind of changes coming in soon on the experimental patches, but for right now, I think Widow's a little bit more stronger than Ash is. I mean, Ash, while having that Bob though, having that kind of pressure equalizer from just that one ability, kind of giving Ash a little bit of more sort of edge over Widowmaker, but Widowmaker having still just more damage output if the hit scans are there. And especially, but we saw San Diego both running a double shield comp towards, for that last point there on Li Zhang. So depending on,
they did put out the Sigma there kind of towards for that last one.
So depending on the kind of the tank composition, I think Widow and Ash both have their pros and cons. So I think it'll mostly depend on what tank composition that UC San Diego or Fresno State in turn is going to be running.
And I did get the confirmation that yes, it's going to be Sushi is going to be now subbed into, I believe, for Cherry spot there. So we're going to see Sushi. I believe again, can have that flex capability. So be interested to see now with Fresno State being down the 0-1, how they're going to kind of lead into if they're going to want to have Sushi be on the DPS, or they're going to do the support. But I have to admit, hats off here to Robin. I mean, I felt like I was, as soon as the coalescence was over, it was 50% to another one. I mean, it was rather impressive, just the great back and forth from what I like to see from a main support, playing very well there.
Yeah, especially in that last point, not seeing any sort of Sombra come out, kind of committing to that full-on brawl style gave Robin that window, that opportunity to be able to just go crazy, and they did 100%. They had Coalescence up every other fight, it seemed like, or every fight even. Very great ult economy from Fresno State's side of it. I mean, obviously hats off to San Diego too, to be able to kind of have that sort of cohesion, to know when to peel back, to know when to go in, to have that sort of cohesion is really important in this kind of competitive scene.
100%. And like I said, I think it was a very equal kind of styles that were being played. So now to make it official, so Suguru was going to be here on the support, and then Sushime is going to run here on the DPS. So, and then
like we were saying, Ian, before, which one would you rather run, a Widow or an Ashe? Why not both?
Why not both? Yeah, if Fresno State went up to me and said, we'll give you both of them. So, yeah. So this is what I like to kind of see here, as I am a sucker for a good Widow battle. So let's see a little bit how the composition on UC San Diego's. Again, UC San Diego on the last on Li Jiang there was playing a little bit more what we kind of expected to see. So let's kind of see what they decide to come out here with Havana. Oh, we have a brief pause here in the game, as maybe again kind of thinking about either connectivity issues, making sure that everyone's all set and ready. Things do move quickly, so we'll make sure all the players are here as well. So MGCL is going to go here with the with Roadhog here, and then Bully Hunter are going to go with the Sigma, have a little bit of that shield. All right, Dynamite with the 10% here. So Dynamite's, I'm a good sucker for these Widow battles, so I'm going to see Dynamite get the one up here on OWW, and I see the duel already happening here. Well, they got the short end of that, but that's okay. That's what you have a Mercy for.
Ian, we're actually seeing that composition that we were kind of briefly touching on before, having that Roadhog and Sigma, as well as multiple sort of range DPSs and hit scans, especially with both Dynamite and Sushi. Yeah, that was a great hook there by MBC.
That was from downtown, and that was a beautiful hook.
We're seeing these kind of comps coming out, especially just here in Havana, I suppose, just due to the extended sight lines that it gives you, like you were saying earlier. We both see two hit scans on the side of Fresno State, and we see three hit. I don't think Hanzo technically counts as a hit scan, so I think 2 hit scans and 1 sniper coming out from actual UC San Diego too here on the beginning portion of Havana. We're seeing, I think what the pros call it is pig's feet, with Sigma and Roadhog here as the main tanks for this kind of composition, to have this sort of damage coming out from multiple angles here.
Yeah, well, kind of interesting. Fresno State kind of fighting a two-front war here, and looks like UC San Diego is getting a little bit like the pressure, getting the cart progress, because I think they had OWW in the back line, I think, was kind of there. Ooh. And Dynamite just able to avoid the hook there. So, and I kind of like, Fresno State needs to kind of touch this point. They're getting awfully close. So, Stig, I think, is just going to try to throw up just to get him off point there for a little bit. Now, Fresno State converges on point after they've knocked out and be able to get a few out. Ooh, good rock there to be able to get the stun and the lock on that. So, now it's just going to get into this, into Rowe's face here on Roadhog. So, but what I was going to mention, we haven't even gotten to the supports. Look at I think these supports they are all about damaging supports. They're going to have the damage boost from Mercy, and you're going to have Robin, be able to put the Discord. I mean, I don't care how much the enemy Roadhog Row here is going to try to vape and try to get back some of that health. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't, it's just like, it's going to be, that's a lot to put into one target if, again, Fresno State coordinates it.
Yeah, having Suguru on the Mercy here, trying to pocket these hit scan DPSs on top of, like you were saying, Robin's Discord orb. As we see, we saw Dragon Strike come out from Eric from the side of San Diego.
I was going to say kind of a clearing one there. Yeah, just sort of go through. Yeah, go ahead.
As I was saying earlier, having that sort of damage output from the side of Fresno State with Robin, I think the Discord orb on Robin, or from Robin, is really crucial here in this kind of composition, as well as just having that transcendence to sort of have that team fight peel and heal, that kind of pseudo beat-esque potential there with the actual Transcendence, while also having that sort of flex capability to actually output much more DPS. Oh, we see the whole hog coming out here from MCL and Row.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, the battle of the hogs there with the both opposing ultimates coming out from both. So Fresno State really chewing a lot of clock here, but here comes UC San Diego knowing they got to make a push. So there comes the Transcendence, which is a very good call to kind of keep everybody up. You know, now Hinge is going to use Valkyrie again on their end to try to keep things up. Tsushima is going to just throw kind of Bob again, like you said, the equalizing pressure. That's going to keep UC San Diego in this room and kind of in this alleyway, not being able to make that push with 10 seconds left on the clock. You know, UC San Diego's got to go. So, no, Rowe goes out here early. So Bullet Hunter just sort of, you know, making the presence known and running at him. So it's going to move into overtime with level 1 Slime here on ball, just being able to touch, but it's going to whittle down here. Tracer might be able to get a touch. No, it's not. So excellent strong hold by Fresno State, not giving up a single checkpoint.
Yeah, that was a really key fight there towards the end. I believe I couldn't remember if it was Rowe. I believe Rowe was playing Sigma there, and being able to get that it was a huge graphitic flux from Rowe there on the Sigma for UC San Diego side, but being just mitigated by Robin's Transcendence, like we were saying earlier, having that sort of pseudo beat peel for Fresno State, being able to turn around that fight quite easily, and allowing for Bully Hunter to just kind of chase down and use that sort of AoE damage that Sigma gives, being able to just kind of also with the shield, being able to just kind of portion off UC San Diego in that room, like you were saying.
Well, I think Fresno State finding success here with this really just high damage, nasty comp. So, and they may opt to actually now, and that was interesting too. We forgot to mention that was on defense. They were running at them.
Yeah. So, it looks like we're going to see Sombra here out for Eric with a dive, that sort of dive hybrid ball that we were talking about earlier with the Reaper and the Moira and Lucio for that brawl, and then having the D.Va, the Winston, and that Sombra for that dive that we were talking about earlier. We'll see how it pairs into this sort of this spread apart hit scan DPS sort of pick kind of comp here. I don't know how.
What I would expect to see here is going to be a hard dive here on Robin. Robin has to be careful because Notorious here with Zen is just not having, or with Zenyatta, I'm sorry, is just not having the mobility. You know, it's just not going to be able to get away. So, but right now, Dynamite taking that wrong alley corner is going to get 25% on the ult. But, you know, look at this. Like, UC San Diego is coming out fast. It's going to come out, and like I said, it's going to have that dive. But, oh, Robin hitting the... He's going to hit the dinks here. He's going to get the volleys. And, I'm sorry. We have an attack Zenyatta. I'm sorry.
I think we're seeing what I was talking about earlier with this sort of kind of response to a dive comp. We see UC San Diego having this dive comp come out. But like how I was saying earlier, just having your DPSs and the Zenyatta on top of it, kind of just having multiple different angles, it really just gives a hard time for dive to do what dive does and pick off a target. I mean, you'd think that it would have the opposite effect considering they're all split apart. But that just allows for the other DPSs to pick up where, like how we saw Dynamite got jumped on and you know, taken out, but then we saw Tsushima and we saw Robin coming in there towards the end, just picking off everyone else while they were focused with Dynamite.
So Sugar is going to get the hack here. Kips will be able to get out of trouble. It's going to go down kind of early in this fight, but Fresno State, again, look at our attack Zenyatta, our Robin, is played very, very well. It's almost going to have Transcendence here. Now that's going to be very careful because Eric has EMP, so got to get here quickly. UC San Diego cannot wait. They have to go now.
Yeah, Fresno State has almost all every. Oh yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do it. I'm sorry, I know you got kind of cut off there, but yes, I just saw UC San Diego had to play quick to be able to get on there, and I don't think MGCL was having any of it. Yes, our play of the gate here with Robin. I do want to see it. Yes, with some of the volleys here, it's gonna have the Discord there. Gonna go down, look at the biding the time, but the good, like, you know, knowing that they're there, knowing where to place it. He's gonna play the patience very well. He's gonna follow up on that Winston too, so very well done. You know, to say that, and a strong showing by Fresno State there.
So I know that Pigs, this kind of comp called "quote unquote" Pigs Feet is sort of really popular on Havana just because of the long sight lines, but it does seem that it gives some sort of relief from that heavy dive comp that we've been seeing dominate the competitive scene here in Overwatch. Being able to have your DPS split apart and having them be able to sort of pick off those kind of key carries or DPSs for the enemy team on the dive, like being able to get the Lucios, the Moiras, or the Reapers, just because of how much different angles they have, and being able to have that sort of split in the team's DPS and not have it all sort of grouped up on one necessary like spot. Kind of gives that sort of counter to dive, as well as just survivability of Roadhog and Sigma being able to eat bullets and have that kind of shield to give the the DPSs and the hit scans that sort of feel that range to give to be able to have them pick off whoever they want, really.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I was going to be a little worried about. It's interesting to see too here with UC San Diego, because kind of on that particular map, arguably backs against the wall here. I mean, a very short distance that Fresno State had to travel, deciding to revert back, a little bit into that kind of like I said, that sort of dive meta, that we've been talking about, that we've sort of analyzed a bit more with that Winston and Diva and the roundabout there. So an interesting choice to kind of go back to that and then try to utilize that on those long sight lines. And I don't know, I mean, it'd be very interesting to sort of see. I mean, I wonder if you run it again, or it'd be more success, if there's a little bit, maybe if they had gotten that one more checkpoint to be able to hold a little bit there. Although, again, moving into that warehouse, but it would have been a very difficult, I think, second, to that travel there through warehouse to that second checkpoint would have been really hard to be able to do that. So as we wrap up a little bit on Havana, now we're going to move in here into Kings Row, a personal favorite of mine. So a little bit of that hybrid where we got unlock point and then be able to escort through. So what do you think we're going to see on Kings Row? I mean, I know the classic Ryan Zarya, but what are you kind of thinking as far as, you think Fresno State, I found success there with that nasty high damage comp there on Havana, or I think we're going to move back to that sort of divey half brawly kind of composition?
I think it'll be dive half brawl with the Diva Winston and the Lucio with the Reaper and the Moira to kind of couple it off, and with the Sombra on top of it too. I think we're gonna have that traditional sort of comp coming out here, just because Kings Row, while the beginning does have its kind of short sight angles, and it has for the attackers at least, and having that sort of that capture point to start off with, it's a very good spot for that sort of dive brawl comp to play in, at least for the attacking side. Maybe the defending side we'll see here soon.
So it looks like here with Fresno State, I think it's going to set up here on defense first. So, and looking like a little bit of that kind of similar look that we were talking about. Suguru, we'll see how this kind of like shakes out a little bit. I'm going to be interested to see here, Abdul, where Fresno State decides to plant their flag and protect this first point. I think it's kind of notorious on this one, is like, it can be, you find out very quickly if where you held up works or not.
Yeah, we're actually seeing that same comp from Havana come out for Fresno State side, and we're seeing that traditional like actual brawl, not dive at all, coming out from San Diego side with Reinhardt Zarya, the Lucio and the Moira, with a couple of the Reaper Sombra to get that full on brawl comp here in the beginning of Kings Row.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So let's see here. So yes, with UC San Diego deciding to opt for that more traditional here with the Reinhardt Czar, they're going to move through the hotel here on the right side. They're going to hold up. Now, Fresno State needs to be careful, because they do have Eric on the Sombra, who is going to be all over them on the hacks, is already making the presence known. Tsushima is going to go down. Already a lot of back and forth. Bullet Hunter going to go down as well. Robin sticking with the Ana is going to go down as well. So a lot of back and forth here. Tsushima is going to try to make it back here to the fight. Dynamite here just going to try to take some shots where Dynamite can. Needs to be careful with that up close there with the Reaper's going to go the back and forth, play on that angle.
Close.
That spread. Close. Very close. Yeah. So, Fresno State going to try to make it back. I don't know if Fresno State will decide to re-engage here. Yeah, so it looks like, UC San Diego is not going to give them the ability here. It's going to try to hold up into that choke point. Yeah, so like we were kind of mentioning here, Abdul, is notorious on that sort of first that first fight there. You find out very quickly if where you set up is going to work or not, or how your composition is going to play into on Kings Row. And I think Fresno State found out.
Yeah, well, we'll see if their comp holds out. Now having this sort of longer sight lines here with the escort part of the map. Might have more success than the actual capture point, especially against this kind of brawl comp San Diego's putting out here.
San Diego's now going to come out here and instigate with the coalescence. So Dynamite's going to throw there kind of through the point, kind of going across. He's going to try to throw out the Dragons. Maybe just try to slow some momentum a little bit. So right now, and it looks like I might have just worked here, because that's going to make San Diego think twice and back up a little bit with both Robin and Suguru here having the support ultimates to play with. But again, have to be very careful. I'm going to keep an eye on Eric's EMP, because that can do and it is the game changer. And if it's going to catch either Robin or Suguru to not be able to bail out, their tanks or their DPS, this could get really bad really fast. So Suguru's going to go early, and oh, it's a huge hack. I think Eric got everybody. And yeah, San Diego is not going to waste time. OW is going to, no one can, especially on these, narrow alleys here, these streets. Yeah, one Death Blossom, you're going to get them all if you can't escape. So, well played there by UC San Diego to come out strong.
Yeah, really clean fight there. Eric getting a 6-man EMP, just completely negating any sort of response Fresno State could even try to give there, allowing them to push up nearly to the second checkpoint here for the payload. Oh,
so yeah, it looks like they're going to go here and try to bring the fight to them. That's going to get Hinged's sound barrier out. So Bullet Hunter's going to have the EMP. I think he's just going to try to kind of zone a little bit, just to back off, just to make sure that they can't fully get this point totally uncontested. And look at this, a little interesting. UC San Diego is opting to say, hey, I think in comms right now it's like, hey, back up. We have time. Let's not take a fight we don't think we can win. Let's regroup here. So they have gone back with some ultimates to use.
Yeah, Robin was throwing out the nano there on Bully Hunter's Reinhardt to just get any sort of real estate for Fresno State to push up and try to not allow San Diego to get the second checkpoint. Getting, I believe, 2 out of that little fight there, and like you were saying, San Diego retreating. Oh wow!
And they say a strong there. Oh, but Dynamite says no, hold on. You gotta start throwing in. Say, look, Dragon's gonna get 2, and his volley there, or his storm arrows, I'm sorry, is gonna be able to find a couple as well. UC San Diego is gonna knock in point though. So, and not exactly the clean sweep, but Fresno State able to stall a little bit, but almost was able to turn that around. Also interested to see too that with Suguru is now making, I think it was doing the Mercy before, or I'm sorry, no, it was gonna still stick on here with the Lucio. Robin making, the switch there from Ana is gonna go back to the Moira.
Yeah, we saw that Rowe just had a huge Earth Shatter to initiate the beginning of that fight, while Dynamite's Dragon Strike was sort of mediating that fight there in the meantime. Oh, wow.
Oh, another one. Eric is feasting here. Yes. And Shale's not going to be able to get away. Bullet Hunter hacked again. Has a follow-up hack after the original EMP ended, is going to go down too. So that's mean. Now, Subaru's going to have beat here. So, sound barrier. So, kind of see the ops. Maybe just going to wait and try to let Bullet Hunter come out. NGCL dangerously low. He's going to have to really be careful here. So now they're going to start. And now Fresno State, you can tell, is go. Now it's going to get Hinge beats out as well. So maybe that's just the fight. And now Rowe, getting pretty overconfident, is going to try to go in. Oh! In Fresno State. State. You hate to see it. I think that is they call the double-edged sword there of that hard commit, is when everyone goes, and that leaves that card uncontested, so no one left back there. And I think it might have been OWW. I think
that was a great play
there.
Using,
I think they just TP'd onto it.
Yep, and just held it while everyone was pushed up and preoccupied with his team. It was a great play right there, kind of sneaking there the map clear, or the map win for, not the map win, but the round win for UC San Diego there in a cheeky kind of fashion.
So, a strong kind of showing there by UC San Diego, just shy of 3 minutes, 2:54 in the bank there. So we'll see what Fresno State does to be able to respond to that. Fresno State now, I kind of like this sort of looking at this one. So against Suguru Robin, going to stick on the supports I think they've been finding some success with today. MGCL and Bully Hunter are going to do the classic Ryan Czar. So, and I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for the classics. So I'm going to be very excited to see how this this tank difference is going to be between MGCL and Bully Hunter and level 1 Slime and Row. And then yes, yeah, I was gonna say, and then with Dynamite, I think has had success with Doomfist, so we'll see. It might be a little tough to try to get back there, but now we'll see how Fresno State decides to instigate this. No, go ahead.
Yeah, especially with Eric Sombra being able to just kind of make Doomfist just. Oh my goodness!
I was saying, I'm sorry, I hate to cut you off, but yeah. I was saying, very well positioned by Dynamite. It was like, all right, 1, 2, 3, and I was like, okay, and I'm gonna punch this man, and I'm gonna go on my way. So,
see, this is the power of that brawl steamroll comp, especially with Dynamite on the Doomfist, just adding to that sort of one-shot potential. On top of Sushime's Reaper with Suguru's speed boosting them all the while, we just saw Fresno State completely just steamrolls San Diego there in that first point, leading to a one-fight capture of the capture point in Fresno State's favors for now.
And Fresno State's not done yet. Look, I mean, they're pushing. They're like, okay, we know that we have to make up some time. We know that UC San Diego they got some. So let's see what we can do here. They're not done yet. So again, OWW doing what OWW does, and is gonna try to see maybe just get out. I mean, now is practically way back at the original spawn here, but doing it just enough to have to make Fresno State retreat and go back. So you gotta be mindful of that. Fresno State here is going to try to take this fight, so oral support here. The enemy Moira is going to be throwing in their coalescence. Now Robin have their own coalescence, so both of those going back for it. Ooh, Bully Hunter, though, is going to get out of this fight. MGCL is hacked. Oh, but look, this Dynamite's going to get into the back line. Oh, good communication, though, by UC San Diego. Rowe turning around, be able to bail out the support there. Almost be able to kind of get there. So OWW is going to clean up on Dynamite, and not a bad kind of back and forth, but Fresno State still having a good time and still kind of push. But now he's going to have to re-instigate this, and look at this. UC San Diego is like, nah, we're going to set our feet here. We're going to plant right in front of the cart. Yeah,
Suguru was doing really well in that fight to sort of displace the DPSs there on OWW and Eric, both trying to keep them away from his team, but unfortunately, I believe just not being enough for the sort of steamroll brawl that even UC San Diego is running as well.
But you can kind of tell that momentum is kind of starting to slow a little bit. Yeah. So, right now, and UC San Diego's, I gotta spend it all here. So Eric's gonna put out the EMP to sort of lock this up. I think he's gonna catch 2 or 3 out of that. So
Eric Sombra is really picking up the pace here. They got the hack off on Suguru, leading OWW actually to be able to use their own Death Blossom without any sort of rebuttal from Suguru's sound barrier there, just completely winning the fight for UC San Diego.
100%. And now UC San Diego is going to have ultimates to play with. MGCL is going to go here with the grab early. He's going to get a few. Now Suguru's going to put out their own, and Hinge have both used their... Oh, boy, man. Sorry, as soon as I bring up one ultimate, another gets thrown out. So it is back and forth. Both support ultimates done. Robin still has theirs to play with, but I think he's going to opt to try to live for another day. Fresno State having a hard time trying to crack through the that narrow line there.
Yeah, UC San Diego's playing as far up as they need to be, playing around that corner, kind of just cutting off any sort of, real estate that Fresno State is trying to get. Having that Reinhardt Zarya to just put out that much pressure and hold that corner off is what's making it difficult for Fresno State to actually be able to push up and try to do what Brawl does in this kind of area right here in this corner.
Well, it's so hard too. I like the kind of initiation there with the grab, and it's just it gets so negated by a coalescence, and then follow that up with the with the sound barrier. So the hammer comes down. Oh, and it's gonna be able to take Eric out of this fight. It might be huge because Eric's at 90% on EMP. Might have earned it in this fight. Fresno State needs to go. Fresno State needs to start trying to do the fight here. It's gonna keep trying to push forward. They're gonna keep pushing. Swing a lot of healing coming. MGCL's gonna have grab again. Gonna try to lock this up here. Hinge is gonna have the beat again, kind of negate a lot of what's just going on, the damage.
Double death.
Say the Death Blossoms on either side. Sushime's gonna find 2. Who's left? Sugu. Oh, it's hacked. I don't think he's gonna be able to get it. Has beat. Is he gonna be able to do it? Dynamite's gonna have EMP. He's gonna opt to just sort of TP out. Maybe fight for another day, and Eric is gonna be in this fight too. Also EMP. So both EMPs on the table. It is possible. I mean, it is a thinnest of thin margins. But you can EMP the enemy Sombra's EMP as well to try or hack, in that small window to just negate that. So we'll kind of see. I think it'll be a battle of minds here.
Dynamite's looking for it right now. Is hovering the backline. Oh, there's Eric's,
and there's the other one that comes around. So I think it almost catches equal parts there. I think just misses Row on the enemy team. So we'll see here what the damage it's gonna be able to put out. So Dynamite gonna be putting in the back. So it looks like a grab is gonna come out here by level 1 Slime, kind of slow. Sugru does have sound barrier. Is gonna put that out again, just trying to keep everyone up. Sushime is low. Bully Hunter has the has their own ultimate and is going to be able to put that down as well, but I don't know it's going to need to. Fresno State, less than a minute left in the bank, still needs to get this point, but looks like they're just going to create enough pressure to be able to get UC San Diego to finally get off point and start getting some cart progress.
Yeah, they're playing around this corner here, trying to just keep UC San Diego away so they can get the second checkpoint, which they just did. We see Bully Hunter coming up with the Earth Shatter. We see Tsushima almost having the Death Blossom. Dynamite's 60%, still a little ways off of the EMP, but we see San Diego only having Earth Shatter and Death Blossom coming up pretty soon here, as well as Sound Barrier.
Boy, Hunter has to be careful. Got that hack, and what I'm liking, I'm seeing here is that MGCL is trying. Oh, there goes the Earth Shatter. I'm gonna say it's gonna be able to hold it. But what I like from MGCL is he's trying so hard to keep Bully Hunter up when he's hacked to put the shield, the barrier on him.
Mm-hmm.
Just so when Bully, and it's a win-win. For MGCL is gonna be able to, because Bully Hunter can't have the shield. It's gonna take a lot of damage. That is the target. And it's going to get a lot of charge. So here we go, Dynamite setting up. Here's going to come the EMP. Gets quite a few. I don't think gets hinged. Those hinges still going to get off a bit of their sound barrier. I think it's a few, but Fresno State is going to clean it up. Now level 1 Slime is going to try to come out here with ball, and isn't going to be able to. And Sushime is going to lock that up with the Death Blossom at the end. So very nice by Dynamite to get that securing EMP there to make sure that they were able to take this to another round.
Yeah, we saw not only did Dynamite have the EMP up, we saw Sushime have Death Blossom, and we also saw MGCL have the Grav from Zarya come out, just all coupled. We saw actually Sushime to kind of teleport in that small little room behind the actual destination.
I did see that, yeah.
And we saw them wait for just the right time to actually pop out and pop that Death Blossom. We saw MGCL initiate with that grab, and then we saw Dynamite come in with the EMP. We saw while Sushime was racing in to get ready to Death Blossom, that's when Dynamite was able to pop off the EMP, allowing for Sushime just to get an amazing ultimate out there to clean up San Diego to be able to push to win for that last round there.
So with Fresno State being able to push into the next round, it is operating on less time. So 1 minute and 10 seconds versus UC San Diego's just about 3 minutes at 2:54. So an uphill battle here for Fresno State. And I think it'll be interesting to see lessons learned on their first attack, what adjustments they're going to make. So they're going to run out the same. They had success here with exactly this comp starting the first fight. But I wonder how more prepared UC San Diego is going to be for it. Let's see how they opt to sort of set themselves up here. So right now, not going to fight at the gate. Dynamite, again, trying to find that spot. Isn't going to get quite the damage he got the first time, be able to get the pick on Hinge, but is able to get at least a little bit in the way. OWW is going to take him down. It's just not going to quite be able to escape, and I think Fresno State's going to have to think about a reset here. Robin trying so hard. Look at this. Robin at 80%. Just trying, taking so much, just trying to keep the dude alive, and I mean, can't blame him. Only Lucio can exist only so much, and it's gonna get ran down here by OWW. So
he has Coalescence up right now. I mean, while Oral Sport is being able to have Coalescence come up pretty soon here for San Diego's Moira, Robin already has Coalescence into this next fight coming. We also see Suguru almost close to Sound Barrier, almost a little more than halfway, and same with Bully Hunter on the Earth Shatter.
I see this too, so looks like the enemy warrior is going to come out with their own Coalescence. Oh, and the hammer comes down though, and the Earth Shatter is going to just lock everyone in place, and I don't know if Fresno State Dynamite is going to be hacked. It's not going to be able to get the touch. I don't think Suguru is going to quite there to get there. No, Sushime I don't think is going to be able to TP on, and so no tick, no progress for Fresno State. So Fresno State's going to have a very strong defense here. So what do you think, sort of keys to this that I'm sort of seeing right now is that Fresno State having a hard time kind of cracking, what UC San Diego was sort of hanging on to. And I'm not sure, I feel like we've been saying the name a lot, but OWW is just running down. I mean, it's just chasing people. And obviously its Reaper is going to do, a lot of that shotgun kind of damage, a little bit of that lifesteal, have the self-sustain, so it can kind of get away a little bit with having, being able to kind of maybe reach a little bit farther than maybe some of the other DPSs, or at the very least is in trouble, can get out of it. But what do you think Fresno State has to do here?
I believe that the only thing they can do is try to just use, well, especially when they were on the attack with Dynamite on the Doomfist, was able, like how in the round previous where Dynamite immediately got hing on that Lucio and just was able to, without that kind of that speed and that heal from the Lucio, they were able to just steamroll San Diego and be able to take that first capture point. I think that was what they tried to do that last round again, but we saw Dynamite, kind of how you said, went the exact same path but didn't get as much value as they did the round previous. Other than that, the only thing I can think of is just being able to really play on top of each other with this kind of brawl heal comp, because that's what it does best, is just play as 6 on top of each other as best they can.
Well, here we go. It is a mirror match. So let us see. UC San Diego has been leaning on this. So Fresno State deciding, okay, hey, we see you, and we're going to try to match you. So they already kind of find OWW and just trying to disrupt him, kind of giving him the backline a little bit. So Fresno State going to play this sort of aggressive here. Again, the hacks are going to be so key here, and it's the find the Lucio game. It is going to be a race for either Lucio to see what they can pick up. NGCL is going to get hacked. It's very low. It doesn't really have that ability to be able to escape. Also here, Sugo just trying to kind of hold on to that point. Remember, Fresno State can't even let him get one tick, so they have to play on here. And unfortunately, that is going to be the demise. Yes, Fresno State not just going to be able to have that mobility to be able to move around the map as much as they needed to. UCA was just going to come in here and kind of and outmuscle a little bit and be able to just get that tick and be able to take the next map. So 2-1 there for UC San Diego. Ludin, what have you been seeing kind of so far? I'm sorry, Abdul, what have you been able to see so far?
Well, OWW on this Reaper has been really, really insane for San Diego's side in terms of just how much mobility and how much sort of disruptance that they give, just being in that back line, kind of causing any kind of supports like Suguru or Robin to try to turn around and try to just push him back or try to pick him off. But being, Reaper, having that sort of Wraith, that teleport to potential, that mobility, as well as the lifesteal, that survivability, just allowed him to be that sort of disruptance that San Diego needed to break apart Fresno State's composition there towards the end, or even towards the middle, just on this map in particular. Having that sort of crazy Reaper capability in play is just what was able to give San Diego that sort of edge in this map specifically. On Fresno State's side, we saw Tsushime and MGCL and Dynamite all have just incredible cohesion with their ultimates, and having that, how we were talking about that ult economy towards, especially we saw before in Havana, right, when Fresno State was on the attack and was able to surpass where UC San Diego made it on their attack phase. We saw Fresno State have quite literally everyone had 99% and ticked up to 100% right at the same moment there. So we see just like this, the power that ult economies kind of give in terms of for Fresno State in general. But we did see again how OWW just had that sort of disruptance, and enough so to kind of mess up Fresno State's cohesion just a little bit there.
And you see, and that's something that I think we might have maybe undervalued a little bit, and it's something I want to sort of take the time to talk about a little bit now. Is it's not only just with Sombra just being able to have the EMPs and be able to just get everybody and be able to cease ultimates, or for someone to respond. I mean, obviously that speaks for itself as being as strong as it is. But I think we saw a lot, especially in that last engagement for sure on King's Row, that what Sombra does with the hacks. I mean, because if you're taking, especially in that mirror comp, if you're going to take that half dive, half brawl kind of thing, you're talking about characters like Reaper, who's going to have like the phase and is going to have the teleport, be able to get out of trouble. You're going to have a Winston jump. You're going to have the boosters from D.Va. These are all very strong, get in, get out, get in, disrupt, do damage, you be annoying, and then get out. And then, and what's sort of been trying to work, and what's UC San Diego has been kind of be able to put together, is have the Reaper and the Moira be able to kind of follow up and do the damage. And I think what's been so key, it might be a little undervalued here, is that either Sombra, I think Eric Sombra is having a little bit more of that effectiveness as far as like being able to hack mobile heroes and just make them just be stuck. They're in trouble and they just get fell on. So, and not to, and Fresno State has been trying to kind of, get a little bit of that. And it has been able to sort of get, I think, those hacks are here and there, but the consistency seems to be a little bit favoring on UC San Diego's side.
You're right on the money there, Ian. Yeah, you're right on the money there. We saw Eric getting multiple 6-man EMPs on top of just normal hacks at coming out like on prime targets like Suguru on the Lucio or MGCL on the Diva, or Bully Hunter on the Winston. Just being able to just negate that mobility with a single target hacks, just being able to call those picks and have the follow up there on top of just the insane EMPs that they were getting. On top of it, it was an insane kind of opponent for Fresno State to be able to deal with when it comes to that. When it comes to Sombra.
So now as we move on here to the next map, we're going to go here on Volskaya Industries. So, we're going to have the kind of 2 control points that either team is going to need to unlock and move on to the next. It looks like at least with Fresno State, we're waiting on the tanks. Okay. So if Fresno State's going to come out here on defense first, we're going to run with the Diva. We're going to run with the Winston. Tracer we've seen a little bit off and on today, and Dynamite State is going to dedicate to it here. So I have Tracer, and Shushiman's going to stick with the Reaper, and then Sugu and Robin's going to roll out there with the Lucio and the Moira. So, and I think we're going to see, yes, it looks like more of the same kind from UC San Diego. So Fresno State going to opt to just let UC San Diego kind of move through that first choke. UC San Diego is going to now go up and over. I think it's going to go into that kind of control center area. Yes, it's going to now drop down the stairs, and now it's going to try to take this fight here. Again, we see MGCL is going to get that hack. So UC San Diego has their target and has engaged instantly. They're able to keep MGCLs up. Sushimate's gonna go down though. He's gonna have that pressure from the enemy D to level 1 slime, and then MGCL's gonna get demeched with Bully Hunter gonna be put out as well. So looks like that coordination from UC San Diego moving quickly, and it's gonna be able to just get there. And like I said, is gonna be able to have their target hacked and move in and just start that sort of fight. Looks like Sukuru is gonna try the best to kind of dance on point a little bit, but 2 ticks already here for UC San Diego. But Fresno State not going to go quietly, not going to let this one kind of slide, still going to try to hold on here. So it's just going to try to keep getting on and just sort of buy some time. But I think with that last one, that's going to just about wrap it up. So now Suguru is going to make the switch here to the Mercy as we move into the mecha-based portion of Volskaya here. So
we're seeing a lot of what we were talking about before, Ian, with Eric on that Sombra, getting those key picks, those key single target hacks on top of any kind of EMPs. We actually see Eric coming all around the side here, trying with their EMP just about to be up, looking for some kind of engagement. It seems. Like we were talking about before, just having those key picks is just allowing their team to be able to steamroll through the state's defenses.
I was say, well, that EMPA was able to hit MGCL and Dynamite, especially combined there with the with the Diva Bomb, was just going to be able to make sure that if anyone was going to try to escape, they couldn't. MGCL is going to get the res, so it's going to come out here. So Suguru with kind of the res there in the middle of all of that, try to put him back into the fight. And Fresno State going to stabilize a little bit and doesn't give up that point. It's actually going to stop him. So not a check there for UC San Diego. So a nice little turnaround from Fresno State.
Yeah, we're seeing Suguru here back on the Mercy, where we've seen before just like the key res timings from Suguru out onto the teammates in order to re-pressurize, I guess, the point and try to give some sort of like breathing room for Fresno State against UC San Diego's assault.
And Sushime gonna get the hack here as well. And again, look, it just UCLA has their target, is gonna go for it. So Suguru is gonna get taken out of this. So Fresno needs to be careful. Robin's gonna put out the coalescence, and we're gonna watch Bully Hunt try to box out. Ooh, is gonna get Rose. Gonna be able to box out off onto the end, and is gonna get OWW as well. Has to get back on the point just to make sure to kind of stop that progress. But again, no tick here by UC San Diego. So still a lot of time, about 4 minutes left, so they'll have plenty to re-engage here. But I think that also pulled out the sound barrier. I think I might have missed that a little bit earlier. I was watching Bully Hunter just do the Primal Rage and having those fights. But, to Sushime now also having Bob, like we kind of talked about a little bit too, having that pressure presence just in case. But Eric is going to be closely creeping up there on a 70%. on their own ultimate. So we've seen with the EMPs what damage that can do.
Yeah, we're seeing like we were saying before how the Bob coming out from Tsushima, hopefully in this next fight, and also just the power of the res for Suguru kind of gives Fresno State a man advantage over. Not kinda, it definitely does give a man advantage over UC San Diego. We do see
So the Bob is going to come out here. I'm sorry, is going to come out. Yeah, I was going to be able to throw that out there. And Valk is going to come out as well. Maybe just trying to get all of these sort of out. Oh, and Bob's going to be able to find Eric. Someone's got decloaked in the middle of that fight. And Bob wasn't going to let it go into the night. So look at that. So I think maybe Fresno State opting here to try to maybe throw in the ult early to avoid, getting that EMP. At this particular level here on the collegiate level, they know how about their ult tracking. I might have known they might have been knocking on the door of one. And just try to think like, okay, hey, let's use it now. Let's lock this up. And now with 230 in the bank, looking good for Fresno State. Only giving up just the one full point, but nothing on second point.
Yeah, we're seeing this next fight up here about to be a pretty huge fight with about almost 5 ults coming out from San Diego soon, and almost I think. Let me see. That's another 5 ults coming out from Fresno State too soon here, as long as they can manage to pepper as much as they can to get up that ult charge. But we're seeing again just the ult economy here from Fresno State in general. How we were saying, in that last fight, Tsushima and Suguru both used their ult, but look at Tsushima already having Bob up again here, like very close, and as well as Robin keeping it on those coalescences, and Bully Hunter about to have Primal Rage, and MGCL.
Here they go. I would say, oh, and look at that. I would say, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Dynamite getting the key there to stop the coalescence. Oh, and then the hack commands gonna only get Dynamite MGCL, but I think they might just be out of most of the harm's way. But a key takeout by Dynamite to get oral support out of that fight early. And now looks like it's going to be the cleanup job here from Fresno State. And now that really only leaves, I'm not sorry, it does only leave Hinge and his sound barrier to Fresno State's now 3. And unless Eric really pulls something off here very quickly in the next minute and a half, I think Fresno State's going to be is going to be able to breathe a little bit easier with having 3, if not almost 4 ultimates going to be coming from Sugu here pretty soon to play with. So let's see how UC San Diego decides to kind of bring this up here. So gonna have the hack on Tsushima. Dynamite's gonna throw, and it's gonna have actually the T-bomb eaten there by level 1 slime. So it does not connect, but maybe slows a little bit the approach here by UC San Diego. Now UC San Diego is starting to come back in. And I say now comes Hinge sound barrier. So now we're gonna see here how much it's gonna keep everybody up. Bullet Hunter is just going to run down OW, who made the switch here to Hanzo. Level 1 Slime's going to have their own bomb, so he's going to try to find a lane to be able to throw that. MGCL hack, not going to be able to get gets demeched. Dynamite low as well. Tsushima is going to come back into this fight. He's going to see, and the Dynamite doesn't quite connect. He's not going to get the ult charge, I think, fast enough to be able to get a Bob on there. So we're already used their sound barrier to sort of keep up. So 90%. Tsushima may be able to, again, still contesting on that one. Gonna be holding it. Now level 1 Slime throws it in the back. Is gonna get Suguru, I think, either dancing around or coming out of base. So he's gonna get 1 tick. He's gonna be looking for 2. Could be a re-engage here by Fresno State. It's gotta be quick though. Oh, and then Dynamite gets picked off there trying to get on. So 7.8 seconds there in the time bank, and it's gonna be the two control points there for UC San Diego.
Yeah, it was a good hold there for Fresno State for most of the majority of the round, but UC San Diego just being able to have that sound barrier towards the end there and having that sort of engage pressure, they actually came together and were able to pick off the majority of Fresno State's kind of carries in that fight, being able to just kind of split up and disorganize what kind of grouping they had.
No, I would say 100%, 100%. So, I mean, it'll be a little bit interesting here to see the response by Fresno State and see what, and again, UC San Diego finding that kind of key and finding that rhythm that they have been for most of the evening with that half brawl, that half kind of dive sort of comp. And, you can see it when it happens too. When Eric gets in there and is going to be able to get like that hack, then everybody goes. And, that's hard to defend against.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw just like the power that 2 characters on the side of Fresno State could have, the Ash and the Mercy. Having that sort of cohesion for Fresno State's side is also really difficult to do. Being able to throw out the Bob and being able to have Sugu with the key reses to try to kind of not only alleviate pressure from like being men down in terms of characters being taken out from the side of Fresno State, but also just having that sort of uptime on people being able to have them, build up their ult charges back or have them come back up with their key ults to kind of swing the fight back in their favor. It's a hard communication challenge for Fresno State on top of, what they already have to be dealing with the communication that San Diego has with these dives.
No, 100%. Now, I was going to say we're seeing a different look here. Oh, Dynamite's going to be able to find Row there. Nice little key takeaway. MGCL is going to fall on top of OWW as well. So, nice kind of key 2 picks. Now, Dynamite's going to be in the back line here. Let's see if we can try to get behind. And, yeah, I was going to say try to just do some key takeaways here. He's going to be able to run down the Moira. He's going to do some back and forth and have the damage boost here on the Ashe with some back and forth. Oh, he's going to be able to get the hinge there kind of coming over the top. So another kind of a similar, a little different there with UC San Diego. I mean, Fresno State just went, no, we're not going to go through the building and go through the stairs and come back down. And it's like, no, we're going to go right to point.
Yeah, they have the not the potential, but the sort of leisure, I guess, of being able to have that sort of space given to them, just because of how close range and how close quarters that UC San Diego's composition is, minus the Hanzo, obviously.
Now Fresno State trying to crack it. Has great time with the 540 there, but again, Fresno State held down there on this point. We'll see what UC San Diego decides to do. Bullet Hunter is going to put out here the Primal Rage. They're just going to try to box around and trap Row in this kind of room. They're just going to try to keep him in there. Try the rest of the team. Look at all the ultimates here on Fresno State side. And has to be very careful. Don't have to worry about a Sombra here. Now it's going to try to outweigh the sound barrier. Tsushima not going to get the res back. Oh, but the stick on the fly there by Dynamite does get negated, but they'll at least, have to spend resources to do it. Oh, like with MGCL throwing the bomb and catches 3. I'm going to say, it's like, I don't know. I didn't even see it fall down either. And then the follow-up bomb as well. So Fresno State already got 2 ticks. Is looking for more. Let's see what the re-engage. It's going to be round and round here for level 1 Slime. I've seen this strategy a multitude of times. So I had to hold on here. So Dragon's going to get throw point as well. Coalescence 2. But Dynamite just dancing around is still just kind of be throwing and just being annoying. Sugru's going to be able to get Tsushima back up into this fight. And I say it's not over yet. Now time is still so close to just turning that extra check. Dynamite's going to have T-Bomb. This could be a deciding one if he can get a good stick. He's going to try to hold. He's going to be able to get oral support. Does go down. I don't know if there's going to be any follow-up. And now Fresno State's going to, I think, have to take the breather, kind of regroup there. But still, good on Fresno State to get the 2 ticks there. It was very close.
That was a huge aggressive push from Fresno State, being able to not only capture point A, but just swing immediately to point B, take another fight immediately to San Diego's front door, go knock, we're here, and be able to just sort of clean up what kind of remnants that San Diego had trying to reassemble to kind of put up a defense. They're not even giving the room nor the time to actually, put up any kind of defense. But
I'm liking this, that Fresno State's dictating the tempo, I think. Now, Bullet Hunter here is also going to have the Primal Rage going to come up again. It's sort of that zoning is going to chase down OWW all the way to spawn. Doesn't quite get him, but so at least going to make sure he's not particularly around. Fresno State still needs to capture onto this point. Ooh, Bullet Hunter on the back line, but does go down the end. He's just going to be able to get the healing that's going to be needed. I think now is just going to try to back up. Oh, and then Tsushima just avoids the stick there with the coach gun. He's able to bounce back and not get hit by that. So here comes UC San Diego doing the same. He's going to try to push right back. So a reset here, but still 3 minutes left in the bank. But a lot of ultimates to play with here on UC San Diego's side. Having quite a few, both tank ultimates. It's going to have Coalescent. Hinge is still going to be behind here a bit on the sound barrier, so this could be the window right now for Fresno State to try to make another strong push. Yeah,
depending on how fast they push up and how hard they hit, they might be able to catch Hinge without their ulti, or Hing out there without their ulti at all. The sound barrier not being able to protect his team, while Fresno State being able to have almost nearly all their ultimates up, minus Coalescence and Primal Rage, but
Tsushima, as soon as they earn it, is gonna be able to throw on Bob onto the point. Gotta throw MGC and MGC. Oh, Dynamite is able to get OWW and level 1 Slime through their own bomb as well. Is gonna get 2 on that one. So might stop some of the momentum of Fresno State. Yeah, Bullet Hunter again in the middle of all that. So almost a similar thing. So again, close by Fresno State to get the 2 points, but having a tough time trying to get back into there. and trying to get that fight. And now, interesting now with OWW, I think just kind of threw Dragons and now wanting to make the switch here to, oh, I'm sorry, was going to make the switch to Juventus, is now going to move down to Turbjorn.
Yeah, we saw level 1, even though Hing didn't have their sound barrier there available, we saw level 1 Slime throw out their Diva Bomb just be able to emit so much pressure, getting not only 2, but then being able to chase down a third, without any kind of help from Fresno State and their team, because of the fact that they took out 2 with the Diva Bomb there early on and was able to clean up the rest of the fight.
Sugu would just be able to get Dynamite back into the fight after an early pick, but Rez is going to be down then for a lot of this fight. And it looks like we're going to have the Hinge with their sound barrier. Bob being thrown onto that same corner again. Looks like Bully Hunter's going to try to follow up, just kind of try to box him into Bob. So he's going to be able to get OW back in there. And very strong push there by Fresno. A nice little combo there with throwing Bob kind of in the corner and Bully Hunter being able to actually kind of weave everybody, sort of push everybody in a little bit into kind of getting that turnaround there. So a nice little push and a good time here by Fresno State, almost a whole minute up on UC San Diego.
Yeah, Bully Hunter was able not only to keep them in Bob's sight lines, but also keep them away from point to have anyone have any chance, not letting anyone have a chance to kind of contest, on top of the fact that giving Bob sight lines just was giving Fresno State the win there towards the end.
So now we'll see, I think we'll see a little bit more of the same here. So, all right, so 2-2. Fresno State needs the map. See how Fresno State decides to hold up here. So far, we've seen quite a bit of the Overwatch gameplay. I have to give credit where credit is due. I really enjoy, the Robin support play that's here. I know we kind of got a little bit away from it just because of the attacks then that was on Havana, but Robin just getting that value there on those coalescence to keep everybody up. And like I said, every time we feel like we get done saying, okay, Robin coalescence, I mean, how long do we have to wait? 15 seconds till another one? I mean, it's just getting so much of it back so quickly.
Yeah, which gives Fresno State even more push power to, kind of assault San Diego's comp here.
Let's see now how Fresno State. So now Fresno State's going to try to slow down a little bit of the momentum. So UC San Diego doing the same. Not going to go now through untouched. Did get a bit of the damage. Subaru is going to get a hack here, so it has to be careful. It's not going to be able to have the ability to quite get out. As we're going to watch Sushime just try to pepper at 38%. Now the instigation is gone. So you see, they're going to fall on Sushime. You got to be very careful. It's going to try to go back. It's going to get Dynamite. Sushime gets ran down. And say so. That coordination. Oh, and OWW. Now we can switch to McCree. The first time we're seeing that today.
Yeah, we just saw exactly what that kind of dive comp is supposed to be, focusing on, being able to get on. They got immediately on Sushime, on Suguru, on Dynamite, on Robin. All that was left was MGCL and Bully Hunter, and unfortunately for Fresno State, it looks like that San Diego is able to take that first point.
So San Diego is going to unlock the first one. So 30 seconds now for them to be able to do the second one. So Deadeye on the table here for UC San Diego. We'll see how they're going to try to get this set up, if it's going to be a zoning or how they want to do it. So the TNT gets taken out. Now it's going to get started here early. OWW is going to catch Sushime, who got bumped and wasn't going to be able to get around that. Again, another coordinated attack. MGCL is going to get hacked. Isn't going to be able to get the full boosters to be able to escape. So MGCL is not going to be demaxed and is going to try to hang in there. All of Fresno State really going to be trying to Bully hard. So close, 97%, 98 is not going to be able to stay up. You get the Primal Rage. Bob going to come out from Sushime, but Ro's going to have something to say about that, and is just going to kind of box Bob off. It does go down in the process. So now a lot back and forth here. Coalescence is going to come out by Oral Support. Got to be careful. Hinge has Sound Barrier. I expect to see it just on cue. Bully Hunter now is going to start kind of swinging. Is hacked, so he's going to not have quite the mobility. Now Eric's going to throw out EMP. He's going to catch 4. And yeah, just with all the action and everybody all over the place and swinging around, it will be. I don't think it was a tick there for UC San Diego, correct?
No,
yeah,
I don't.
No capture progress. Yeah, okay. So, and I say with everyone kind of moving around, trying to avoid everyone's ultimates and getting boxed out and all that sort of stuff, Fresno State with a minute 59 is going to need to get all first point and at least a tick on second point.
Sorry there, I had to sneeze. But yeah, like you were saying, just having that sort of pressure from MGCL's Dima Bomb and Bully Hunter with the Primal Rage coming out too, and we saw earlier how Sushime's Bob kind of eliminated Roe from the equation there early on in that fight, giving with San Diego only having like 30 seconds on the clock there. Just having all those AOE ults and having the pressure come out was just too much for San Diego to be able to actually stay on point without being blown up.
No, 100%. And that's sort of the beauty, I think, a little bit with with Bob coming from Tsushima and just from the Ash Ultimate, is you got to respect it. I mean, it's very annoying to have that constant damage. It's peppering you from the back or just controlling points. So for Ro to utilize his own ultimate to be able to push off Bob, which I think was still like the right idea, but then dying kind of in the process, it was just one of those like it's that trade off, and Bob just stood there and Bob just did Bob things and just shoots.
Yep.
So, I mean, it just makes that, again, you have to respect it. So let's see what Dynamite decides to do. He's going to try to get in the back. I don't think got seen too. So he's going to play a little bit in this back line here and see what we can do in a flanking position. Fresno State going to opt now to go on the left side. So we haven't seen this. Luke is going to go on the high ground. Going to give that damage boost here to Tsushima. So see what we can do the dinks. Looks like San Diego now thinking about doing the engage. Tsushima is going to get hacked. So it's not going to have the coach going to be able to bail out of this one while they have, yes, that is going to be level 1 is going to be all in Tsushima's face. Suguru out as well. Robin going to get chased down too. So we're going to see, again, a more traditional kind of style that UC San Diego has been running. So now a little bit divided here. Bully Hunter have to play on the other side of their spawn, kind of more towards that second point. So they're just trying to create that zoning while everyone comes back. So now MGCL and Bully Hunter will have to take the reset. So a minute left, minute off the clock. So about 45 seconds left for Fresno State to try to make something happen here on this next checkpoint. So right now, just sort of biding the time. I think Fresno State deciding which direction that they want to go and try the right side, or if they're going to try to do a split attack here. So Dynamite does throw the T-bomb, does not find anybody, doesn't connect. Juman's going to take the left and kind of take the off angle. He's going to get hacked. He's going to have to be careful. Both DPS is actually here, but just able to hang in there. Suguru going to be able to hold on. And is going to get DMX. He's going to throw the bomb here right on the middle of point. Does not connect. He's going to be able to get back, though, into it. Dynamite just on the verge. I mean, he got hacked and was on the verge of death. Is going to come back. Now we're going to say the enemy bomb is going to come back. Now we're going to say a lot of support ultimates. A lot of ultimates are going to be coming here from UC San Diego. They're going to just have to try to outlast it. Robin's going to throw out Coalescence. He's going to try to put it down. Bully Hunter going to be swinging on point. It's about 1.5 here. It's overtime. Fresno State needs to get on. It has to touch. As I say, Bully Hunter's going to be able to get on. Dynamite's going to have to get just touch. He's going to be able to get out. It's going to be close to ultimate. I don't know if it's going to quite. He's going to go back in again. Going to get the T-bomb. Is just not going to be able to utilize it. Suguru's going to try to race. And then, as I say, it'll be a lock there for UC San Diego. So again, well played here by UC San Diego. Abdul, what did you like to see from Fresno State, and as well as UC San Diego? What were some of your favorites?
Eric's Sombra from UC San Diego, as well as OWW's Reaper, both very key parts into their comps, being able to have that sort of flexibility and pick potential when it comes to the Sombra and the kind of flanking we saw a lot from OWW, getting those side angles, those back angles, even like completely behind. We even saw in King's Row him being kind of towards the enemy spawn, being pushed and chased by Suguru. But we saw just how disruptive that could be to the sort of the brawl comp that Fresno State was having in that specific map. But other than that, I mean, those two were pretty solid for UC San Diego's, composition. On top of Rowe, just having really good overall tank roles. Having the Reinhardt, having the Winston just being aggressive as they should be. And for the side of Fresno State, we saw a lot of great plays from Robin in terms of ult economy, just having especially. Even so, we saw Dynamite with the Tracer towards the end there, just having those amazing sidelines, just being able to go in and out, in and out, in and out, and be that sort of sideline DPS to give pressure, alleviate pressure, I guess, from the front line diving in. We saw Suguru with the Mercy plays, being able to have the key reses, not as important as that res we saw last stream, but still pretty clutch when it comes to alleviating pressure. And Tsushime still again with the Ash or the Reaper coming out with the Death Blossoms and the Bobs, just being really on point. MDCL having good cohesion with the Zaryas and the Diva bombs and the grabs and everything. Just overall well rounded by Fresno State and UC San Diego in their own.
No, 100%. And I would absolutely agree with you too. Is I'm liking to see Robin playing with so much of that kind of support and be able to always be like involved in that fight. Suguru being able to have the good and Suguru too making those sort of differences there with playing the Lucio, and then going to be going back and then playing whether that's with like Moira or whether it's going to be playing Ana. We saw like a little bit, but just sort of nice little back and forth in that flexibility, or Lucio particularly with those sound barriers. So it's been fun to kind of watch that cat and mouse, and I think we've seen a bit as well. Be able to see a bit as well. I think Fresno State trying to make those adjustments, and so much of like these fights seem so dictated in the pacing. I think that's something that might be that we haven't talked about a little bit. Is like really, especially with a lot of these kind of dive back and forth, is who gets to pick the fight first? Who gets to decide? Okay, like this is we go in now. And I think we have, especially when you're trying to mirror comp, what little edge that gives when the other party gets to decide, okay, now we go. And again, as we kind of mentioned numerous times, it's about whatever Sombra decides is going to be the hack target, and then everyone else dives in. Or actually, we even see a little bit too with even out a hack target. A nice little alternate to that has been the tanks diving in, whether that's going to be on a DPS or whether that's going to be like on, especially too with the Mercy, having a little bit, still being able to be mobile, but having to jump to, another character if they're nearby. But the tanks even initiating and say, hey, we're going to go. And then having, with Eric being able to be the Sombra that's going to get those hacks to then limit the response to that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so they're limiting, just the Fresno State's ability to go, okay, we know we're being dove. We know that we're having, okay, here they come. And then someone wants to do something and then can't, and again, whether that's mobility, whether that's going to be the reses that, are going to be hacked, or just that Suguru can't get away, from the fight, if that is the dive target. So, it's been interesting to see a bit of that cat and mouse. So we mentioned it at the top of the show that it's going to be a DPS difference. I think Dynamite's having a tough time there with the Tracer. I like the call, but just not quite getting the value there out of the TNTs. So as we now make it deck 2, I believe it's going to be the next map on Ilios here. So again, going to be just fighting for control, kind of like a King of the Hill, fighting for control over 1 point. So we go a little bit similar to what we saw on Lijiang Tower. So with Ilios, a lot more open, a lot more breathable here. So kind of gives a little bit more for maybe possibly we'll see what they do. So with Echo, or you're going to see maybe possibly a Pharah, although it has fallen off like a little bit. So we'll kind of see what either team wants to roll out. Again, I do suspect that we're going to have UC San Diego, who has been having success with this particular comp style here, move with that. And we'll see the adjustments that Fresno State wants to make. It looks like with Tsushime showing Echo there for a moment and then making that switch to Reaper. And Dynamite still going to go here with the Tracer, which personally I would have to suggest. Maybe he's just not that confident there with the Sombra play. And that might be what it is, and thinks they're gonna get that. But I just don't know if Tracer's quite finding the value I think Fresno State needs.
Yeah, comparative to Eric's Sombra at least.
So we'll see here. So Dynamite is going to be able to get around, just Pepper is going to be kind of in the enemy Moira's face with a little bit of back and forth. And then point is going to be unlocked with UC San Diego already having their presence known on that. So, but Sugar's going to get the bump there on the Diva. I thought she was going to be able to zone out or be able to like boost her out, but not quite. So nice little environmental push there by Sugu to to get that out, and Fresno State's going to get this point first. Oh, but look at this. Hinge already at 91% on the sound barrier. Is going to be coming in quickly with this. So we'll see here with Suguru 71 here. Dynamite is going to have Pulse Bomb. He's going to have to try to stick it and get value here on somebody. We'll see here how they decide. Oh, he's going to get the hack, though. He's going to have to be careful. Eric awfully low. Now Hinge is going to drop the sound barrier as UC San Diego begins to engage. Now the bomb's going to get thrown out again. I noticed they don't think it's the connect. So OW is going to run at the back line. It's going to do a death blossom, but doesn't finish off. And has to be careful. Now Sushime is going to have their own death blossom to work with as well. So we're going to have to see about utilizing that. Robin actually got the better of the OWW there. Now Sushime is going to go throw it. Gets hacked out of it, though. But the damage done is able to get hinged out of this fight. Sugu is going to have the own sound barrier to play with here. So we'll kind of see what they decide to do. So Sushime just able to avoid the Diva Bomb that's going to be in the back. Going to be able to turn around, take care of Eric very quickly. And MGCL is not going to let him quite get away. He's going to keep chasing him down all the way through. Gets demeched, but doesn't care. He's going to run at him anyway. For the attack, Baby Diva is going to be coming. So, as I say, making good progress here, almost about 70%. And Sugu still with the big sound barrier. But again, as we kind of talked about this, before, Sugu's got to be careful because Eric's EMP is right there and right on cue. Did not get hit in the EMP, is going to be able to use sound barrier to keep everybody up through that hack. I think it only found Sushime and Bully Hunter. Now Sushime is going to be able to stay through that fight. He's going to be able to throw a Death Blossom, just be able to be in the face. Now Dynamite's getting in and everyone is going to be just able to try, take down, throws another T-Bomb, doesn't connect, but again, damage is done. Is going to be able to push UC San Diego all the way down. It looks like they're going to at least have one person put their toe in on the points and not quite get the full capture for Fresno State. 99%. Going to be pushed into overtime. Fresno State here with the advantage of having the point, and now is going to make the switch. It looks like all the kind of stall heroes that we sort of expect to see trying to come and get a foot in. And then Robin's just going to lock this up and make sure, hey, everyone's going to come around that corner. At least we're going to have to face the Coalescence. So a nice little, as we're kind of talking soon, it was like one ultimate and then avoid another ultimate. It was able to work very well. A good cohesion there by Fresno State to get that point quickly.
Yeah, especially through MGCL's just defense matrix capabilities and just running around with Sushime and Bully Hunter, just completely steamrolling the front and just giving San Diego zero real estate and no footholds to try to even contest the point. Being just that sort of in-your-face brawl, heavy damage kind of comp that they are.
100%. Now Dynamite here, at least is showing early, is going to stick with Sombra. And then most of the same here, although OWW making that switch. Okay, yeah, I think maybe just a TP to go a little bit faster and then switch back to the Reaper there. So we're going to fight here kind of in the main gazebo sort of area as well. So as Fresno State makes their presence known, is just going to try to get set here. Is going to let UC San Diego kind of play around them. Point doesn't unlock here for another about 7 or 5 seconds thereabouts. So the one Slime's going to get hacked. He's not going to have the mobility, but kind of already said, gotta be careful. MGCL taking a lot of damage. I think that's going to be who they're going to try to follow up with. He's going to get the D-Mech. So Dynamite here as well. Already at 51% to Eric's 55. So very back and forth. And it's like, needs to be careful. Gets hacked themselves. Dynamite's not going to go down. It's going to go down there. Just not going to be able to have the TP to be able to get out. So UC San Diego is going to take the early point capture on that one.
Yeah, really intense fight there from Fresno State against San Diego's, very mirror. I believe it's an exact mirror comp here. With the, like how we were saying, the enemy Sombras or the opposing Sombras, just trying their best to get their ultimate charges up as fast as they can so they can get out the biggest EMPs that they possibly can. Everyone's seeming to have roughly around the same ult charge in comparison to their opponents.
Here we're going to say we're going to have Robin who has Coalescence and Sugu is going to come up with beat soon, but Hinch already has theirs. Eric has an EMP as well to throw, but gets taken down by Robin's Coalescence. Very well done. Now he's going to have to throw this attention on point. There's a hold everybody. Sushi, very well done. Very, very nice on Robin to do the turnaround to be able to track and locate Eric to take the EMP out of that fight for Fresno State to hold and unlock and flip that point.
Yeah, I also think it had to do with the fact that Dynamite was trying their best, or sorry, not Dynamite. Robin was trying their best to keep Bully Hunter up while he was in the air with the Coalescence, giving them the sort of peripheral view of Eric in the backline trying to get off the EMP or the hacks and being able to take him out right away, which led to Fresno State being able to swing that point around in their favor.
Here we go. This is what I want to see. I want to see Dynamite. This is going to be a game of cat and mouse between Eric. Is he going to hit the EMP now? He's going to wait. Now throws it. He's going to be able to hit almost everybody except Lucio, who then puts barrier to kind of counteract that. Now Fresno State needs to be careful because Eric has the counter EMP. Is going to get Bully Hunter. MGCL, so that mobility is out. Bully Hunter, I think got hacked out of their... I think tried to cast there on their Primal Rage, and I don't think quite got it there. So Fresno State still holding on. Is going to get a little bit farther ahead there on the percentage on capture point, just whatever kind of gain that they can get. So 55 to about 45 there is going to be for UC San Diego. So again, as I feel almost like a broken record, but it was Dynamite's EMP, and it didn't catch Hinged. It just didn't catch him. He was able to hit the beat, sustain through that. Free and easy for Eric then to throw EMP and just secure that point.
Yeah, like we were saying, is even though he got 5-man, oh wow, we see a huge sound barrier coming up from Suguru.
Oh, and Suguru gets the boop there on the coalescing Oro support. Yes. Wow. I think just missed there. I don't know if that's where level 1 time wanted necessarily the bomb to be. I think got caught on that wall rather than getting in there. So yeah, wow, what an individual effort there by Sugu to not only say, okay, hey, here we go, this is what we're gonna do, like everyone go, and get the poop on the coalescence there. Very well done.
Yeah, that basically was able to allow Fresno State to just steamroll without any sort of response from UC San Diego, not having the coalescence to keep them up and keep them fighting. It was a really huge tool for San Diego that just got mitigated by Subaru's play.
All right, well, Eric is going to get the EMP. It does go down in the process, but Dynamite goes down too. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get their own EMP off, which then leaves Hinge to be able to throw out the sound barrier. OWW is going to be able to throw their Death Blossom. I don't think he's able to get much. Bully Hunter gets, I don't know if it was a help to assist with the boop off or, ends up falling off of the map. Diamond's going to be able to try to get back. Sushi is just going to dance. It's 99%. It's in overtime, so Fresno State does have... Oh, he's just going to throw... Oh, my goodness. So Sugu gets the bump on row, and then Sushi is just going to throw there in the middle and get the 2 on the Death Blossom, and then the TK there for Fresno State to get Elios here.
Can we just talk about the patience that Dynamite had during that fight? They had, or sorry, not Dynamite, Tsushime. They had Death Blossom that entire fight. Not only did they wait out the beat, they also waited out the defense magics from Devo. They also waited out the bubble shield from Winston, and then finally was able to use Death Blossom safely without any kind of repercussions coming out, being able to get 2 or 3 even to clear that point and be able to let Fresno State just completely take it for themselves there.
No, I would say absolutely 100%. I would say very well done. Yet to express that kind of patience by Tsushime there to just hold on. And not use it too early. Not use it so that it gets that maximum value, which it did, which is what it found to be able to kind of secure that last bit. So excellent play by the end. And a very nice response there by Fresno State. So Fresno State ends up winning then on map on Elios. So what we want to talk about, and that will kind of do it for here on the rest. Very excited what we kind of saw today. Luden, what did you like to see? I know we talked already a little bit. Who is kind of your player of the game? Who's one person, if you can give the spotlight to, now's your time, go for it.
Well, for Fresno State's side, I'd say definitely at least toward there with Suguru, being able to just completely just back to back, be able to just give his team just the kind of pressure, the speed, the healing, the sound barriers, and being able to not only do that, but able to mitigate the sustain from San Diego with the boop on that Moira towards the end there too. Just, kind of capping it out the round there just very, very seamlessly and beautifully. For the side of San Diego, I would say probably Eric. Eric had probably the best EMPs I've seen in a long time, getting pretty consistent 6-man EMPs on top of just the single target EMPs and calling out the sort of dive that they needed to be able to just kind of steamroll what they needed to steamroll when it comes to that sort of brawl dive comp that we were seeing a lot coming out from San Diego and Fresno State at times. So both of those players being very strong. I mean, Tsushime, I know you said kind of won, but Tsushime,
One for both team. We'll go with that.
Tsushime was able to do pretty hot there too on the Reaper from most of the games pretty consistently with really good Death Blossoms overall.
No, I say it was a very excellent showing there by Fresno State. I know the map advantage going there to UC San Diego, which played very well, and again utilized that comp and did what it's supposed to do. So well coached, well played by both teams. And thank you everybody who has stayed and watched the whole program. Very much appreciate it. We're excited to grow, continue to get better, continue to watch these games. Please stay tuned. Please stay and check out League of Legends. It's going to be following after this. I believe University of Oregon will be their opponent. That'll be at 7 o'clock. So be sure to stay tuned. Anthony and Aaron will be the shoutcasters for that. Great guys. They're going to do an amazing job for you. So if you want to see some league action as well, come back at 7 o'clock. Be able to watch that tonight. Please as well follow all of the social media links for Fresno State. Be sure, it's on Instagram. It's going to be followed on the official Twitch. Any major social media page will be the Fresno State Esports. That's how you stay up to date on schedules, on games, all of that fun stuff. Again, very excited that Rocket League is now going to be put into the system as well. So be sure to stay tuned and know when we're going to have some of the first Rocket League games going to be coming on. Very excited about that. The program itself is really ready to grow and to be a lot better. So any final words there, Abdul, before we head off, call it a night?
I just like to say thank you to CMAC once again. I know we keep saying how much we appreciate the support and the work done by them. They're doing really amazing things with this kind of production side of it all, being able to make it happen. Having esports be have such growth here in Fresno and Central Valley and all that jazz. But it really, really means a lot to those who have been looking forward to that kind of stuff their entire youth, and being able to be a part of something like that is just amazing for me, at least. So thank you again, CMAC and everyone there working hard and doing all they can to make this work and make this happen. Really appreciate it.
Yes, 100%. I agree. Thank you very much, CMAC. Thank you everyone for watching. Enjoy your homecoming weekend here for Fresno State. And remember, go Dogs. Have yourself a good night, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Good night.
Hello, Fresno State. It is my pleasure to announce that Fresno State Rocket League is officially here. I'm Coach Eric, and this is Coach Garrett, and we're so happy to give you a glimpse of the brand new roster we've compiled together. My experience in traditional and professional esports has blessed me with the knowledge of what really goes into creating a world-class competitive team. Effort, commitment, passion, and honest communication are fundamental to Fresno State Rocket League.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Coach Goose, the mechanics coach for your Fresno State Bulldogs Rocket League team. I've been playing consistently since Season 1. I've logged thousands of hours into the game, and I've played with some of the best players in the world. So I'm looking to transfer my extensive knowledge to the players of Fresno State and hopefully bring us a national championship.
We have every intention to continue Fresno State's tradition of excellence in the academic and competitive spirit, while also contributing to the growing esports community here in the Central Valley. We're hoping to gain your support in the upcoming spring split of 2021. Let's go Dogs!
Go Dogs!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anthony Acolyte Bringetto, and who do I have with me tonight on the ones and twos?
Fantastic Batman here on the.
All right, seems like we have a little bit of audio difficulty right here, but if you guys didn't hear that, that is the Fantastic Fat Man. His name is Aaron Garola, and he is going to be my accomplice tonight as we take you guys through the homecoming weekend, the debut of Fresno State League of Legends team. And man, we have some wonderful League of Legends action ahead of us tonight. We have the Fresno State Bulldogs are going to be taking on the University of Oregon Ducks. And we saw a little bit of a preview last week, Fantastic Fat Man and myself, we were able to kind of get a little glimpse into the scrim. We do have a very thorough background of the Fresno State team, but we're really excited to see what the Ducks are going to bring out. And as we're still working on getting that audio back, I'll continue to take this through here. So as we said, it is homecoming weekend for Fresno State. We are debuting a lot of the Fresno State Esports program, starting off with Overwatch. We saw a magnificent best of 5 series between the Fresno State Bulldogs and UC San Diego. And we saw that go all the way to 5 maps, a 3-2 win ultimately for UCSD, but a really strong showing coming out from the Fresno State Bulldogs. We also saw the debut of the unveiling, I guess I should say, of the Rocket League roster. So adding a little bit more to our Fresno State Bulldog esports family. Just over the moon to have them with us. So continuing on, we're going to see a little bit more about Fresno State tonight. We hope to show you guys what they're all about. We see a very evenly matched game tonight. So what's been happening recently, we've seen the Fresno State Bulldogs. They've been participating in the Mountain West Conference. They did participate last season. This is their 2nd season. They have a couple returning recruits, but they do have some new faces as well, and a couple of role swaps here and there. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they do and how they perform. So this evening, we're going to see Fresno State kind of take it a little bit further. The University of Oregon, taking a look at their roster, the ELO between these two rosters are really similar, meaning ranking in the system. We see the Ducks coming out, several diamond players. Fresno State have several diamond players as well. And a lot of them being local to Fresno. I'm not sure with the University of Oregon where their players come from. But we do know that they're going to show a strong performance tonight. Prior to this week, this exhibition match, Fresno State participated in the Mountain West tournament. They eventually ended up losing their matches, but taking it 2-1 both times against their opponents, and really close matches. Was a really fierce battle between the two teams, and we want to see if Fresno State can bounce back. And we got you back, Fantastic Fat Man. Thank you so much. Glad to hear your voice.
Some potential and hopefully some prospects in the making. What have we covered so far?
So far, we talked a little bit about the previous performance of Fresno State and the Mountain West action, going through the tournament and, going down 2-1 to both of the teams, but having a relatively even, very competitive match between the teams so far. We talked a little bit about the roster of Fresno State, and I'll kind of let you kind of bleed into that. What can we see from the Fresno State roster?
Well, from the Fresno State roster, we do see a top focused type of team with Baking Yummy in the top lane. Mid lane, we have Leon S. Kennedy. And then in the mid lane, we are having a little bit of roster changes. So I think we might have a substitute in the mid lane. For the bot lane, though, we do have Chunky Monkey and Jinxie Moo. So those that's a fairly new bot lane just because Chunky Monkey was on the roster before. But he is new to the ADC role. And then he has Jinxie Moo, a freshman in college. She main support, though, and she's definitely a playmaker. We saw a couple of nice plays with several champions. I believe it was Jana and Leona. So she knows her way around.
And that really kind of speaks to the strength of our support. Jana's not really a playmaking champion, so to go out and to pull those kind of plays, very impressive to see from her.
100%. And then just to bleed over into the Oregon Ducks, we do know fairly little about them. We did see some pretty cool junglers as far as like Kha'Zix being brought out. And then I do know that they have a Wukong main who is a prioritized champion for Fresno State. So we'll see how they can go around with that. Maybe they'll use it as bait. It's all up to Fresno State on that point, or Blue Side, matter of fact. For Oregon Ducks, though, I do see that we potentially saw substitutes, right?
Yeah, we do see a couple extra people on the roster for tonight's match, and mainly coming in the bot lane. So we'll see how Oregon plans to play that out. Maybe those people are on trial. Maybe they are certified subs, or maybe we put them in for different situations. You see different players have different emphasis. Some of them like to play hyper carries. Some of them like to play control mages. Some of them like to play assassins. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they come out swinging. Fresno State, like we said a little bit earlier in those roster swaps, we saw earlier on when they went into the Mountain West Conference action, their bot lane was still trying to figure stuff out. We know the bot lane is traditional. We have one ADC. We have a support. That's usually the traditional kind of style you see from League of Legends. But we saw Fresno State pull out some other stuff. They had the Karthus bot lane. They had a Maokai Senna bot lane. And, we've seen some of that before. This season of League of Legends is more diverse than we've ever seen, and I really enjoy seeing these teams kind of go out of the meta and really explore that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. We don't really have the cookie cutter type of bot lane with the ADC, as you were saying, and the support. But with the with Chunky Monkey not being a traditional ADC player, he definitely has a lot of nice unorthodox picks. I did study up a little bit on the Oregon Ducks. I believe they have returning members that we saw, but I think their starting lineup doesn't have some of them. I know Leash Sin was one of the starting members last season, and we did see him in one of the scrims we were blessed to watch. But I don't think he's going to be starting up here. And as far as the support role, I took a look at their champions, and they kind of cross over a little bit, probably a couple pocket picks that are different. I won't mention them out loud just yet. We'll see if we could go ahead and let's see if we can go ahead and witness them now, so we could go ahead and speak about them. But I'm truly interested to see. We saw a lot of aggressiveness from Oregon. We'll see how Fresno State can go ahead and nullify some of that.
Yeah, final thoughts going in here. We saw last week Fresno State did get the upper hand over Oregon, and they play stuff that is a little bit out of the ordinary. We saw last time Fresno State bringing out Teemo top lane. So for all of you League of Legends fanatics out there, you know how rare it is to see Teemo in competitive play. So seeing the creativity from these teams to pull out these kind of champions, it's really a pleasure to see. I'm looking through the op.ggs of some of the Oregon Duck roster, and out of the mid lane we see control mages. Control mages very in meta right now. We taking a look at Leash Sin, having the MF and the Ezreal champions that have recently fallen out of meta, but really kind of pulling up the supportive ADs. Bringing up the Ashe, the Senna, the Jhin. Yeah. But the really interesting things I want to look at, the top laner from Oregon bringing out the Set has 120 games, and the next highest top laner would be Silas at 56. So I'm not sure if they're going to allow Set through the draft right here. Set is a very flexible champion that can be used on blue side to go support, top, or jungle, even mid in some instances. So we'll see if teams are able to be creative with that kind of champion and abuse that flexibility in pro draft.
Yeah, well, for the good thing about Fresno State going up against a Set is they too have a Set player in Bacon Yummy. We did see him play untraditional or not the norm with the Teemo sitting up in the top lane. But they have a potential to go ahead and probably pick it up if they don't ban it, if they're on blue side, because Set is a very powerful champion nonetheless, only because he has that double life type of kit where the Haymaker produces just a giant shield. His passive gives him that slightly burst heal that's able to let him live with little HP. And that's definitely something to look forward to, strong champion. And I do see a Senna and Jhin and Leash Sin's champion pool there on the op.gg. So not too familiar with them, probably barely getting to know them. Hey, he might have an alt account where he was practicing it and he doesn't want anyone else to know. But truly looking forward to it. Oregon Ducks, definitely a powerful team to go ahead and test Fresno State. We'll see if we can come out with the W's. I believe it is a best of 3, correct?
Correct. We are seeing a best of 3 tonight. Hopefully we get to see all 3 games of this League of Legends actions this evening. Taking a look again at the champion pools, PDX Triplet looks like he's the starting AD carry for the team, and he loves those hyper carries. 212 games this season alone on the Vayne. Kaisa also in his champion pool as well. And you really like to see that excitement come out of the bot lane.
Yeah, 100%. Only because the Vayne, the hyper carry, if you play around the bot lane, if bot lane is the president and you need to protect the president, him being so comfortable on that Vayne, I'm pretty sure he's played up against bad matchups in the lane just because she has so many of them. And if you really are comfortable in bad situations with like very, very dangerous scaling champions, kind of like Vayne with the hyper carry effect, that could mean bad news, especially for the pseudo ADC tank player that Chunky Monkey is. So some of his champions might be looking to get nullified by Oregon Ducks bringing in that ADC.
All right, and it looks like we're going to be taken into pro draft right now. University of Oregon going to be on the blue side, Fresno State on the red side. Right away, it looks like we see a Samira and a Wukong ban.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You want to go ahead and take that away from the jungler, I believe it is, of Oregon. Definitely super comfortable. Probably more comfortable than it would be into the hands of the Wukong players on Fresno State. Kind of looking like he's very, very dangerous on it just from scrolling his op.gg. And I see Nidalee being banned next. A very nice tempo aggressive jungler. You know, the spears from the long range, the marks, pounces coming from far away. Pretty good cleanup champion. Definitely a strong jungler. I don't think it's the best though.
The Samira ban. Samira is pretty much the OP champion right now, or heavily considered the OP champion amongst a lot of solo queue players at this moment. Nidalee, like you said, that high tempo jungler, and also can start fights, can go in, can assassinate, but can also heal and play that supportive like role, and also just looking to out tempo the enemy jungler. And Ornn being the last ban. So University of Oregon having well-rounded bans trying to target all these different phases of the Fresno State roster, and maybe they're trying to ban more for their comp than they are the other team. Fresno State opting to ban the Caitlyn away, a very lane-dominant champion, and the University of Oregon picking up Jhin as the very first pick. And that's a statement right there, putting your priority pick on Jhin. When you're typically blue side, you want that #1 champion to be what your entire team comp is going to be about. And we'll see if the University of Oregon, what they draft around it to keep that Jhin safe, protect the president.
Yeah. Jhin, I think, is just a very powerful laner. So I don't think they're going to be doing protect the president type of comp on the Jhin unless he just goes the Earth build with like several IEs and he's able to one-shot people with the 4th shot. But I see Karthus being picked up. That's another Chunky Monkey special pick right there. A comfort pick of his. It has the scaling effect where basically he's got so much map control, would it be, or just kind of like a presence with the Requiem, the ultimate?
Yeah, the omnipresent Karthus.
Mhm.
If you get really low and you walk away and you think, haha, I escaped, Karthus says guess again, and he starts singing that Requiem, and then you find yourself straight back to the fountain on a gray screen. So Fresno State using the Karthus, that kind of scaling bot lane. And you really kind of see that from Fresno State. I mean, Jhin not being that hyper-aggressive champion means that Karthus might be able to scale into the late game, and Lux also being able to walk down the enemy and help provide that long-range poke along with the shields as well. So double mage bot lane, not something that we haven't seen from Fresno State. They're looking to pick it up. University of Oregon, they are responding with a Bard and a Volibear. Bard using that Tempered Fate to kind of create that invulnerability, could be used defensively to kind of defend against the Karthus, can be used offensively to set up the rest of the team. So very versatile pick from the Bard. Also the #1 champion for op.gg for Blue Burglar, the support of University of Oregon.
Yeah, and I think Blue Burglar is also another player they did not play with on the scrims. So if anything, I think they brought in 2 players with a nice champion kit to really counter Fresno State on all the plus signs on those scrims. So yeah, the Tempered Fate is definitely going to be something Chunky Monkey's going to have to watch out for, just because that channel, that Requiem, it does take some time. So I believe Bard's ultimate, the Tempered Fate, is going to be able to make him go golden and cancel the ultimate immediately. But I don't think there is enough pressure in the bot lane to really scare Karthus. Like, I think flashes have to be blown to really initiate onto him. Plus, he has the Lux peel with the slow and the snare. But here, looking at the bans, I see a Talon ban and then a Shen ban. And then on our side, Fresno State, we got Graves and Evelyn being banned.
Okay, and we also see, and that's kind of interesting, seeing the Graves and the Evelyn ban. That just shows the power of the Volibear being able to go either into the jungle or the top lane. Fresno State very convinced it's going to be a top lane Volibear from banning those junglers out, leaving their last pick priority for either top or mid, it looks like. And it looks like they're going to leave that last pick counter pick availability for the top laner, Bacon Yummy. And we said Fresno State's a top lane center team. We're going to see it right there.
Yeah, they definitely want to give him the counter, or if anything, give him the best comfort pick possible. I always say comfort over counter. And by the looks of it, I think in collegiate, it's probably best as well, just because if you are in a sticky situation, you want a very comfortable champ to really utilize the champion's kit to its best capability. And I see Lucian is still up. I don't know if he's been nerfed yet, but I would assume he's definitely a priority number 1 for the mid lane, and he has a good time against Syndra during the lane phase. I'm wondering if they're going to go ahead and pick up the Lucian. Silas being picked up as well for University of Oregon. I'm assuming.
Not sure if we lost you just now, Fantastic Fat Man, in terms of the audio again, but we're going to go ahead and pick this up. We're taking a look at rounding out the comps. We see Silas and the Echo pick. The Silas, maybe the jungle, and maybe a mid lane Silas, and then a jungle Echo. So very versatile comp. Again, they're not able to see exactly what they're going to be facing off against, but we still are going to be able to see that flexibility makes it really difficult for your setup to have those runes. But we see the Camille last pick. And if anyone has been watching the World's Championship recently, we have seen that the Camille pick is a priority for a lot of the world's top laners. Volibear also big as well. So we're going to see a very fierce matchup in the top lane. Camille can just be so oppressive if Camille gets ahead. And we talked again about that top lane center team from Fresno State. Are they going to be able to get that Camille ahead and then use that to put their pressure across the entire enemy team and across the Summoner's Rift? All right, and then with the audio issues yet again, we'll go ahead and continue to take it through. We are going to be going into Champion Select pretty soon, but just continuing to talk a little bit about those champions. We see the Syndra pick has that all-in. Camille also has that all-in as well. So we'll see if they're going to be able to lock down the enemy champions from the Ducks, because Echo has the Chrono Break, able to get out of very sticky situations and heal back up. Silas has a lot of tank ability as well. Volibear, a lot of tank. So there's a lot of heal and a lot of sustain, which makes it a favorable matchup for the Ducks if they're able to get these long, extended team fights. But again, taking a look on the side of Fresno State, if the fight is over and they have no way to heal, having that Requiem all over the map, being able to finish off those kills. I mean, Syndra gets the champion low, use Karthazar. Camille goes in with a heavy trade, gets them low, uses that true damage, Karthazar. We have Lux with a long-range snipe, doesn't quite finish him off, Karthazar. So Karthas just being that nuisance, always going to be relevant unless he gets shut down super hard early. And we'll see if that's going to happen. And I hear a little bit of clapping. That tells me that my co-caster, Fantastic Fat Man, do I hear you? Are you back?
Yeah, I think I'm back. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, my friend.
Man, I apologize. I don't know what's going on. It was working completely fine, but unfortunately, now that we are live, it's starting to go away. But unfortunately, I was not able to hear some of what you covered. But did you hear my Silas prediction of him going to the top lane?
I didn't hear your prediction, and you look like you got it right. We talked about during the Worlds matchup, we've seen a lot of Volibear versus Camille top. Haven't seen a lot of Silas versus Camille top too. So it's going to be interesting to see who uses the Hextech ultimatum first. I mean, who is going to get, like, if one person gets ultimatum, then the other person kind of ultimates the other to the edge. Is that going to cancel one or the other? Or are they just going to be like caught in a Venn diagram to where they can't cross over to the middle and fight each other. So a very interesting interaction. Silas must have been so hard to program from Riot Games with the interaction with all of these ults. It's insanely nuts. It's crazy.
Yeah, 100%. Just wanted to go ahead and test. Is my mic still working?
Still is, my friend.
Okay.
Keep it going.
Perfect. Yeah, so as I'm looking over here at the draft, Hecarim did go over to the side of Fresno State. So he's one of those 80 carry jungler. I mean, 80 carry. Sorry about that. Those 80 junglers that can power farm and definitely provide a lot of map pressure with his ganks. Needs some setup, so that's where the Camille will come in handy. You know, the hook shot to go ahead and stun the Silas. Silas does have Kingslayer though, so we might be seeing an early rush of Executioner's Calling coming from Baking Yummy, just to nullify any kind of comeback potential that Silas can have. And I know you were speaking a little bit about the hijack, so that's definitely going to be a problem just because there's so many good ultimates on the side of Fresno State. He could take the Hextech Ultimatum and try to go 1v1 if he's ahead of the Camille, or if he wants to trap the Karthus, he could take the Lux Ultimate Final Spark and try to assassinate somebody from far away, unleash power from the Syndra to really help him burst someone down. It's really his for the taking, and along with Hecarim's Onslaught of Shadows, I believe it's called, he's going to really be able to initiate something. And then in the top lane, I see, or in the mid lane, I see a little bit of dive capabilities. Again, the Silas has Kingslayer to go ahead and heal up. And then Echo, he has the Parallel Convergence plus the Chrono Break to really take him back to safety.
Yeah, and also just taking a look at this team comp, I mean, a lot of University of Oregon, they want to just dive on top of the carries from Fresno State. I mean, we see Volibear wants to get on top of him, has the unstoppable ultimate. Silas can't do damage unless he's on top of the champions. Echo looking to get in, get those 3 procs off. Yeah. And is Fresno State going to be able to prevent the dive? Are they going to be able to elongate these team fights and like create the separation so that way they can get their damage off? It's a very scary team comp from the side of the University of Ducks, University of Oregon, if they're able to execute it to its fullest extent. But Fresno State has showed us last time, you know, team comp or nothing, they're ready to put up a good fight.
Yeah, it looks like they actually showed all of their cards in those scrims. University of Oregon, definitely give them kudos to preparing for it because it looks like they were kind of ready. Camille is someone I haven't seen Baking Yummy too much on because he either is like a tank player or he goes for the unorthodox picks like the Teemo and other picks that I will not name unless we see them here on the stream. But Camille, pairing up with the Undying Grasp, she does a lot of damage. She's able to scale up with it. One thing I definitely want to know, is he going to feel comfortable on it? Because he's kind of just to give you a little bit of an insight on him, he's kind of a player that really, really needs comfortability, really isn't really looking forward to taking the reins on a game and being the main carry. But he does have Karthus in the bot lane that could definitely help out. Requiem helping him out with the spread damage, the AP damage all across the University of Oregon. The University of Oregon. But I think this is Oregon's game to lose. Just looking at the team comp.
Yeah, they are put on a timer. If they aren't able to get onto those backline and able to keep the Karthus down, we know Karthus can just do so much damage in the late game. Syndra does provide that early game pressure to kind of allow Fresno State to get to that point. So it's really up to Oregon to push that early advantage and take over the game. Hecarim is going to be the kind of champion that loves to push the pace of the game. It does have the Onslaught of Shadows, so it might be able to fear. Like we said earlier, the CC, it's not reliable CC from the side of Fresno State. They have to land the Lux Binding. They have to land the ball from Syndra. They have to land the knockup from the Camille. And it's just all these skill shot dependent CC. They have to really be on point for their team comp to excel. But Volibear, just run at, click.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah, Scatter of the Week is probably like the best setup for Fresno State. just because it is kind of a skill shot towards like the back end of it. But if you're close enough, I think she's able to just have a spread area of effect. Volibear does have invulnerability frames though with the ultimate, so if he's going to be running up, I believe he's going to be R'ing in, bringing that Stormbringer and being a really, really tanky boy in front of a strong, in front of a squishy Syndra.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting onto the Rift, loading up pretty soon. And we are very excited to bring you guys this game. As the loading screen comes up, I got to ask you, Fantastic Fat Man, who are you going to give this game to, game one? You can't be biased here being from Fresno.
No, I can't be biased. I know I wanted to say Fresno State, but as far as looking at the team comp, I think University of Oregon might have the upper hand. Oh man, I did see Silas come up with Wonder in Worlds. He was up against a Lulu though, so not too much of a kill threat, but Lulu's auto attacks definitely suppress a melee champion like Silas. With the Camille though, she's just such a strong top pick, so I definitely think they're in favor of that top lane. But just the whole chemistry that Oregon has, they kind of have like a rundown type of comp. They definitely have a lot of playmaking ability with the ultimates. This side, like I said, I think this is Oregon's game to lose.
All right, Oregon's game to lose. So did I hear that right? You got the Ducks for game one?
Yeah, I think so. I won't be biased. Even though I do believe in Fresno State's team comp. They do have a comeback ability with Karthus just scaling. If they're able to prolong the game long enough, the Requiem is definitely going to be hitting hard, hitting everybody. And I'm not too sure what the build path is for it, though. I think you need to go Archangels, right? Or if you want to go damage, if you're going even, I think you rush the Ludens. Would you be able to fact check me on that based on your experiences?
Yeah, the Ludens Echo is mainly for Karthus if they're going to be getting the blue buffs. They are on the red side, so they will be hugging that blue side of the map for themselves.
Okay.
We might see Archangels. Archangels is for when you want to be a little bit more defensive. If you're trying to survive an all-in burst, which looking at the team comp of Oregon, you do see that all-in burst. Could be. I mean, the Rod of Ages is kind of an outdated one. That's where you have a little bit more sustained health and you're not so dependent on that Archangel staff. But it could be something that we see too. I really haven't seen Chunky Monkey build it too much, so I really don't have a prediction as to how he's going to build it in.
Yeah.
But it's something that we'll just have to see and if they're going to be able to play around it.
Well, just to go ahead and talk a little bit about the scenarios, I mean, Karthus is going to have somewhat of a comfortable time in the bot lane because if he goes max range with this Q, he's going to be able to farm up slowly, just last hit, especially if he singles out the target. It amplifies the damage of his Q. Obviously, towards the later game, Hecarim with the ultimate, he's going to be launching into him if he is the main carry, the main damage source of Fresno State. Hecarim's Onslaught of Shadows will get him to that back line. Volibear Stormbringer will get him to that back line. But as far as like the lane phase goes, I think Jhin and Bard need to use their flashes proactively to really be a threat because Bard has a stun, obviously, with his Q, and then Jhin has a snare plus lots of damage to back it up with the fourth shot Q combo. But I don't think Karthus should ever be in range of that. Plus, once those flashes are down, I mean, it's all comfort again, right? You just kind of take a back seat, says, hey, let me farm up. So I think his path to Luden's Echo should be fairly easy. But we'll see the aggressiveness. We'll see where Hecarim. Sorry about that. Hecarim's actually on the other side, but Silas could go ahead and hijack it. So that point still stands. Sorry about that. I forgot. Also, Silas can go ahead and hijack it. So this point still stands of him going to the back line. And it looks like we might be going in game, right? Are we in game?
We are in game, and we see some heavy trades at the very beginning of the game at minute 30. Echo not able to get that third proc, and Tom taking the win for this first trade, able to get the potions off of Echo right now. And this game, the early laning phase at least, is all about resources. How do you manage that effective HP? The HP that you have in lane, the HP that you have in your inventory. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they play this lane out. We see Jhin has the boots and mobility to start off, and that is going to be imperative for him to dodge that main source of Karthus damage.
Yeah, 100%. Lux, another great long-range peel, very long-range poke type of bot lane. You see Jhin already kind of getting some damage dealt. Bard already looking for an angle. So, yeah, you're going to be seeing aggression coming out of Oregon's bot lane. We'll see if they can get the good angles. We'll see if they could go ahead and manage the wave correctly. And look, already a gank.
Yeah, early gank, flash forward by the Volibear. It's the sun under the tower. The heal is popped and not going to be able to take down Tom. And Tom gets the first blood, uses the sun, and here comes Leonidas Kennedy to clean up. And clean up in the mid lane. We see 2 kills to 0 from Fresno State. And that's before 3 minutes. An explosive start. Fantastic, Fat Man.
Yeah, and then this is where Hecarim probably should have gone bot, maybe? Because they have the priority bot. They have the priority mid. Blue buff on the Syndra. They can go ahead and contest the red. Or they could go comfortable. Hecarim, he already has a kill under his belt. He'll just go clean up his top side. And then they automatically know that Volibear is definitely going bot.
Yeah, it's going to be such a hard lane for Echo. Echo wants to be able to get in and pop people, but if the Hecarim gets far ahead and gets too tanky for the pop, Echo just kind of is left twiddling his thumbs and doesn't know if he's going to be able to take down any of the other members. So it looks like his shift may change. He's going to probably still try to take down the Syndra or maybe take down the bot lane and might kind of focus his attention on that side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Hecarim, he should be having all the priority for double scuttle. And look at this, already another gank.
Yep, Leonidas Kennedy comes in and lands the red buff onto Echo, knowing they did not have the flash. He's trying to dash away, but Tom getting his second kill of the game. No TP left on Echo as well. And that is just, you feel bad if you're Echo in that situation, already starting off at this point.
Yeah, you don't want that Syndra on a lead, especially pre-level 6. You need the Chrono Break to really be a counter to the Syndra. Otherwise, right now you're just gonna get completely bullied out of the lane.
Yeah, we have to give props to Leonidas Kennedy right there, knowing that there wasn't summoner spells in the mid lane, knowing that the teleport was used. We see heavy trading from Bacon Yummy going on to the Silas right here. And, we're going to see a lot of sustain with the Grasp of the Undying, with the Fleet Footwork. It's going to be a battle of attrition from our top laners.
Yeah, already in favor of Bacon Yummy. You see a 12 CS lead. As far as the junglers go, I think Leonidas Kennedy was able to get double scuttle.
I believe so. That's what it looks like on the map. Volibear tries to find a gank into the top lane, but just using that hookshot from the Camille, able to get out of dodge, is able to reset with the wave in a decent spot right here. Looks like Silas is trying to freeze it right now to deny Camille. Camille kind of teetering, being very cautious. Notices that the Silas is backed off, so feels safe enough to go check that ward and know that she's safe to walk up and get that farm.
Yeah, pretty solid freeze attempt. Only because I think the Volibear left way too quick. Now Camille's gonna be able to clash it and add Silas with a lot lower health. He went ahead and took a lot of damage from the creeps to really freeze that, but I think it was a little bit of a fail. Oh, but Bacon Yummy actually no longer autoing.
Yeah, and we could have seen if Silas walked up a little bit as the Camille was trying to go into the bush and check for the Volibear, that might have scared Camille off enough to back up and buy a little bit more time to deny more creeps. So a little bit of a misplay, but not too bad, not going to be too detrimental, as again, we see them kind of sustain up. Oh, misses the dodge onto Bacon Yummy right there. Would have been a huge trade. But like we said, that battle of attrition in the top lane is just a lot of fun to watch right now.
Yeah, Fresno State being a top favored team style, you definitely want to see them looking for it. Hecarim has been up there for quite some time. I was expecting a little bit of an invade to check out the camps. Also, I see Volibear. Where is Volibear? He's creeping. Yeah, he's creeping.
And you see Fresno State trying not to get baited out by this right here. Volibear is putting down the pings. Is he going to pull the trigger? He's wasting a lot of time, but he goes for it. Slow put down by Carthage. He has the wall. He flashes out of the root from Jin. Very nice flash from Chunky Monkey. But they're trying to return damage right here and putting real Nico J kind of in a rough spot. Down a couple camps in CS. We do see the Hecarim passing the blue onto the Syndra. So Syndra going to use that lead to really be oppressive onto this Echo in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think Syndra having the Sork boots, already 2 stacks on the Dark Seal, it's gonna be enough that no Magic Mantle basically gets nullified with the Sork boots. Also, another thing too is in the bot lane, all that CC chain that they potentially have gets nullified from the range of the Karthus and the Lux.
And
Flash is down though.
Take a look down there. They started the dragon. It's getting really low right here. We don't really see. We see the flash from the Lux. Leonis Kennedy forced to get away. Uses the onslaught of shadows to exit the fight. Tom goes forward and tries to burst down real Nico J, but not able to do it. And Jinxie Moo with no flash right now, caught in a really precarious position. But we see, on the backside, there goes Camille trying to take down real Nico J, and is able to get the kill right here. The Hextech ultimatum does come out from Silas as well. Silas not able to pick off the kill, but is forced to flash out of the pit. And Tom is on the opposite side right here with very little mana.
Requiem.
Here comes the Requiem. We see Chunky Monkey takes down Atria from the top lane, and we see Blue Burglar goes down to an auto attack from Tom on a killing spree right now in the mid lane. And Fresno State is 6-0 within the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, so they were congratulations to Fresno State, really proving me wrong on the team comps here. It looks like it was their game to lose so far. We're still definitely in it. There's still potential for Oregon. They definitely need to mind their P's and Q's, speaking of Fresno State, but 100% they were able to nullify a lot of that damage that I kind of was looking at. But kudos to Fresno State, definitely proving me wrong on the team comps, and they're rolling away with this game. Hopefully they're going to be able to snowball the mid lane across the other lanes, top side, bot side, wherever they like.
Yeah, and we just have to give a huge shout out to Fresno State right there for that. Usually teams get so focused on the dragon that they give up their entire game just to secure that objective. Yeah. And we saw the team of Fresno State play that so well. They were out of position. We saw Jinxie move flash out and then re-enter the fight, confident enough in the team's abilities. And we saw Tom on the other side of his team in the mid lane. We saw them kind of swapped in terms of where their lane assignments were. Big trade from Bacon Yummy right here, has the level advantage and does have the grievous wounds onto the Silas right here, really putting the pressure down. It has a pretty substantial freeze in the top lane. But meanwhile, here comes Common on the backside. He puts down the parallel convergence, and we see them go forward. The flash from Bacon Yummy sees the escape. And Leonis Kennedy is here for backup, but not going to be able to make anything happen. Or is he? He uses the E to get some movement speed, but just says, okay, you know what? This is enough. I'm going to walk away and just let it be.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and see what else Oregon has. They definitely need to make the moves. I think once they start going into the mid game, they're going to have to be able to synergize a lot of their ultimates. I mean, the curtain call, the tempered fate can really be detrimental towards Fresno State's team comp. Hopefully they can go ahead and continue this lead, speaking of Fresno State. And Syndra, if she's able to bully the Echo into forcing him using the Chrono Break before Unleashed Power, I mean, that just nullifies that Echo pick 100%, right?
Exactly. And they have the mana to keep up that sustained pressure. But look at that. We see the final spark from Lux putting down so much damage. And we see Karthus walk away. Does have the Requiem off cooldown. They do know that Jin has a little bit of hot chocolate waiting for him under tower, and he's going to use that to kind of sustain up. Meanwhile, on the top side, we see Hecarim on the Rift Child right now, some heavy trading going on in the mid, but just creating that pressure so Fresno State able to take another objective and use that to continue their snowball.
Yeah. Oh, here comes Tempered Fate, unable to get him though.
Yeah, there is a miss. We see a slow from Karthus goes out. Jinxie Moo goes down right away, does not have flash. So very good capitalization right there. Chunky Monkey caught out in a very bad spot. Parallel convergence is bursted from the Echo, and the fourth shot from the Jin sees him take down his second kill for the University of Oregon. Hecarim not on the map right here, so not able to use that Eye of the Rift Herald to extend their lead. But Tom in the mid lane going to be using this time to kind of get those plates down and put some gold in his pocket.
Oh yeah, well done here. So Oregon was able to capitalize with those ultimates exactly like how I was thinking. Layer them all together. They definitely have the potential to come back with and make plays. They went to the bot lane, but minute on the Dragon. Hopefully they'll have a lot of their CDs back up by then. Teleport is coming up, I think, for Silas before. So it's really in their hands to come back into this game. Hook shot coming out. Oh.
Oh, yeah, and he lands the stun just on the tip and uses the Hextech ultimatum to lock him in. Onslaught of Shadow sees him secure the kill. And we talked about the top lane-centric style of Fresno State. But meanwhile, we see the stun onto the Echo. Here comes the Requiem and the Root, and he goes down before the Parallel Convergence. Even the Requiem can take him down, too. And they use that Rift Herald to break through top tower. A 6,000 gold lead right now for Fresno State.
Fresno State looking real comfy-wumpy with that gold lead. The Rift Herald is going to be getting another charge. Leon S. Kennedy is going to be able to pick up some the enemy's Gromp. Only one. I would have liked him to see him go Wolves, especially if since I'm pretty sure they saw Volibear go bot. So just clear up his whole top side, come back, recall, and then clear up your whole bot side.
Yeah, and we see the Dragon coming back up right now on spawn. Fresno State having a little bit of a late recall using that Rift Herald in the top lane. Chunky Monkey caught in a pretty precarious spot right here. Is able to dodge the root from the Jhin. A very good dodge right there. And right now they're just trying to set up their lead. They went back. They spent their gold. This objective is the Bulldogs for the taking. But they're looking to find the pick on the Bacon Yummy right here. We see the Volibear kind of looking around. A long-range knockup from the Silas, and Temper Fate goes out but doesn't land on anyone. Huge abilities used from the Ducks right now. We'll see if Fresno State is able to take advantage of them. Echo goes forward, puts some damage down on the Lux, but here comes the final spark. They have him locked up. He's able to use the Chrono Break to get out. Ignite, preventing some of that healing from coming back up. And Lux, long-range poke, almost there. And Syndra is on the bottom side. They're able to pincer the University of Oregon in the Dragon Pit. We do see the Bar Tunnel is there to try to get them out. We see them try to escape, and they live with just a sliver of health. They get the Dragon, and they get out. Well played from the Oregon Ducks right there to live with all of their members. However, they have the low HP bars, and Fresno State is going to use this as an opportunity to get some more pressure down on the map.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to take that mid turret. At least I don't think so. Only 3 members stayed. Not too much damage coming out. Oh, on this next wave, they'll be able to get... I apologize. And plus, turret plating has fallen, so a lot of the armor goes away. So, well done by Oregon. They were able to salvage that. Clutch smite on the side of the Oregon as well. Able to pick that up in such a scary and dangerous situation. They're definitely showing signs of trust just because they all were comfortable knowing that the Bard was going to let them get away. I think it's even called Magical Passage, right? Or something like that.
Magical Journey.
Magical Journey. So they had the Magical Journey in their pockets ready to go.
Yeah, and I was expecting right there for them to die because they were all trapped. But look at this. Leon S. Kennedy getting caught with a greedy recall on a ward right here. Uses the Onslaught of Shadows to get out. Tom body blocking for him. Able to get out of the 4th shot. No Parallel Convergence is going to land onto Tom right there. And they're able to force a pretty big cooldown, getting the ultimate off of that Hecarim.
100%. They're able to get well, that's a very crucial resource. But look at this. Tom able to get a Scatter of the Week.
Yeah, lands the Scatter of the Week, is forced to use that Parallel or that Chrono Break, and he's trying to get the damage down. We see the Parallel Convergence coming down to get the shield, and the Requiem not able to finish him off. Final Spark does not land, and we see Tom still very low in the bot lane. Is he going to be able to live? But meanwhile, on the top, we see some damage come back as well. Bacon Yummy going in, uses the flash to get out, but Real Nico J is there with a flash of his own to secure a kill for himself. And University of Oregon, they may be down, but they're not out.
No, 100%. They are not out. They're really trying to make the most of what their team comp can bring. And I definitely like Volibear answering up in the top lane for that 1v1. And here, look at this. Jhin is actually flanking.
Yeah, Tom misses the Scatter of the Week right there, but is able to use R. And we've heard the memes before, that press R button from the Syndra, just talking about how skill it takes. But the double kill from Jhin, a great outplay from PDX Triplet.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, look here. Here's Arthas. He lands on with the lay waste, and we see the teleport come in, but is answered by Bacon Yummy. He finds the Silas right here and catches him as he is mid-escape. No Requiem is on the plate right here, and I believe Bard was able to leave, right? Bard escaped?
Yeah, I think Bard was able to escape. Here, the turret goes down, and Baking Yummy wants more.
Yeah, he goes in but misses the knockup, is able to get his shield real quick with the auto attacks and puts down a lot of damage. And Chunky Monkey doing the best to kind of kite this out with the Lay Waste and the Defile. Real Nico J forced to turn around, but Chunky Monkey is able to walk out through that tri-bush. And we see a little bit of split focus from the Ducks right there. Maybe if they all focus on the Camille, they're able to take him down and keep continuing their process to come back in this game.
Yeah, 100%. Well done. I didn't really like Leon S. Kennedy's positioning on the map there. He was on the top side shoving the wave. I think, if anything, they probably should have invested into mid just so they can roll as a team into the Rift Herald. I think that would have been the better play. Maybe, I might be wrong, but Oregon definitely showing that they're investing all their members to really defend any play Fresno State is bringing out. So that could be detrimental to them depending on how the other members of Fresno State really punish them on the map.
The one word that comes to mind right now is commitment. How committed is this team to their fellow teammates? Like you saw in the bot lane, in a very scary situation, the Fresno State got caught out, with the Tom and the Lux, but the entire team just commits to their members and says, okay, we're going to be here to back you up. It doesn't matter if it's the wrong play, but if you're going to be there, we're going to go down with you. They end up still getting the Rift Scuttler instead because of that answer from the Ducks in the bot lane as well. So still able to use that to exert their map pressure and to continue to push Vision into the jungle and maybe start taking over some of these dragons. We see 30 seconds from a mountain dragon. It's going to be a mountain soul, and that's going to be really big on the side of Oregon if they're able to secure it with their tanky members in the Silas and the Volibear.
Yeah. Looks like Fresno State is gonna get the first. Is gonna be the first ones there. Dragon priority. They're gonna be able to get the scuttle as well. Plus, with the mountain drag, it really makes Oregon. It really turns the map, adding more terrain, making Oregon kind of funnel in through some of those entrances to the drag, and it looks like they are gonna give it up.
Yeah, they're being very cautious, Fresno State. They send Karthus mid to kind of push that in. They do see Silas in the top lane, so by seeing the Silas, they're able to do that. Ooh, a little bit of a missed smite right there, 26 HP. Not sure if the Jin Ultimate would have been able to secure that, but it was blocked very well by the members of Fresno State. And Oregon Ducks are going to answer with a top lane tower of their own, hopefully.
Oh, yeah. We'll be able to see. They're going to get the outer top turret, but the Rift Herald is online. They need to be careful because no telly on the Silas. Obviously, Volibear is the jungle, so no telly on him as well. They are going to be here late, but the Rift a little too far back. It's okay. Yep, Tempered Fate. I was going to say Bard is going to be able to react. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, huge ultimate from the Bard. They notice that it's on a cooldown, so they're going to turn and use this to fight. Echo does take down the Camille right there. And here comes Volibear on the backside to clean up a little bit. Jinxie Moo is stunned up, and Volibear is just running rampant all over him right now. We see Karthus trying to get the Lay Waste on the backside, not able to pick up any kills for himself. They are actually able to get the Bard in the beginning of that fight, but Fresno State just over-aggressing just a little bit right there, allowing a window for the Ducks to collapse on them in the mid lane and pulling their gold lead back within 5,000. So the Ducks, might be able to scale up a little bit and get to that point where their comp can actually be effective.
Yeah, the Echo is going to be turning into like a one-shot machine pretty.
Yeah, getting that Proto Belt on the Echo, uses that to continue to increase his gap close. And, it's a very squishy comp on the side of Fresno State right here. Camille has very little defensive stats. He has the No Magic Mantle and a little bit of health in the form of the Trinity Force, but still could be bursted down fairly easily. And if they layer their CC correctly, University of Oregon should be able to take down any member they want as long as they are on top of their game. Okay, doing a quick audio check. Fantastic Fat Man, are you still with me? Okay, looks like we're going through it again. You guys are stuck with me for right now. So taking a look at the state of the game, Fresno State has about a 5,000 gold lead over the Ducks right now. They have been giving up a little bit of their lead right here, starting out with an 8-0 lead. So Ducks calling back pretty well. We see Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, and we saw Fresno State take the previous Dragon, so they're able to delay that Dragon Soul just a little bit. those Mountain Souls are going to be really important to make sure that they don't get popped by the Echo, by that 4th shot of the Jin, and to keep it off of the enemy team. That is probably the most important part right now, is stopping the Volibear and the Silas from getting a little bit too tanky, as Fresno State running that triple AP comp. So we see Volibear itemizing correctly, getting that Spirit Visage to increase the healing and to reduce that damage done from the members of Fresno State, and just trying to be that unkillable monster that Volibear can be. Meanwhile, in terms of setup, we see a lot of the members invested on the top side of the map right now. Not sure if they're really going to go for the Baron, but at least just trying to get that vision to catch teams on rotation and catch them moving between lanes on the map. Okay, Fresno State keeping the mid lane pushed in, and we see them trying their best to bleed the resources from the Ducks. Volibear still able to pick up his own Wolf camp, so that's going to be very good for him, being able to keep those levels going up. Even levels in the top lane, even levels in the jungle. Syndra has a little bit of a lead over the Echo right now, but if they're not able to get onto a member that can be bursted down, it's not going to mean too much. Chunky Monkey has a level up on the Karthus, but meanwhile, Jinxie Moo a level down on the Lux. And if you're playing a CC bot, something like an Alistar, something like a Thresh, you know, that doesn't mean too much. But when you're Lux and you're supposed to be part of your team's damage, having that level disparity can be a very bad situation to be in. We see Fresno State moving into the bot side. They do have a ward on the Raptor camp, so they may be able to spot anyone moving in between. Might be able to pick them up, and Bard, being very patient right now, might be looking for a pick onto the Camille into the mid lane. We see Real Nico J is here on the Volibear as well. They're not going to go after the Camille. Camille goes down to the team in the bot side, and they're playing for their objectives accordingly. Meanwhile, Echo able to free farm in the top lane. They're sending Camille to answer right now, but there are 3 members trailing. Here comes Echo doing the best to put the damage down. Not going to land the Carol Convergence, but still able to exert a little bit of pressure. And here comes Blue Burglar over the side. We see him move forward. There goes the grapple from Camille to get out. Big ultimates used right there from the Volibear and the Bard. So Bacon Yummy able to go off and push the members of the Ducks off that tower. And they're going to be playing around that dragon. This should be a free dragon for Fresno State. More minions coming through the top lane, using the coffee to keep Echo nice and healthy, but they're not going to be able to push it down. They are just so afraid of this Camille right here. Just afraid of that one-shot potential. Meanwhile, we see Jinxie Moo tanking up the curtain call from the Jin. And we'll see if Bacon Yummy does anything to delay recalls, is able to push them back a little bit. And we see Fresno State, they might be able to converge here. We see some recalls coming out from the Ducks. I don't think Fresno State is going to go into that area. They do not have the wards available. Okay, Camille going on a recall, put in a lot of work right there to defend the team towers. Let's take a look at the farm right now. We see a bounty on the Karthus, who is up about 50 CS over the Jin. Syndra up a monumental amount, about 60 or 70 CS over the Echo. So we have to give huge props to Fresno State for their ability to farm and their CS leads, really managing their waves appropriately and taking the objectives accordingly as well. 2-2 right now on Dragons, so it's going to be a long way away from a soul. We may not even see a soul fight. This game might go pretty long. We see Hecarim going forward, putting down a little bit of damage, but not a lot. And Syndra just waiting in the top lane. Stalking the Ducks, using that duck call in the bush. Says, quack, quack, quack. Come here, Echo. Come here. And we see the Requiem come out. We see Echo get stunned. And, oh my god, this Unleashed Power not going to be able to land, but it didn't go on cooldown. So forcing a big ultimate from both sides. Echo not having that Chronobake to keep him alive, but not having the Requiem on the side of Fresno State is also going to be a huge detriment to them as well. I hear Aaron back. My man, thank you.
It looks like Oregon Ducks have really closed off the lead here. Oh no, not too much. It's 5. It's 5. It's back closer to the 5K mark. So
Yes.
Fresno State keeping the lead, huh?
Yeah, they stabilized it pretty well. You know, not letting that lead blow out of proportion. And we know the later this game goes, the more the less of a difference the goal disparity means. When you are at that 5 or 6 item power spike, I mean, the items or the gold lead doesn't mean too much because you can't spend it.
Yeah.
So if this game goes late, it truly does become anyone's game. That's the beautiful thing about League of Legends. If you're able to hold on past that part where you were behind and you're able to catch up and just not even catch up, but just stop it from bleeding, you're able to come back in that game.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that one. Hopefully for Fresno State, they don't reach that mark. But look at this. Proactive plays is what they need. And Bacon Yummy.
Yeah, he gets that knock-up onto the Silas. I thought he missed, but the Hextech Ultimatum sees him come out. Lands the slow on the Silas. We see a flash forward from the Syndra, forcing the flash out of the Silas as well. And I think that flash is more important from the Syndra, being that immobile carry from Fresno State. Oh, Bacon Yummy stops the recall, and they're able to force down this tower. So hopefully that flash is going to be worth it for taking down that tower and putting more pressure on that bot lane.
Yeah, he does have the phase rush and heal online. But if the wrong person meets him, like a Volibear, a lot of CC is going to come out, and all that movement speed isn't really going to mean much.
Yeah, so how well is Fresno State going to be able to protect their carries? We've seen a couple times where their immobile champions, the Lux, the Syndra, the Carthus, were caught a little bit too far out. So positioning is key right now.
Yeah, 100%. Like I was saying before, I think the Mountain Drag kind of favors Fresno State only because it funnels University of Oregon through these entrances all around, all across the jungle, and I think that's going to be the sweet spot for Fresno State to really fight in. You can really fight for anything, you know, especially if how hard Oregon really commits with their team. They're going to be able to fight for like a ward, a Raptors camp, a Wolves camp, anything. To be honest, especially if one member of Oregon gets caught.
Yeah, and we see the fight over Vision as the third dragon coming up for either team is coming up in 40 seconds. And that's so much of League of Legends is that legwork, being able to prepare for the fights ahead of time and secure that vision. We see that red ward that's pushed into the bot side jungle of the Ducks right now. And Bacon Yummy just continuing to put this pressure down in the top lane. And look at that, bursted so low. Here comes the Hextech Ultimatum, does land onto Silas, not able to come back. And Bacon Yummy with a solo kill for the Bulldogs.
Great job on the part of Bacon Yummy, and that's another scaling factor for the side of Fresno State there. I know a lot of people complain about Camille having Cho'Gath R on a 3-second cooldown, and I think they're definitely going to be seeing a lot more of that as the game progresses. Oh, a missed Tempered Fate there.
Yeah, Blue Burglar just coming short on several tempted fates throughout the game. And it's such an important ability for you to land as a Bard. It just sets up all of your team fight. If your team is not able to find the flanks, I mean, Echo, huge flanking champion. Silas, huge flanking champion. Volibear, huge flanking champion. But Fresno State has the wards around them to prevent the flank and funnel the Oregon Ducks into one area, and they're able to play around it accordingly. Well done from Fresno State.
Yeah, and we see that is third Mountain Drag for Fresno State, so the resistances are going to be amplified that much more. You do not want to see his soul come up just because it's really going to take away Jin and Echo from that like one-shot capability, you know, that hardcore damage to really endanger some of the members of Fresno State.
Yeah, but you see Fresno State still not able to just kind of steamroll them down. They're playing very patient. They're not going past their limits. We saw them push their limits in that mid lane dive when they saw Bard use the ultimate. And then, you know, they thought, oh, Bard ultimate's down. Let's go on top of him. And then they realized, oh, wait, when Bard ultimate's over, that means that the tower is back up. And then they just took so much damage and they just kind of fluffed it. So we see them, you know, kind of poking around the Baron. They don't really have a strong Baron team. I mean, they kind of do. They do have the lay waste from the Carthus, who is able to burn it down a little bit. But they don't have that sustained AD damage that can really shred the Baron like a Jinx or like a Kaisa. You know, those really strong AD champions being able to rush that Baron down and catch the Ducks slipping.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do is also kind of like drag out Oregon from where they were at, especially with Bacon Yummy there in the bot lane. He does have TP online. Echo has the TP, so it's they're going to be able to match each other. Baron already getting melted down. Oh, the Volibear recalled.
Oh, but the Volibear isn't there. That's a huge throw. They look like they were going to go on the Camille, and then they just don't see the Camille. They don't collapse on that opportunity. Tempered Fate from Bard isn't able to lock up the Baron. Lands a summon. Here comes Bacon Yummy on the back line, able to burst down the Jhin, trying to force the flash away. Here comes the Requiem, and it's not going to take anyone down, but it is able to help bars low. And we see Jinxie trying the best to kite out, uses the flash to get away. And we just see so much damage coming out, but it is a great sustained team fight. Ducks able to navigate very well. Bacon Yummy going in, trying to put some damage down. Lands a knockup onto Echo, but isn't able to finish him off. And here comes a poor shot from Jhin, able to give the kill over to his bear friend. And Fresno State loses 3 of their Barons in a team fight they did not need to take.
No, they did not need to take that, but I think Bacon Yummy saw an opportunity to go in, a little bit of miscommunication because you saw some Fresno State members still kind of walk away from that. Kudos to him, though. He was able to bring down Silas with them, so he got one.
Yeah, so being able to take down one person, it's a little bit of a return. They still have 2 Barons with their team, and we know this team comp, they really, I mean, grouping up, especially after that last fight, you might be a little scared to group up if you're Fresno State. Yeah. You know, the team fight, you can see they're having a little bit of struggles navigating it. You really want to see Karthus get multiple Qs off. You really want to see Tom maybe catch someone. Bacon Yummy forcing a little bit too deep. Did not need to go on top of that Jhin. I mean, Jhin does have 3 kills, is 3-1, but I mean, you really don't need to trade 1 for 1 when you have Baron and that split bush capability that Bacon Yummy was showing us all game long.
Yeah, and then one good one silver lining, I think this is the term that's used here. Silas, it was completely nullified there in the top lane. And as the game progresses, he's going to be becoming more and more of a threat. I see a blasting wand already getting picked up. I wonder what's it going to get turned into? Is it going to get turned into a Luden's Echo? I believe he has Zonia's and the water gun, right?
Yeah, he has the Hextech DLP able to look for those picks. But we see the magical journey from the Bard going a little bit too far forward. The final spark, and Tom takes him down with the Unleashed Power. But at what cost? There goes Jinxie Moo going down as well. And Triplet picks up a kill for himself. A 1-for-1 so far. Support for support. And we see them dance around this dragon. It's 40 seconds until this comes back up. But Chunky Monkey caught a little bit too far out, is able to put down multiple Qs and forces the chrono break from the Echo, but does have that movement speed. Redemption pops, and it's not going to be enough. But Bacon Yummy is on the top side right now. Remember, doesn't have that Baron buff, but is putting so much pressure and is making the Ducks make a decision. They have to choose between their base or the Mountain Dragon right now. And we see him go forward on the Echo, knowing Echo doesn't have the ultimate. Uses the Hextech ultimatum right there. Requiem might be popped a little too soon, but it is not too soon. Able to get the damage off, and the Hextech ultimatum is able to block him out. He has a 1v1 right now. It's a 1 versus 2, but we see Real Nico J going onto the Syndra. Syndra trying to kite out, but Bacon Yummy putting the damage down and just obliterates Silas from the map. Lands a knockup onto Blue Burglar right now, and is just dancing around the team. Oh my god, what a solo carry from Bacon Yummy. Goes in on a Blue Burglar again, and we see him. He has blood in his eyes, but the blood falls on the ground himself. We see the soul being taken from Fresno State, and Bacon Yummy did not have to take that fight, but he is really feeling himself tonight, Fantastic Fat Man.
Oh, yeah, he's feeling himself a little bit too much. Hey, Mountain Soul goes over to Fresno State, and he said he saw blood in his eyes, but I think that obscured his vision because he went tunnel. Unfortunately for Oregon, they did have to give up the Mountain Soul. Great plays by Fresno State, really taking advantage of the whole map. Camille still has Telly online. When they went to the Baron, he never used it. Bacon Yummy goes to the bot lane, almost had the inhibitor. I would have liked him to secure that inhibitor, but fortunately for Oregon, they were able to stop it, and they still have a little bit of breathing room, especially since the inhibitor regains health, right?
Exactly. It does regain a little bit of health, but tell us a little bit about these objectives coming up right now, Fantastic Fat Man. What do we see in these timers, and how are these teams going to prepare?
Oh man, Elder Dragon is online since Soul was taken. Baron is coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. We'll be able to see which team has the better macro. And oh, look at the damage off of Syndra.
Yeah, uses the Unleashed Power to, get that off of the Echo, but Volibear able to get on top of him as well. And Syndra walking away. We see Hecarim looking for the flank right now. And is he going to over-aggress? We've seen Fresno State do this before. It goes forward and puts the damage down. but might be forced to walk away. We see the stun from the Volibear, and it is locking up the Hecarim so much right here. Still has the ultimate online. Is he going to use it? He waits until the last second, but gets very little done with it. But here comes Camille from the side that Requiem lands onto all of the members, and it softens them up. And here comes Bacon Yummy trying to take down that monster of a bear. Gets the shutdown on the Volibear. Flashes forward onto the Silas. Silas doing the best to sustain up, but not going to be able to go through too much. Is able to walk away. Ooh. And Echo goes golden, but eventually falls, and Chunky Monkey is on a rampage on that Karthus. And the Karthus is here, man. We are at late game. We talked about it in Champion Select, didn't we?
Yeah, the infinite scaling on Karthus. I mean, as time goes on, he really just becomes the angel of death, bringing out so much damage, being such a huge threat. Top inhibitor goes down for the Oregon Ducks, and Chunky Monkey's definitely online. 4 items. Echo, it almost looks like his burst potential is completely nullified because of the Mountain Soul. Same thing with Jin. A lot of that burst potential that we were able to see for Oregon has completely gone away. Every single member of Fresno State was living with a little bit of health, able to walk away, regen that shield, the Mountain Soul shield, and come right back in to dish out even more damage. 3 members, I believe, did go down for Fresno State, right? Or was it only 2?
It was 3. Chunky Monkey and Jinxie Moo were left alive. They did take down that inhibitor turret with Baron coming up and Elder coming up in 3 minutes as well. And, you know, looking at builds, we talk about late game. We're getting there to those last items, but we see Silas still not having that 3rd item finished yet, while Camille is almost full build. And look at the amount of pink wards they have out right here. We see, you know, 2 pink wards in their inventories, and they're doing their best to kind of choke out the vision right now. They just have to play the waiting game and wait for the Ducks to make a misstep.
Yeah, 1 misstep from Oregon could really cost them the game. Bard already at half health, so he's not really going to be able to walk up and cue somebody alongside the wall. I see Jin already recalling. Not the greatest moment to recall. I wonder if he canceled it. Yep, he did cancel it. I believe that reveals vision as well, so they know they are on it.
Oh, but here we go. Volibear goes forward, trying to get on top of the Karthus. They're trying to burst him down, and Karthus is shut down right here, but is still able to use the passive to get the Requiem. Slays Blue Burglar, and we see low health on Comet right there. He falls as well, and Tom walking away with a sliver of health right there, probably single-digit HP. But, man, that Requiem did so much damage right there. We see Fresno State ace the Oregon Ducks. They're going to march into the base. They're going to take down the tower. And they're on their way to their first victory of the night.
Yeah, congratulations to Fresno State, really proving me wrong, showing that their comp was really the best. Played it to their advantages, got an early lead, something you don't want to see on a double AP bot lane like a Karthus and Lux. And 100% kudos to Fresno State. Well done. That's game 1 for Fresno. Mountain Soul really helping them out there. And that Karthus passive gave them they were comfortable in basically using the Requiem there. No Temper Fate to stop that. No CC to stop that. Woo!
Yeah, what an interesting game that was. We see so many people tunnel on those early dragons, but Fresno State says, it's okay to give 1. It's okay to get 2. But then they started coming back and fighting for that objective, and they were able to use that to their win condition, get Karthus tanky and online, allow Tom to just burst people and get those ultimates and those huge cooldowns off of the Oregon Ducks. And Bacon Yummy just being a split push god in the top lane. They really played their comp well. Couple of missteps. We'll see if the Ducks are able to clean it up a little bit and really capitalize on those missteps that Fresno State did. But when you fall into such an early deficit, it makes it that much harder to capitalize on those comebacks.
Yeah, and another thing too I wanted to go ahead and state is you don't need those early dragons. Those early dragons are pretty much useless if you're a scaling comp, especially if you already have the lead in the early game. Because once you come online with a couple of your champion picks or with some items, whatever it may be that makes you online, you're gonna be able to secure the rest of the dragons, therefore amplifying it that much more. They had 4 mountain dragons with the soul. They had the comfort to go all offense there. So exactly. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And not having to worry about the echo burst is so huge. I mean, we saw them all gang up on the Karthus right there, but if you kill the Karthus, you don't really kill the Karthus.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still there putting down damage. And with the kind of champions that they had that went onto the Karthus, with the Echo, with the Volibear, they used all of their gap closers to get on top of them, and then they're not able to get away. And Karthus is just like, okay, just sit on top of my Defile and then watch your health bars go bye-bye.
Yeah, exactly. I was a little sad to not see go bye. I was a little sad to not see the Temper Fate come out in those Baron plays as an initiator, because Curtain Call, the Temper Fate, they're able to do so much with that kind of combination. But yeah, congratulations to Fresno State. It is their homecoming. They're getting the W's for a special day for them. I can't wait to see what we got in store for the next game.
Yeah, we're going to see the draft come up pretty soon. But, way to be Fresno State on their homecoming and then on their production debut to come out here and really kind of take this game by the reins. I mean, from 3 minutes onwards, they just did so well in keeping their leads going. But, a little bit of missteps here and there, but that's why you play these exhibition games. So in this upcoming game, Fantastic Fat Man, how do you anticipate these teams kind of tweaking their comps a little bit? How do they tweak their play style? Do we see the mid laner go into more of these mages from the Ducks? Because, I mean, Echo, I didn't see Echo in his champion pool when I was looking at his OP.GG.
Yeah, I didn't notice that either. I think I actually saw Echo on the top laner, and I saw Silas on his champion history as well as one of his most played champions. So that's why I definitely expected it to go to the top lane. I think we're going to be maybe seeing roster swap if it is how I was thinking, where they brought in two players that kind of had a catered champion kit to really counter the bot lane of Fresno State. If that didn't work, since that didn't work out, assuming in my theory, if that doesn't work out, then we might be seeing Leech Sin come back in. But that's just me, just going crazy with theories and trying to understand Oregon. If not, if these two really are the starters, then we'll be probably trying to see a more scaling type of ADC, maybe even a more aggressive type of ADC, along with like a Bard, a Thresh, something like that.
And something I want to point out, when you're taking a look at your rosters, you really want to play to your roster strengths. Yeah. So Fresno State, playing to that top lane centric, being able to outplay, do these 1v2 crazy plays. And, you think if you're going into that matchup and you know that the enemy laner has that much, elo over you in terms of rank, I mean, of course, competitive is always different, right? But, I mean, you don't really want to put someone that is that far, I think, behind, especially in a 1v1 lane such as top lane, on something like the Silas that is meant to just kind of steamroll and take over games by themselves. We saw 0-7 and 7 on the Silas, so pretty underwhelming performance from the top laner of the Ducks. I want to see him maybe play something a little bit more team oriented, where even if you're behind, you can still contribute to your team. Maybe like an Ornn, if it's not banned out again. I believe the Ducks banned it last time. Maybe they play something a little bit more tanky, like a Maokai. I mean, giving up that lane and letting Bacon Yummy have that pressure, because he's going to have that pressure anyways, right?
Yeah.
And see if they're able to, still get that utility from the top laner of the Ducks.
Well, we shall see. We are already in pro draft. Fresno State banning out the Wukong, Alistar, and Caitlyn. Then Oregon goes ahead and bans out Samira, Camille, and Nidalee. Yeah, that Camille, too powerful of a pick. The Cho'Gath are in 3-second cooldown. That is not nice to have, especially towards the late game with all those Undying Grasp stacks on the champion.
Yeah, and Fresno State, again, when you think about the bans, they're not only banning away comfort in terms of the Wukong, because Wukong is that comfort pick from the top laner of Oregon University or University of Oregon, but banning away the Alistar and Caitlyn, which are just really dominant bot lane champions, knowing that they play kind of a weak bot side, and we see this Maokai coming out from Fresno State. Who do you think is playing that Maokai, Fantastic Fat Man?
It definitely could be Chucky Monkey, but it really is being first picked. I think they're trying to give some spooky vibes to Oregon and let them think that they're gonna be able to play it up in the top side. I know it was played a little bit in the mid, but I don't think it's too good of a pick right now in the mid lane. So maybe they're trying to tempt Oregon into thinking it's a flex. I personally don't believe so. Chunky Monkey, the number one tank player we got, especially with the meatball comp in the bot lane. Swain picked up in response, and Leona, so might be answering in response. Trying to see, might be answering with their own kind of AP scaling in the bot lane. We'll see. I don't know. That's kind of the Fresno State's, bread and butter. I don't know if you could really beat Fresno State at that.
Yeah, and I don't see Swain in any of those champion pools right there. If they're picking the Swain Leona into the Maokai, I'm a little worried because Maokai is meant to just have that insane amount of sustain. We see the Teemo.
Oh, yeah.
We see the Teemo.
Did my mic go out? Did I clap too hard? Did I move? Did I kick something?
No, I hear you loud and clear. Fantastic, Fat Man. This isn't a dream. We're seeing it again. We get to broadcast Teemo to our Fresno State locals and to all of our viewers right here. You guys get to see a competitive Teemo game, and boy, do you guys have a treat with a Zillion picked up as well. I wonder if Oregon knows what's going on. I wonder if they're freaked out right now.
Yeah, this is scary already. We have 2 live Zillion on the comp of Fresno State. The chrono shift, if used correctly in the team fights, can really be a nuisance because just when you think you're about to take one member of Fresno State down, Fresno State has the chrono shift to really bring them back. Lucian being picked up, someone I said is extremely good in the mid lane. We'll see how he'll be able to deal with, or we'll see how Zillion will be able to deal with the Lucian. But Teemo. LS has always said that this champion is not that bad. His kit is meant to bully in the top lane. He one-tricked it all the way to dive in as a new player of League of Legends. So Teemo is not a bad pick, especially if it is a comfort champion for Bacon Yummy.
And that's the thing, too. You don't see Teemo in competitive play very much, which means you don't really see it too much in solo queue, right? Because whenever people play solo queue, they just try to pick what's OP. But I mean, when you pick a Teemo, some people just haven't seen it in so long. They're like, "What do I pick? Like, what do I do?" And the answer pretty much is nothing. You just have to get destroyed by the Teemo unless you have the right answer. I don't think Lucian's going to be the answer to the Teemo because the blind counters a lot of Lucian's kit. So maybe that's a mid lane blind pick Lucian or the Lucian into the Zillion. Maybe they're anticipating the Zillion being picked mid lane. And the way you counter a mid lane Zillion is you just push him in over and over and over again. Zillion is very bad at farming under his tower. If you don't allow Zillion to roam and get his abilities off, then you're going to be able to win that mid matchup and then eventually let that bleed over to the rest of the map.
Yep, exactly. Ooh, I like how they did pick up the Ornn because even if he does fall behind, he has a nice kit to really help out his team. Some setup with the knockup, the Brittle, Call of the Forge God. Nice, real team fight, game changer, especially if you initiate it, if you hold on to it a little bit. A great kit to come back from behind. We'll see how well Teemo can bully the Ornn, though, because if he falls way too behind, then he can't really go in and provide all that CC.
Yeah, Teemo is going to have that sustained damage. We see a Nico picked up. Not sure if that's going to be Nico bot or Zillion bot. I'm assuming it might be Maokai Zillion bot and just have that infinite sustain. But Nico, you don't see Nico anywhere. Fresno State pulling a lot of rabbits out of their hat right now. I love to see it. University of Oregon, we still don't know exactly if that Swain's going to go bot or mid. I'm assuming it's a bot lane because Lucian's more of that solo lane type champion. But you see so much squishiness from the side of Fresno State. Oregon Ducks pick up the Kazakhs, and they're going to look to burst them down. Not so sure if picking the Kazakhs is the right play. Their only source of AP damage is that Swain. And Graves has that true grit passive, that armor passive that's going to allow him to fight the Kazakhs in the jungle and really go toe-to-toe with them. A big comfort champion on the side of Elias Kennedy. Would you agree?
Yeah, 100%. He loves the Graves. And also, it is a power farming type of champion. And also, he can bully out-path the enemy jungler. Kazakhs is basically letting it be known that, hey, I'm going to be present on the map. I'm going to go 3 camp, or I'm probably going to go 4 camp, but I will be present on the map. Kazakhs, if you're really good on Kazakhs, you can definitely just full clear and path incredibly well. but I believe the Graves should be able to counter it just because, like how you said, the True Grit with the armor stacks, especially if you play off of his ISO extra damage, he'll be able to nullify a lot of what Kha'Zix does. It's really kind of like closer to 50-50. We'll see. And it looks like we're going into the champion select here, and we'll be able to know if that is a Zilean Maokai bot, kind of a Fresno State special there. Wouldn't you say so?
Yes, sir. We know Fresno State loves playing out of the meta. They're really taking advantage of the way this game has evolved over time. It was really stale there for a second. You know, season 8, season 9, you're like, man, it's been the same kind of champions, the same kind of roles. And then season 10 hits you, and it's like, nope, we're going to go out the window of all the existing stuff. I just want to say how much confidence they have in Bacon Yummy's Teemo for him to blind pick it. You don't typically blind pick a Teemo. That's not something that you do. Teemo, you have to have kind of like a certain setup for. So you kind of see why they picked the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix uses a lot of the damage from the isolated Q, and Ornn is kind of there for the knockup. So we'll see if they try to take advantage of Teemo on the top lane. But Leon S. Kennedy is going to be able to provide that jungle pressure and hopefully give Teemo the support that he needs to just run over the top lane like we know Bacon Yummy can do.
100%. And Zilean actually being picked up in mid. So we'll see if they're going to be able to swap it, or if they are going to swap it. I don't believe it's going to go mid, even though it's still being shown that.
No, it definitely is not going mid, I believe. That means Nico is going on to Jinxie Moo in the bot lane. And we're going to see, okay, I think I see where this is going. It's going to be a Maokai route into a Nico route into that 3 proc Q. So they're really looking to stack their damage. So it's kind of a bursty comp, and it's kind of awkward that they're picking a bursty champion into something like the Swain and Leona, who are a little bit more tanky. It's not like you're playing into a Vayne, Janna, or like a Lux, Caitlyn, or anything like that. So we'll see if they're able to pull it out and play their cooldowns appropriately. Nico really needs to keep that distance, and Maokai really needs to be that front line and use that sustain in the passive to keep their lane nice and healthy.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. The CD timing and the layering of the CC, we'll go ahead and see how well the bot lane of Fresno State can go ahead and do that. Also, for the side of Oregon, they have the Swain, a little bursty, but he does need items to really come online and be a full threat. I think in order to fully win that bot lane, if Leona does go in and get a Zenith Blade onto the Nico, do you think it would be best for the Maokai to just completely shift his attention onto the Swain?
Yeah, I mean, you really want to stop Swain from getting all that sustain back up, especially when we get to level 6. Level 6 is where you see kind of like that big burst come from the Nico and that long range engage from the Maokai, especially if the Graves come in and it adds that damage on top of it. You really want to stop Swain from getting that constant DPS off. And we'll see if Leona is able to do enough, because usually what happens when you see them trade in the bot lane, you see the Leona go on to the carry, you see the Maokai go on to the other carry, and it's whether or not they're able to peel for themselves. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do that on the side of Fresno State. And from the Ducks, it's going to be a very interesting bot lane. This isn't something that you normally see. Definitely off meta, so we definitely have a treat for our viewers this evening. But we just know the top side of the map for Fresno State, so strong. Lane dominant Teemo, jungle dominant Graves. Zilean not as lane dominant, but still, does his job with the speed ups, with the AoE stun that's capable, with that chrono shift to keep his carries alive in that Teemo and the Graves. So the comp looking pretty good for Fresno State. No bias here intended at all, but we'll see if Ducks are able to play to their strength. Their strength is basically a pure pick comp. Kha'Zix popping off, Lucian being able to kind of dance around the fights. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's gonna happen. I don't mean to harp on the bot lane. What's it called? Any much more, or sorry about that. I don't mean to harp on the bot lane that much more, but just one little thing that I wanted to ask is, do you think Swain's abilities get outranged by Nico's? Because if Nico throws out her snare, let's say she gets Zenith Blade and then stunned by the Leona. Can she technically throw out her snare through the Leona at max range and probably land on a already rooted Swain, right?
Yeah, definitely could. But
Okay.
Swain can answer back with that, and with Swain scales pretty much infinitely with the W ability. So if he lands that W and they just keep taking these trades over and over and over again, and Fresno State's not able to actually kill the Swain, I mean, we're going to see the Swain scale a lot harder than the Nico Maokai would.
Yeah.
But are they going to scale hard enough to take off the Graves carry and to mitigate that eventual top lane loss the Teemo is going to inflict on the other team? And it's really going to kind of be up to Jungle Diff right now, I think. Kha'Zix has to find the ganks, has to get himself ahead, and he has to really be the carry of his team. Zillion's going to be playing patient, going to be giving up the lane, not going to be pushing it into the Lucian. Zillion isn't picking that lane to beat the Lucian. I can tell you that 100%. Zillion is picking Zillion to be around the team. So we'll see what Fresno State does, how they play it out. We'll see if the University of Oregon, if they're able to get that Kha'Zix up and running. Because if you fall behind on a Kha'Zix, it's a feels bad man all day long.
Yeah, he becomes a very, very squishy champion, and he really needs a lot of setup to really take advantage of those ganks. Because if you don't land the setup, the enemy team can then turn onto the Kha'Zix and really, really punish them for it. So that is a lot of trust into your team to pick up the Kha'Zix. Also, another thing I wanted to know is I actually think this is Baking Yummy again having big shoes to fill, because with that Kha'Zix being picked up, you got to be thinking he's going to be roaming around top lane nonstop. So he's going to be needing to absorb so many ganks. That's at least what I think, especially since they've already seen the Teemo in action in some of those scrims. You got to be thinking they're going to try to nullify that annoying Yordle as much as possible.
Yeah, the teams just have to play around their champions. And this is why competitive League of Legends is so exciting, because it's just so flexible. It's not like solo queue. There's so much that goes into planning and to draft. And we are loading onto Game 2, Fantastic Fat Man, Fresno State Bulldogs versus the University of Oregon Ducks. Let's go.
Let's go, dogs. Homecoming, are they going to do 2-0 and hop on out of here, or are they going to give us a little bit of a show and go to Game 3? You know what I'm saying? What's the script say?
Fresno State, I mean, they really want to put their stamp down, especially after having a disappointing performance in the Mountain West conference bracket, the tournament bracket that they had. They really want to show growth as a team right now, and we see Tom is stepping in as the substitute mid laner, so we'll see if they can find a mid laner who can take that full-time position and really continue the growth of this team.
There you go, chat. Let it be known if it is you. If you think you have what it takes, let it be known. Oh, and here we go. It's looking like an invade coming out of Oregon.
They're hugging that thing, and Bacon Yummy is dancing around on the Teemo. Doesn't get that invisibility, but you see Leona go around, and he's forced to flash that root right there. A big root from Nico, stopping all 5 members of the Ducks, but not before they get that Teemo flash. And if there's something that makes a Teemo vulnerable, it's that summoner spell.
Yeah, I think that was the Nico, though, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the Nico was okay. Nico camouflage as the Teemo. Oh my god, good catch right there. That just shows how little we deal with stuff like Nico and Teemo.
Yeah. I don't blame you. Sometimes we forget what some of these off-meta champions do. And the Nico really, I think that used the global taunt that the Teemo has really made Oregon commit to that. But Flash on a support, not too bad.
Yeah, we see Lucian stepping forward, putting damage down onto the Zillion, forcing him in a bad position, already going down and forcing out some corrupting potions. But speaking of champions that we don't see too often, that Nico, what's the ultimate name for Nico? What's Nico's ultimate?
Hot Blossom.
My man, he's got it. See, we did a little bit of prep work tonight for you guys.
Try to. You know what I mean? We want the best for Fresno. We want the best for Fresno State.
Yeah. So, talking a little bit, I was wondering why JC Moo was moving around so much. I'm like, that's Teemo. If Teemo stops moving, they're invisible and they can't be spotted. But, I mean, it wasn't Teemo. But we see Timo at the very beginning. He was just kind of waiting in that bush, waiting for the Ornn to step up and zone him off of the creeps. And that wave is going to be slow pushing. But look, in that red side, we see Graves finding the Kazakhs. We see the pings. Was Graves able to get that red buff? Not sure. It looks like he might have been able to. And they're tracking the pathing very well. Meanwhile, we see a big trade on the bot side. We see Maokai go in, lands the Twisted Advance onto the Swain right here. And we see the Ignite pop. Jinxie Moo does have abilities on cooldown. Misses the root onto the Swain, but still has the Q. And we see just a very extended trade right now. Oh, the root goes onto the Maokai, and here comes the Ignite. Zenith Blade goes forward, and the first blood goes to Leona, but Jinxie Moo able to pick up a little bit for themselves. And oh, the root onto the Swain. Jinxie Moo able to dodge it, and gets a double kill for herself. Great bot lane play right there from the side of Fresno State, really stepping up to take over the reins for their team and say, you know what, we're not getting carried by our team. We're some carries ourselves.
Yeah. We're not the weak side. We're strong side of the map. And it's looking like Jinxie Moo might be a potential carry for Fresno State with those auto attacks, the third proc. Well done, had the fancy feet and was able to avoid the CC from Swain. Kudos to Fresno State, already going on the board early yet again.
And another thing that's really impressive about that is Nigo did that all without flash. I think that's what baited them into taking that fight, knowing that the support didn't have that flash available. And they said, okay, we got to go all in. But meanwhile, in the top lane, Timo is going to be caught out. Kazakhs is on the way. And here comes Ornn just trying to run down that little rat that is Timo. And he's going to go invisible. Oh, but the Oracle's Events finds him out. And the knockup onto Bacon Yummy does land. Kazakhs is blinded right now. There goes the Ignite. Timo flashes away, able to put down the auto attacks, and he eventually dies to the poison. Bacon Yummy taking down a 1-for-1 right there and putting the Kazakhs a little bit behind, able to pick up the kill. But Gray is going to be farming away and says, all right, I'll go take your wolves.
Yeah, I think that's extremely good for Fresno State because it's a flash for flash, a kill for kill on a gank. And it looks like Graves is getting the rubber banded Gromp from Kazakhs. So that initial like spike on the rubber banded camps that you get coming off of your first recall is now being taken away from Graves. Although it is only a Gromp, but that's one of the favorite the camps for Kazakhs just because it's one target and it's ISO'd for his Q and his autos.
Yeah, we see the root onto Jinxie Moo right there. Oh, Leona Kennedy comes over the side right there, putting down the damage. Leona is rooted, is able to flash away, and TP is coming out from the Ornn, being matched by the Zillion, and they're moving forward. It is 4 versus 2 right now. Tom flashes forward, is able to land the CC onto the Swain. Zenith Blade misses from Leona, but walks up and is able to just target, point and click Q, stuns up the Graves, and Ornn picks up a kill for himself. 2 kills so far, and here comes Kazakhs on the backside. Are they going to feed the bug? Tom and Jinxie Moo trying their best to answer with a kill, but they're not going to be able to as Kazakhs picks up another kill, and so does the Ornn. And a great play from the University of Oregon Ducks right there, able to get some kills onto the board, and they get the lead at the beginning of the game this time around. Uh-oh, Fantastic Fat Man. I think it happened again, my friend. So we're going to continue on until we get that audio fixed yet again. And take a look at this. We see the University of Oregon. They pick up the dragon right here. So they have a significant gold lead. But Leona, getting a little bit too close, is able to walk away. And we'll see how Fresno State responds. They're able to answer with a little bit of farm for themselves. Bacon Yummy going up on the CS. But 2 kills going over to the Ornn. Has 5 kill participation right now. And that means there's a lot of gold on that tank for Timo to shred. Fantastic Fat Man, I can hear you.
Issues, but we are back. And nice stun by Tom on the Zillion, the double bomb with the Zillion onto the Lucian. And look at this, Timo being super aggressive, being that bully top lane.
Look at where Ornn's going. Ornn doesn't go to the tower. He's going right into Leon as Kennedy forced to go backwards. And the Timo stream does land. Are they going to be able to take him down? It doesn't look like it. Ornn is just so tanky with that Spectre's Cowl. And the early kills going onto the Ornn right there really being detrimental to Fresno State's game plan to accelerate that Timo and just have him bully the enemy team out.
Yeah, 100%. It's a little unfortunate that he did pick up so many kills and assists in that bot lane team fight. He basically got all the resistances that really nullified Timo. And I think he might even be going for, I believe it's called the Adaptive Helm, where it really, really nullifies the dot from Timo.
Yeah, Yeah, we see as time goes on, he takes reduced damage from the same ability. And that poison over time is the same ability, technically speaking. So Teemo even going to have a more difficult time trying to kill the Ornn. Does start with the Sorcerer's Shoe, so trying to mitigate some of that magic resist. And we see the makings of what could be either a Leandri's or a Morello's. Likely a Leandri's because Teemo likes to do that percent max health over time. But we'll see where he goes ultimately if he favors that magic pin because of that Ornn. Is he really going to play just purely for the Ornn, or is he going to play for the rest of the team as well? Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we saw Zilean TP towards the bot. Lucian stayed in lane. There's a huge CS differential. Meanwhile, Jinxie gets caught by the snare. Zenith Blade does miss, but a significant chunk of damage goes on to the Fresno State support.
Yeah. She's already building nice components for the Luden's Echo. Has the Blasting Wand and the Sapphire Crystal, so she's almost there. It's looking like they're going to be really comfortable towards the mid part of this game, especially since it looks like Swain might be going for the Rod of Ages, and he went for the Catalyst first rather than the Blasting Wand. So really, he's really not going to have any damage or any kind of like threat, even with the Zenith Blade and the stun coming out of Leona.
Yeah, and that's where we talked about that tankiness coming in, that Catalyst providing that extra HP to allow the Swain to sustain throughout the laning phase, especially as he grabs levels. And we're taking a look at the farm too. The farm pretty even on the bot lane. But we see Graves setting up for something. Tom trying to bait something out. Gets the slow onto the Lucian right there, forcing the flash off of the Lucian. Really well done. But here comes the Maokai. Uses the ultimate backwards to try to lock him up. Uses the knockback to get out. And he just strolls out there with the emotes. Oh, man. Chunky Monkey's having a good time today.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And I really liked how Chunky Monkey uses snare to as a dash. Was able to get out of that eyeball spell that Swain has, and no stacks for him.
Yeah, when Maokai uses the Twisted Advance, he is untargetable. Oh, but we see that Teemo focus in the top lane. Teemo flashes away, is going forward through. The blind is on to the Kha'Zix blind, going down, but he falls to the ultimate. Call of the Forge God sees him take down one, and Kha'Zix takes down the other. And here's where we see the ramp up, and Lucian going really aggressive onto Tom right here, doing his best to kind of dodge out. And the ultimate is going to be forced out, ult for ult in the mid lane. But what a series of events we saw. That Teemo pick answered very well from the Ducks. And after seeing the Teemo pick last week, you saw they have an answer for it.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Kha'Zix is pathing extremely well, trying to put all of his attention onto that top lane. And I like the Manamune, the Manamune build coming out of Lucian, just because he knows he's gonna have a great time in the mid lane. He's really no kill potential coming out of Zilean, and also on top of that, he's gonna be using a lot of spells to really bully him. So the mana, the AD, it's all coming together for the Lucian.
Yeah, and Lucian's in no hurry to, kind of fall off right here. He doesn't need to force a kill. He is able to scale up. Not really going to be able to all in the Zilean anyways with the ultimate up, but look at Kha'Zix. He is looking for this kill right here. Fresno State might be staying a little too long. Jinxie, was that last auto worth it? We see the ultimate coming out of the Kha'Zix, and look at that, almost instantly destroyed off the map. Nico falls, and that's another kill going on to real Nico J.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nico goes down, and they're not going to have that Mountain Soul to really prevent the Assassins from Oregon. I believe Mountain is a second Drake, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So looks like we're going to be looking at either a Cloud Drake for the ultimate, which is a really good thing for, the Kha'Zix, almost going to be permanently invisible. Also, for the Leona to get off those engages again and again and again, and really let that Kha'Zix kind of go into the enemy team. But we see that same play from Fresno State as last time. They get the Rift Herald, they answer drag for Rift Herald, and they take it top lane, and they're really trying hard to break this top tower to let Teemo kind of get across the map, get his shrooms down, and be in his element. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see some action as well. You can kind of see it on the mini map right now. Kha'Zix goes really low, and oh my god, the Ignite is taken away, and the shutdown goes on the Jinxie, and the Chrono Shift keeping Nico alive. Meanwhile, Zenith Blade goes in for Leona, but it might be a little bit too deep, forced to flash over the Raptor Pit, and Maokai, meanwhile, is just going toe for toe. in the bot lane, the top turret does go down, and Fresno State answering back really well. Oh, meanwhile, look at the W from Swain, almost able to catch him down, but Blanchquin flashes forward and secures the kill with a point-and-click stun ability. And Jinximu playing it a little bit too close to the fire.
Yeah, Swain's E's range is huge and was able to actually be a factor in that mid lane fight after all, even after dueling with Chunky Monkey in the bot lane. Nico unfortunately thought she was safe to go ahead. Jinxie was unfortunately safe to go, thought she was safe to go onto the Leona and really make something out of a low health support, but got turned around, had the Ignite ready to go, and kudos to Oregon really turning those fights around.
Yeah, getting that shutdown off of the Kazakhs onto the Nico, gonna do really good for them. But I don't know if they're going to have an answer for this Ornn. They really lack in that AD damage. Graves being the only attack damage champion coming out of the side of Fresno State. So it's going to be up to him to shred through the Ornn. They're going to need to do their best to kind of ignore the Ornn and play the fights around him. We'll see if Fresno State's able to do that.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see that, only because just that cleaver. I think Graves has to go like cleaver PD death stance type of like tank, right? Or not, or maybe not PD, but he wants to go armor shredding. So I believe he's going to be going like a black cleaver build and really be able to shred some of that armor that Ornn has, even though he's not building it. Once he starts, it's really going to be game over. I know Sunfire Cape has to be one of his items he wants to pick up just because of those ornaments that he's able to make.
Exactly. Ornn goes forward but misses the dash, and we see on the bot lane they're dancing around the objective. Dragon's still not up for another 2 minutes. Infernal Soul going to be pretty good in terms of burst potential for the Lucian, for the Kazakhs. But Teemo falling behind, but still doing Teemo things, putting that pressure on the top lane. And look at Ornn down to no mana, below half HP. And Bacon Yummy just doing the best to keep that pressure on the top lane. Kazakhs on the way looking for him. We'll see how Fresno State answers on the opposite side of the map with that top lane pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, Teemo sits in the bush and says, come on, Bug. I got my fly swatter ready for you right here. He is playing Beekeeper Teemo. Not sure about Bugkeeper Teemo right now. But, Fresno State, look at that. We see Lucian uses the ultimate but misses. Oh, my God, the flash from Bacon Yummy isn't able to keep him alive.
No, he goes down.
Too aggressive right there. I mean, he pulled one on the Ornn. He pulled two from the Kazakhs, but Lucian able to go 1 for 1. And look at that. TP is going to be coming out from the laners right there, but we see a huge dive and a huge damage from Fresno State, but they haven't taken down anyone yet. The ultimate goes onto the Maokai instead of the low damage carry, so a misclick from Tom right there. A double kill from the Ornn. Here comes the bombs. The time bombs are going to be able to take down one, but will it be enough to take down another? We see Zillion able to flash away, but a triple kill onto the Ornn, and that is a huge tank.
Huge, and a very, very tanky boy. I think Tom double bombed the Leona, and before that second time bomb went ahead and triggered, I think she used the Zenith Blade to get away from her allies, and it really nullified a lot of the damage. I think I saw that. I think that's what I saw. And Oregon yet again able to turn this fight around. Oh.
Yeah, they're doing really well in terms of their kills. 14-5 right now. Looking at about a 2,500 gold lead. So even with all of those kills, still not able to really snowball this game just yet. The Ornn is significantly behind on farms of the Teemo. Jungles are about even. Mid lane farm is a massive difference right now. But we said, it's not about Zillion getting ahead. It's about Zillion propelling the rest of his team to be, that OP shredder comp. The third dragon is coming up right now. Infernal coming up in 10 seconds. And this is going to be a huge fight to see where the rest of this game is going to go. This is going to be a pivotal match.
Yeah, Infernal Soul. Fresno State could definitely use that extra damage, especially if you stack 4, really amplifying those buffs. Nice zoning coming out from them.
Yeah, they send the clone from Nico forward, and we see Ornn on the front line. That's what he likes to do. The mid laners fighting for that mid lane prio, and they're just dancing around this dragon right now. Oh my God, Duck's doing a really good job of keeping that pit clear of the Teemo shrooms.
Yeah. Pink wards all around.
Okay, and Fresno State has to make a decision right here. They're the ones that are behind. They're the ones that have to make something happen. because Oregon, they're just happy, clearing the waves, dancing around this. Wait, now, but we see, the huge solar flare goes onto the Teemo. Teemo stun has no flash from that. And, oh, my God, the Orange is godlike right now. Pop Blossom lands onto 3, but it's not going to be enough as the tank line is too much. We see Zillion Link walking away, trying to keep his team alive. Huge bombs, but not able to take anyone off. The Ignite is on the Kazakhs, who limps away and lives with just a sliver of HP. We see the bomb from the Leona. Leona does fall eventually. Right now, it looks like a 3-for-1. The Oregon Ducks come out ahead. They do have the Rift Herald up for themselves if they want to take it. Third Drag is up for them as well. And we see the pressure on the mid lane is going to keep them from contesting that dragon. And we might see an early soul from the Ducks, which is really going to see them snowball this game.
Yeah, this is going to be their game to lose, especially with this lead, especially with this kind of team comp. They're able to pick off all two of the strongest members of Fresno State, being the Teemo and the Graves. Unfortunately for Fresno State, they weren't able to turn that around. The Chrono Shift was used, that resource was consumed, and they weren't able to make anything out of it, because if the Chrono Shift is used defensively and to a point where it's really just trying to keep someone who got picked alive, you're not using it to its best capability, because at the end of the day, they're still going to have to revive on that 1 point they're at, and they go down anyways. And look at this.
Yeah, Teemo looking for an all-in, uses the Ignite to prevent the healing from the Swain, and is trying to make something happen. You saw him just come out of invisibility, gets the shutdown onto the Swain. That's a lot of gold going onto the Teemo. And remember, this is a Teemo-centric comp. So we see him go to the other side of the map and try to answer the pressure with the turret on the other side. And he goes, you know what? This Ornn, I don't like this Ornn. I'm going to go to the other side of the map.
Yeah, and then there's still a lot of gold left over on the side of Fresno State. A lot of gold left on the map, being the turrets. Well done by Oregon, though, taking that Rift Herald, because that's going to be that one thing that helps catapult Fresno State back into the game. And Teemo, though, doing his best to try to get some attention there in the bot lane. Swain's rotating over. Not the best champion for Oregon, but definitely is enough. All members stay, and they get the Rift Herald. Ooh,
yeah,
an engage.
Big engage. Here comes Tom. He gets stunned on. Just so much CC going on top of him. Is able to use the ultimate, the Chrono Shift, keeping him alive. Pop Blossom takes down the Leona, but Lucian goes right by and takes down a tree of himself. We need to get him a lumberjack skin. Meanwhile, we see Jinxie move falling to the Swain right there, who lands a huge claw. We see the W trying to zone them out as well. The Rift Herald is popped in the mid lane. So far, it looks like a 2-for-1, and the Ducks just keep taking these good trades again and again.
Yeah, the Ducks are really utilizing this team fight. Oh, charge still goes through. And Teemo actually walked over, took the buff while all that was happening, the blue buff of Oregon, I believe, and then walked on over. Doesn't have Telly. Swain did Telly into the mid lane, and he was comfortable doing so since the Bacon Yummy just relieved all that pressure on the bot side. I would have liked to see him stick there. Stick to the lane and really call for more members of Oregon to answer him.
Yeah, definitely take down that turret, provide that map pressure, because he wasn't in that fight at all. He came at the very end and wasn't even able to really stop that Rift Herald from taking down the tower. I mean, yeah, the tower lives, but just a little bit of HP. I mean, you can just walk up, tank a hit or so, and just take it down. So, you really want to try to answer, you do this, I do that. You do this, I do something else. You really want to try to not waste time in this game. And Fresno State, we see their sharpness kind of falling off just a little bit. We'll see if they're able to, pull out of this. With that Ornn. That Ornn is just so beefy right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to answer for it. I think what they might try to do is drag Ornn away from the rest of the team and then try to win the 4v4. You see Teemo is on the opposite side of the map, and Zillion is just wave clearing. Remember, Ornn is not a split push champion. Oh, look at that dodge of the solar flare from Tom in the mid lane. We see Leona just walk up and land the stun. We see an ultimate from the Zillion. They don't wait it out. They pop it right away. And by the time he comes back up, he is going to be able to walk out. He uses the double bomb. And we see Leona putting down a stun as well. And here comes Leon S. Kennedy. He's looking to shred. We see the bomb onto the Ornn right there. Not able to take him down just yet. We see the flash forward. Bomb is on top of the Ornn. Isn't going to take him down. No, he has too much magic resist. But he's trying to kite it out as best as he can. They do take down a kill onto the Leona. Pop Blossom goes down. Zanyas is on the Swain. And he's able to heal up. Jinxie Moo trying the best to kite out. And is able to dodge out that Swain ultimate. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Kazakhs gets a double kill for himself. And huge action all the way across the map, a 2-for-2 overall. And it looks like they might try to trade tower for tower right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is still pretty good for Fresno State because if you keep going even with a team that's ahead, you'll be able to reach that grace point that you were talking about where gold doesn't really mean anything. And also, a very fed Kha'Zix is dangerous, but at the same time, he is a squishy champion. You can really turn on him and change a whole like flank around. One thing I wanted to make note too, though, is he's actually building Death's Dance, so it'll be that much harder to really capitalize off of catching him.
Yeah, we do know that Death's Dance does that percent damage decrease. It turns it from a burst into a damage over time. And really, that's what you need as Kha'Zix. It's just that time to get those abilities off. So we'll see if he becomes that monster eventually. And here is that soul fight we were talking about. You know, we have 3 dragons. Infernal Soul is up. And are they going to be able to set up appropriately? They have the saplings down. They have the team mushrooms down. See, Solar Flare lands, locks up Leonis Kennedy right here. He's forced to flash away, but Leona follows him around. The knockup from the Ornn lands onto him as well, and Leonis Kennedy is trying his best to live. Chrono Shift is onto the Maokai, so the front line is still alive, but they're being forced back. Tom goes down. We see Comet on a killing spree on that Lucian, and Leonis Kennedy not able to take down anyone as Swain takes down Jinxie Moo. And so far, it is a 2-for-1 right now. Leona dying for the cause. They're able to pick up that Infernal Soul, and they're moving to the Baron right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to start it immediately, especially with the Lucian still up. Having that Manamu upgraded. He has the quick sash, I think it's called.
Quicksilver Sash, yep.
Quicksilver Sash to deny any kind of CC from him getting picked off. And the Essence Reaver, this is going to be an easy melt for Oregon. Fresno State really needs an answer for that pick comp, the Solar Flare into the Forge of the what is it? Forge Call to the Forge God. Sorry about that.
Call of the Forge Gods, yeah.
Call of the Forge God. So yeah. Man, I think the split push is I think they need a kind of ride or die with the split push, to be honest.
Yeah, not able to take those front to back 5v5 fights. But then again, if you get the Elder and they walk over a Team Mushroom, it could spell disaster for the team, especially on something like the Kha'Zix or like the Lucian. And we have to give props to Comet this game. He wasn't someone that was like, you know, going to go up and take over the game and solo kill and run everything over, but he was patient. Mm-hmm. He just farmed everything up. Look at that farm right there. Almost 200 up. Uses the culling to kind of soften up the front line of Fresno State right there. But he is just so patient with his team. You see Lucian sometimes get a little bit overzealous, but he just farmed up, is getting all of these items right here, and he's going to be just a massive nuisance to deal with for Fresno State. They catch Leona out, but not able to burst them down. And Timo doing the best to kind of hold off the Ornn right here, but he looks like he's going to be in trouble. Dive incoming. Here comes Call of the Forge Gods. The Infernal Soul lands the slow onto the Timo. They go forward, and his flash is for nothing as they go 3 and 5 right now, and they're going to run over this bot lane.
Yeah, this is only bot outer turret, so they are investing into a turret that doesn't really mean much. Maybe to protect Timo on the side lane, but it looks like they're gonna get more than the outer bot turret, inner bot turret in their sights.
Yeah, it just kind of opens up the bottom side of the map, especially with Elder Drek being the next objective, massive objective for the teams. They want to choke Fresno State out of the vision and play for those picks. You know, huge damage going down, but with the Elder Dragon, or with the Dragon Soul, I should say, it's not really going to mean too much. Duck's just keeping a really strong foothold in this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fresno State still has Elder Drag that they potentially could get with a nice pick. But the way it's looking like, Oregon is really ramping up this game, not letting off of the pedal. They're trying to close it out.
Yeah, Ornn's stepping up behind the tower a little bit. They're trying their best to keep the mid lane alive, but Bacon Yummy just gets jumped on by the Leona, and that Leona is everywhere.
Yeah, nice rotations by Oregon, really punishing those any kind of potential of defending those turrets. And here we have potentially another member. Nope. Okay. Fresno State. Well done. Leonis Kennedy backs on off, says he could have the turret.
Yeah, and then the Ornn, just so tanky, goes up and just face tanks that turret damage. Doesn't really have a lot of armor in the build, but is enough to kind of just face tank it. And Leonis Kennedy is not going to be alive long enough to take down the Ornn. We'll see if the Ducks try to finish off the game right here. Here we see it. College of the Forge Gods sees him rooted up. He's not able to get the second part of the ultimate off for the knockup, and Fresno State might be looking for their fight right here. They land the slow onto the Lucian, but he's able to dodge away, and here comes the Maokai ultimate. We see the Ornn is rooted up, and here comes Leona on the back line. Uses the Solar Flare, but doesn't lock anyone up just yet. Lands the Zenith Blade. We see the Pop Blossom onto 3 right there, and we see the ultimate coming back up. Leonis Kennedy takes down the Leona. There goes some of the CC. It is 1 kill for 0 so far, but they're trying their best just to defend the base, and they're going to be stepping forward right now. Chunky Monkey looking for the engage, but Kha'Zix is on the backline right now, is just waiting for them to spread out, and Chunky Monkey uses the twist in advance to go forward, lands a knockup, but just goes a little bit too far as Fresno State not able to go with him. Real Nico J on the backline is able to soften them up a little bit with that Infernal Dragon plus the W, and overall a 1-for-1 right now, but Fresno State did not need to lose their member.
No, Chunky Monkey should have backed off, or maybe even drifted on over to Kha'Zix that was lingering around the Krugs. Kudos to them, though. Really good team fight. Only lost 1 member, so it was a 1-for-1 technically on that team fight. And they're so behind, so those little wins really show that Fresno State still has some potential in turning this game around. We'll see if it's too late. Elder Dragon is coming up in 55 seconds. All members are up now. Chunky Monkey just respawning. They got to look for a pick, and I think they need to go for the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is their #1 priority, in my opinion, for this next team fight.
Yeah, they really do. They're trying to catch the Lucian out, who does have teleport available. So it's kind of like the Bacon Yummy special right now, where he just, they dance around the objective and just let the solo laner just take down the gold. I really like to see them, like you said, either take down the Kha'Zix right away, or maybe even take down the Leona, one of their engage tools. If they're able to catch Leona, overstepping their boundaries for the vision, they might be able to kind of soften her up and really discourage that, maybe bait out the ultimate early or catch Leona in a bad position. But Lucian just putting down the damage. Here comes the Kha'Zix who's forward and just chunks Leonis Kennedy out. That might be enough to secure the dragon. He might be forced to go back. They do have Chrono Shift available, but Lucian just whacking away at that top lane tower. And here comes Teemo, forced to get away again. He puts down the Teemo shroom, gets the blind onto the Kha'Zix, and is putting down the damage. And he goes 1-for-1 right there. PDX Triplet is able to put down some damage as well. We see the Chrono Shift goes down on to what looks like Jinxie Moo, and Jinxie Moo trying to put down the damage, but just brought right back by the Swain, and Lucian just unanswered in the top lane. Chunky Monkey doing his best to out-tank the Ornn, but is down 2 levels right now and a lot of gold. Zillion on the other side is zoned out, and Lucian is just whacking away at the base. Solar Flare from the Leona, and Reed sees the support take down Teemo right there, solo killing the top laner. Chunky Monkey is walking away, licking his wounds, but Lucian just whacking away again at those turrets. Tom being caught out again with another fantastic Zenith Blade from Blanchin right there. Tom being forced to go away, and the support takes him down again, and here comes the Ornn, putting down the damage, is taking everything up, and here we see the Lucian doing the best to take down the game, trying to take down Chunky Monkey right now, but goes forward. They might be able to hold off. Fresno State still has a tower, but we see Triplet on a rampage right now as he takes down the Maokai. We see the teleport from the Ornn coming into the base as well. Pop Blossom popped, and so does the Zhonya's, but it's not enough as Comet is unstoppable. 32 kills onto this Duck lineup. They take down the tower, and they save their eyes on the Nexus. Leonis Kennedy forced to flash away. Teemo Shrooms are going out, but it's not going to be enough. They're trying their best to get some kind of kill, some kind of confidence, but they are just ignoring the Nexus right now. Ducks doing their best to try to show off a little bit, but Real Nico J says, I'm not chancing anything. I'm taking down this Nexus, and we are going to a Game 3 fantastic Fat Man.
Oh, man. No 2-0 for Fresno State on the homecoming night. But kudos to Oregon Ducks, really showing that, hey, they're no slouches. They will turn this series around if given the opportunity to. So what we did see is Oregon has the ability to really steamroll the game, just kind of like how Fresno State was doing to them in the game 1.
Oh, yeah, we see the audio cut out yet again. I'm sorry, Fantastic Fat Man. Oh, I see it. I see the distress that you were in. We'll get this fixed up for next time. But just to capitalize on what my friend Aaron was saying right there, we saw Fresno State get that lead and really extend that lead and stop the enemy from coming back. But Oregon very clean when playing from ahead right there. They had the advantage I mean, yeah, they went 2 for 1 in the bot lane early, but Kha'Zix and Ornn just able to go on the Teemo again and again and again, stop Fresno State from playing to their strengths or to their team comp, is doing extremely well right there. We do have Pro Draft coming up in a little bit, so we're going to go right back into the action. And, we are in for such a treat right here, going 1 for 1, a very exciting match coming out for Fresno State's homecoming. Again, we want to thank you guys so much for joining us this evening. Looking into this last match right here, we are going into a game 3. And usually if you are the team that takes the first blood, you have the advantage because you're able to adjust your draft. You won the first game, you forced them to adjust their draft. So how are you going to adjust for game 3? We'll see if Oregon has something else in mind or if Fresno State is able to make those adjustments. Really, the momentum is on the side of the Ducks right here after a very convincing game 2. I mean, they went up to north of 30 kills right there. But Fresno State, that's because they didn't just roll over and take it. They were looking for those plays left and right. Hopefully they're able to fix that comp, because 4 AP in a team comp does not look good into a tank like Ornn or Leona, who is able just to cause so much damage. So we got to give a happy homecoming to Fresno State. We are celebrating Esports' first homecoming this evening, and we look forward so much to celebrating many, many more with Fresno Bulldog enthusiasts throughout the Valley. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate you guys being here, and we look forward to continuing this. Fantastic Fat Man is back on the 1s and 2s. And we were just talking a little bit about how we adjust, but this being Fresno State's first homecoming for esports, and we're looking to celebrate many, many more. Fantastic Fat Man, are you enjoying yourself this evening?
Oh man, it could be better. It could be better, but hey, I'm here. I'm home. I'm enjoying esports. I'm assuming that's what homecoming, esports first ever homecoming is. So congratulations to Fresno State, really making moves along with the times. I'm super excited to have a home team to be really rooting for. You root for the baseball team, you root for the football team, all sports for Fresno State, and now we have esports, one of my passions of myself as well. And oh man, I can't wait for this next game. And truly, I'm excited for what Fresno State has in store, what the Oregon Ducks have in store, and again, great. What a series for homecoming, right? Best of 3.
Yeah, a great series that we get to do. It wasn't a stomp. That's what I really like. Yeah, we like to see Fresno State roll over everything if you're a Fresno State fan. We like to also welcome the people visiting us from a little bit north up in Oregon coming into the stream as well. So thank you guys so much for being here. And I'm just so happy that we're able to get a very, maybe not clean, it's a little bit chaotic in terms of how these games are going, but a very competitive match from 2 up-and-coming programs right here. And I'm really excited to see how we develop this point going forward.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and see. They left open the Carthus, right? In game 2. So game 1 was so game 1 is technically still in the cards for Fresno State. We'll see if Oregon really lets it go. I think they might actually ban it this go around, just because they saw that they saw that their other type of comp with the Maokai in the bot lane did not work. So hey, we lost the game with the Carthus, with the Camille. Let's go ahead and try to ban that out. That might be what Oregon is thinking. But for State, 100%, they have a lot of breathing room, just because I know for a fact they probably have another comp cooking, and they got Oregon kind of lurking on what happened in game 1. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And just looking into what's at stake for this game right here. Remember, this is an exhibition match, so we aren't really, playing for a tournament. Right now, they're playing for pride. We're looking for Fresno State looking to open up their first homecoming with a victory, and the University of Oregon to make their show and kind of keep Fresno State in its place, so to speak, in terms of, overall successes. We've seen the Ducks have a very successful football program. Fresno State, once in a while fluctuating. But we really want to see how Fresno puts himself on the map. They really want to come out swinging and show that they are real contenders for, national play against schools from all over the country. For a little bit more information about Fresno State's homecoming, you guys can, Google Fresno State Homecoming page. It's fresnostate.edu/homecoming. We have a lot going on for our homecoming booth because it's a little bit different given the situation we're in. There's info there for a virtual 5K. For those of you guys that want to get up and running, I got to get up and running myself a little bit more these days, especially, the smoke keeping us indoors a little bit. There's a virtual photo booth that you guys can visit as well to kind of make a memory of this virtual homecoming experience. This is a lot different than any of us expected, but we're making the best out of it. And we want you guys to show us how you're enjoying your homecoming as well.
Yeah, 100%. The future is now, and we're enjoying it virtually from the safety of our homes. And speaking of the future being now, it is season 10 of League of Legends, where teamwork makes the dream work. You know what I'm saying? And I think the dream is a win here in Game 3. We'll see what we can. We'll see what the bot lane of Fresno State can bring out, because they're definitely looking to be on the aggressive side. They're definitely trying to show that, hey, just because we're playing weak side doesn't mean we don't have a foot in this game, or we're not a factor. That doesn't necessarily mean what that is.
Yeah, exactly. Back in earlier seasons, in season 2, season 3, you used to just have one person be able to solo carry. Shout out to Faker Anyone. We all saw kind of how he came to light, just being that mid beast. But now you're right. It really is about teamwork. It's about map movement. It's about macro. It's about playing to your team's strengths and playing to your draft. And that's why it's so important to have such a solid coaching foundation all the way across. It's all about preparing, playing to your strengths, playing to the enemy team's weaknesses. And this game has really developed so far recently. I'm so glad to see it be a part of an esports program across these two major universities. So rolling into pick and bans, we are in pro draft right now. Any surprises from you, Fantastic Fat Man?
Oh, a little surprised on the side of Oregon, just because I think they're trying to go for the run back. I think they potentially have an answer for the Karthus bot lane, but it kind of looks like they're trying to get the run back. You know what I mean? But I don't think this is going to be a run back. I'm pretty sure the coach of Fresno State is going to learn, is going to adapt, and really try to throw a wrench into Oregon's plans. I think in response picks, I think we might see the Karthus and then save the counter pick for the top lane again, like how we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and seeing the Swain at the very beginning, we saw them run the Swain Leona. So Fresno State has the option to pick the Leona away. They instead opt for a Janna Jhin bot lane. So Janna should be able to kind of peel effectively. It's all up to timing right there. This is in Jinxie Moo's hands to keep her team safe.
Yeah, and we saw in some of those scrims how well she did, and then they're opting for a traditional bot lane with the ADC and like a mage support. So Jhin is someone who could really utilize off of that shield and 80 buff that you get from Janna's E. Here we have Ezreal and Swain, though, so Swain potentially going into the support role. And then they have the scaling with the Ezreal.
Yeah, very interesting to see Swain kind of switch where they're going right here. We talked about how the team from Oregon is pretty flexible in terms of their roles, and they're going to go ahead and shift that Swain into the support with the Ezreal. So that long-range poke, they're not going for that long-range dive, and there's no sustain from the bot lane of Fresno State to kind of keep them up. And Orianna in the mid lane of Fresno State, that's that team-centered mage that we're talking about. And it's kind of interesting because when we were coming into this game, coming into this set of 3, we said the mid laner, Comet from the University of Oregon, he is a mage player. Syndra, Orianna, Zoe, those were his champions. And so far, he's played Echo and Lucian, these hyper-aggressive champions that are looking to keep the enemy down.
Yeah.
Orianna does have that team fighting strength towards the end, does have that presence, and is a very good answer on the side of Fresno State. And they're looking a lot more meta now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and go into a more traditional type of team comp. But we see Kha'Zix and Volibear actually getting banned. So that's going to leave Oregon's jungler into a new champion, right?
I believe so. Yeah, Volibear game 1, Kha'Zix game 2. So we'll see where we put him on game 3. We also see jungle bans coming from Oregon as well, banning away the Graves from game 2 and Hecarim from game 1. So new
Yeah.
junglers for both of them. They're going to be reaching really deep into their jungle pool right now. Really interesting to see what's going to come out. They're probably going to leave top lane counter pick up for Bacon Yummy. We know that that's where Fresno State plays through. And picking red side for game 3, if you're putting all of your eggs in the Bacon Yummy basket, you give him last pick.
Yeah, he's definitely the strongest member. And Kindred being picked up, usually a counter to the Graves. Not too bad, especially with the Lamb's Respite, kind of having that AOE Zillion effect. Really giving the members of Fresno State a second life.
Really interesting pick from the side of Fresno State right here. Because if you're looking at University of Oregon, right now they're lacking in a little bit of AP damage. Yeah, they have the Swain, but that's a support Swain.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think that they might pull something out like a Gragas, who is a direct counter to Kindred, being able to knock people out of the Kindred ultimate with that explosive cask.
Yeah.
Instead, they look at the Trundle. Trundle traditionally, seen as a jungle pick. So we'll see if they keep that in the jungle right here. And the Ornn is back. What are we going to run back into the Ornn? Bacon Yummy, you saw what happened game 2, and he's going with a Gnar.
Oh, okay. So 3 different picks for the jungle, 3 different picks for the top lane. And it looks like Gnar has been chosen by Bacon Yummy to try to nullify the Ornn. I know Gnar has a good time towards melees. He also has a health proc damage on his E when he gets 3 stacks on you. And that boomerang can really get annoying because it also slows you. Still speaking of the Gnar, right? But in the jungle, it looks like he went Trundle. I know Trundle can be super aggressive early just because of his Q, that bite. It enhances your AD, and it could also auto reset, leaving you to have more autos in an early trade, giving you the upper hand. Oh, man, I'm not too sure how well Kindred does into the Trundle, but I believe Trundle might be looking to be aggressive, just like how the jungler for Oregon. I think he's going to be looking to be aggressive, just like how he was in the first game with the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, something interesting from that jungle pick. You usually pick Trundle to kind of take away that front line from Fresno State, but Fresno State right now doesn't really have a front line.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have that tank that's full on meant to just engage. They have a Jhin and Janna who look to play backline the entire time. They have Orianna, who, again, looks to play backline and just shreds. So they're doing this front-to-back comp. They said, bring on the Ornn. We're ready for it. And we want you to come into us with the Ornn, and we're going to outplay you. So Fresno State looking to really test their limits in terms of team fighting and see if they can deal with that insane meat shield, that meatball in the top lane that is the Ornn coming out of Oregon's top laner.
Yeah, so they had a really good comp in peeling the aggressiveness of Oregon in game 1. So we'll see if they could go ahead and actually do that and repeat that in game 3. The Orianna, you definitely don't want to walk into a Orianna with that shockwave ready to go. Also, another person that you really don't want to meet is basically a Jhin, right? The curtain call, Janna, if you line up, she'll be able to land her Twister immediately, or if she charges it up, it'll go right through the whole team. They definitely have a lot of peel on the side of Fresno State. So we'll see how Oregon really work around that, or if they're going to be just setting themselves up for failure.
Yeah, and I'm just so excited for game 3 right now because I really, in game 1, we said, okay, we're looking at the comps and these are very clear win conditions, right? Mm-hmm. We said if it goes to late game, Fresno State wins. They had a little bit of an early win and they kind of snowballed and Carthage just became an unstoppable monster.
Yep.
Then we talked about Fresno State and their win condition. We're like, okay, so if the Teemo gets ahead and they're not able to shut down the Teemo, Fresno State will win. Well, Oregon shut down the Teemo.
Yeah.
Right here, I'm really kind of torn between these two team comps. I mean, we see the enormous meat shield that's coming out of the Oregon, and they don't really have a lot of damage in terms of AP. Like, yeah, Ornn is mainly AP damage, and Swain as a support is okay AP damage. But it doesn't really matter too much because there's not a lot of tank on the side of Fresno State. Not a lot of them build magic resist. I mean, Ori might buy like Banshee's Veil. Nar might build, I don't know, maybe a Hex Drinker or something like that. But you're not going to see a lot of magic resist. So, armor. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stat or wrong attribute. But you're not going to see, you might see Zhonya's out of Orianna, but you're not going to see stuff like the Bramble Vest. You're not going to see stuff like the Randuin's Omen, at least not in the early levels of the game where mainly the game is determined.
Yeah, 100%. I think we need to go ahead and raise our hands in the air only because we want to give Fresno State our energy. I know we don't want to be biased against our opponents. Again, thank you, Oregon, for letting us go ahead and play you guys on homecoming night. I appreciate it very much, but I think the bias has gone out the window. We want to see Fresno State come in and take this best of 3, especially since it is our homecoming night. We want to enjoy esports from home virtually. Oh, man, I can't wait. Oh, my God. Hold on, everybody.
What a way to kick it off. You got your hands up? Are you giving Fresno State your energy right now?
Hold on. I think we got the timer coming down. It's coming down.
Bulldogs in the chat, are you giving your energy?
Yeah. All right. We're ready for game 3. Fresno State is leaning back on a more meta type of team comp. I want to see how well they can play it. We know they love the unorthodox picks. We know that they love a lot of fiestas. They like the rotations. They want to really take advantage of you where you don't think you falter in your team comp. And here we have a more meta pick. They got a lot of peel on their side. And oh man, I think it's their game to win.
I think so too. Something that's really interesting about the interactions is it's so easy to misplay from Fresno State. If you have the Kindred ultimate, they put down the Lamb's Respite, and then Orianna uses the command Shockwave on top of that, not able to delete the people that are in the Kindred ultimate. But at the same time, you have Gnar, who if he goes Mega Gnar and they're in the middle of the Kindred ultimate, if the team's like trying to keep himself alive, he's like, get out. He's like, get out of here. We're going to kill you. So pretty interesting. It's Fresno State has a lot of potential to outplay themselves.
Yeah.
That's where I'm a little bit afraid. But, I mean, they can also play to their abilities really well. They can go forward. They can go back. So I really feel like this is up to Fresno State. Are they going to be able to coordinate themselves effectively? I really think it's in their hands. I'm not saying I think they're going to win. Not saying I think they're going to lose. But I do see that's going to happen. So as we're loading in, we still got a minute until we get into loading screen.
Yeah.
We want to make sure you guys follow Fresno State Esports. We had a great showing earlier on, going a 3-2, going the distance against UC San Diego, Fresno State Overwatch team. We also saw us unveil our Rocket League squad. So adding to our esports roster, we started with Overwatch and League of Legends, but now we're expanding. So follow them on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube. It is Fresno State ES. ES stands for esports. So Fresno State ES, make sure you look us up on Instagram, on Twitter, and YouTube. Send those follows along so you can get more Fresno State action. Oregon, if you got some stuff that we can follow too, send it us way. Let's help esports grow, and we want to continue that growth.
Yeah, more Rocket League content coming. I can't wait to see it. I know I have a lot of friends that enjoy Rocket League, and I want to go ahead and really see them take advantage of what we have in store for Fresno State. Last minute predictions, though, just to go ahead and kick it off right before. One thing we didn't talk about is Gnar can technically be a delivery system. So Fresno State has a bit of an engage as well.
Yeah, they have the long-range engage from the Jhin, too.
Yeah.
They have a lot of go forward and come back with the Orianna and the Janna. They just have a very well-rounded comp. The only thing that's missing is that front line.
Yeah.
So if they're able to peel effectively, if they're able to stop the Ornn from engaging, if they're able to kind of keep Trundle off of them, because, I mean, Trundle, in order for him to auto-attack people, he has to get on top of them. And Kindred, Oriana, Janna, there's so much that's in the way of stopping Trundle from being Trundle and doing Trundle things.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to point out is we saw Tom kind of take over the mid lane in the early game in game 1. Then they put him on something like Zillion in game 2, which is supposed to be super passive. So we see Tom on more of an aggressive mid laner. Maybe not aggressive in terms of Oriana. It is still a scaling champion, but it's something that can fight the Lucian effectively as well.
Yep.
So overall, my prediction, I think Fresno State has it, man. No bias. How about you?
Oh man, the meat shield scares me. The meat shield scares me. I don't want to be biased here, so I'll go ahead and give Oregon the benefit of the doubt. I think Orange just had a very, very lucky, well, not lucky, but had a very successful early game where he picked up 3 kills, 2 assists, and he was able to bring it around and really capitalize off of that gold lead he had from Timo on the opposite side of the map is where he got it. So it wasn't Baking Yummy's fault, It wasn't anybody's fault. It was just an unfortunate team fight that went for Oregon. So I don't think he's going to have the same success again. This is Fresno State's game. Gnar is another bully type of champion. Has the Mega Gnar, has the ultimate Gnar with the exclamation point ready to go. And they definitely can turn this around. A lot of nullifiers also for Call of the Forge God. So, yeah, I think this is Fresno State's game to win.
I think so too. And ladies and gentlemen, we are into game 3. Without a doubt, the final game of the night. It doesn't matter win or lose. We are here and we are on the Rift. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Show us in Twitch chat who you think is going to win. Give them your energy. As we see the 5 points start out, they are playing this game cautiously. And we are in for a treat this evening.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait to see it. Oh, man. This is the scary part in the early game. Who's going to strike first? We have a very proactive jungler in the Trundle, at least just because he can easily 3-camp an early gank immediately. He could probably even do like a cheese type of thing where he level 2 cheese ganks. It will really throw off his pathing. But if you're really trying to put the ball in your court and really try to take the reins of this game, you're willing to do cheesy type of things to really throw off your opponents,
Yeah. Oh, and Tom walking forward a little bit. Lucian starts the dash and is able to get significant damage onto Tom at the early game. Tom still playing it passive, not going to pop those pots just yet, but a very good early trade from Comet.
Yeah, and then he's not going to be the mid laner Comet is not going to be able to go aggressive as much as he did with the Zillion, only because as I'm saying that he's going aggressive, only because Oriana is more punishing, right? She will use her ball to go ahead and use her W, land some of that damage, and even drawing it back into a shield causes some damage if he walks up like that.
Yeah, so that early trade was really detrimental to Tom right there. As soon as the ball goes out, that's Lucian's window to go in yet again. You see that right there. And the ball not landing, Tom being forced to go super low yet again. You might have to go through an early base. And that's not good if you're playing something like a Trundle against something like a Trundle that can 3-camp and Lucian team up with him for an invade. But look, we see a gank in the mid lane. Here comes Kindred to put a little bit of damage, alleviate some of that pressure. Not going for a kill, just looking to soften up a little bit. Meanwhile, we see in the bot lane a pretty good trade right now from both members. Jinx Emu taking a little bit more damage than is necessary. Bot lane doesn't seem on the same page right now for Fresno State.
No, it looks like Jinx Emu is actually trying to take advantage of what it appeared. Did they get the level 2 experience before? Did they get the level 2 before the bot lane of Oregon? Is that why she was looking to go aggressive?
I'm not sure. I didn't notice right there. I mean, that level 2 spike is so important for both teammates. But, I mean, you just see them usually when you're playing bot lane. It was explained to me, you kind of think of it like a square. You want to make sure that, when you're fighting, if, like right now in this example, if Jin and Janna stepped up, they would be able to abuse the Swain without the Ezreal being able to answer. And, you want to make sure that you're playing to that square so if someone trades, you can trade back. But if one character goes so far away and it becomes a triangle, then it's all bad news.
A lot of damage onto the Janna. They're able to return some onto the Ezreal though, so not the worst trade, but definitely in favor of Oregon there. It's looking like they're healthier.
Yeah, and meanwhile, in the top lane, we saw in game 1, we thought it was top difference. In game 2, Ornn was able to bring it back and really put down some damage. Meanwhile, we see Kindred invading a big damage in the bot lane right here. We see Ignite popping onto the Jhin. He's able to flash away out of the arcane or out of the Q from the Ezreal right there. Huge exchange of summoner spells. The only thing that's left is a flash for the support and AD. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Tom taking a lot of damage. Kindred goes forward again. Lucian dashes away. They're going to try to just reset that wave and go back. Insane stuff all the way across the map. They're playing within the skin of their teeth right now on a knife's edge. Great League of Legends for us to end our night on.
Oh, yeah. A lot of aggressiveness here. Fresno State is actually being forced to go aggressive.
Yeah, Jinx gets rooted up, is forced to flash away. First blood lands onto the Swain, and just not respecting the Swain in the bush right there. You hate to see it. But they take down the first blood. Fresno State back on the map, and Kindred looks like they're looking for some kind of invade right now, knowing the bot lane is on the recall. And is it going to be a mid lane gank? I see Kindred approaching the Lucian from behind.
Oh.
Lucian forced to dash away, and I think Kindred is just kind of pushing him off the wave to allow Orianna to get back into the lane and delay that recall a little bit.
Yeah. Went ahead and just delayed the recall. That's actually pretty good, only because timing is so important, especially in the mid lane. You don't want to get the wave manipulated against you. So, well done. We'll see if it was in favor for Fresno State. Comet is going to be coming back with the pickaxe. So he's going to be having a great time in the mid lane already with a nice amount of AD coming back to the lane with.
Yeah, and Leon S. Kennedy falling a little bit behind. We saw him go to the mid lane 3 times to alleviate the pressure from the Orianna, causing both him and Orianna to fall significantly behind in terms of farm. So we'll see if Fresno State is able to continue scaling and keep that CS deficit to a minimum.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like Ornn already able to pick up the chain vest. A lot of defenses coming in. Tom being denied entrance into the lane. Almost looks like he wants to play. Phase rush being procced.
Yeah, getting a little greedy to try to go back there. As soon as he got zoned out of position, he should have just left immediately. So well done comment right there to push Orianna off of that experience. That would have came from the cannon minion. Gnar continuing to beat away right there. And that's the unstoppable stops Gnar from being able to get that ultimate off. And we see Trundle being able to get that early dragon right under Kindred's nose. So University of Oregon doing very well with their early advantages. We see Tom put some damage down onto Trundle, is kind of walking away, tethering Trundle very well. Here comes Leon S. Kennedy. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Ornn lands the ultimate onto the Gnar, and Lucian is already up there, slays Bacon Yummy and gets a kill for himself. And the Ducks are on fire right now to start off Game 3.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go ahead and make their mark. But Fresno State isn't too behind as far as gold-wise goes. They're only 1K down. Obviously, it's 2 of the kills. 1 went to Swain, so that's still some light. There's still some silver linings there in the bot lane. Also in the mid lane, he's already going to get the Manamune just because he already has the Tier Goddess, the pickaxe, and one more probably wave he's going to shove in, potentially 2.
Yeah, Chunky Monkey gets caught yet again. Jinxie Boo needs the body block and is walking away, but here comes the Kindred. A long-range root sees Ezreal go down, and we see Leon S. Kennedy go forward and locks up a little bit of damage. The mark is not on the Ezreal, it is on the Swain, though. Goes back and tries to get the first damage, flashes forward and secures the kill, and the mark. Meanwhile, Ornn is doing the best to try to answer for some kind of kills, but is not going to be able to, and he's going to lose a lot right there. No kill, thin wave, and Bacon Yummy is just going to start beating away at those turret plates.
Yep, Bacon Yummy does not get punished for that TP advantage. He unfortunately used it to get back into lane, but fortunately for him, Fresno State's bot lane was able to nullify that along with Leon S. Kennedy. He picks up a plate and denies a huge wave.
Look at this. Yeah, Comet is on his way up there. He eats the Q at the very beginning. Bacon Yummy going to try to get that percent health down, and Trundle is on the way up, but too little, too late. Opts to finish the red buff instead of going up for the gank right there. So a little bit of miscommunication. He goes forward for the ward right there. Bacon Yummy is going to be forced to flash away. Flash forward from Comet right there. Sees him secure the kill, and the heal is proc to keep him alive.
Leon S. Kennedy, though, is creeping We'll see. Oh, he might
It
run
is
into
there.
Trundle instead,
Yeah,
though.
he runs into Trundle first, and Trundle is level 6, so he's able to use that subjugate. And then we see the calling from Comet, who is on, not yet on a killing spree, but has 2 kills. Call of the Forge Gods misses, so Tom gets an excellent dodge right there. We see Swain go forward, lands the root. Oh, Command Shockwave is able to see him. Phase Rush is procs. A flash forward from Ornn, and Tom dodges the W, but it's not enough as the auto attack from the Ornn sees him secure that kill. And Ducks look like they're aiming to run away with this game.
100%. Oregon is doing incredible rotations. They left Ornn in the mid lane. They took Lucian into the top lane. They said they do not want Baking Yummy to have any kind of advantage. He already got some kind of lead with those 2 kills. So him answering to the top lane was incredibly well strategized by Oregon. It looks like Lucian is going to come back into the mid lane, though. And Tom doing so well to absorb that gank, to absorb those resources. But unfortunately, he still goes down. And Oregon is running away with this lead.
Yeah, and we see Flash is up for Tom. I'm not quite sure if it was up in that previous exchange. Might have been greedy or it might have been on cooldown. I'm not 100% sure. But coming back out of lane right now, let's take a look at where we're at. Jin a little bit ahead on CS, has 2 assists to 1. So it looks like the side that usually plays weak side, the bot lane from Fresno State, it looks like right now they're in the driver's seat to be the carry for their teams.
Yeah, and look at this. They're trying to convert onto Lucian. No Shockwave, though. No real setup either from the Kindred.
Yeah, and Jinxie Moo doing a pretty good job of clearing up. Leon Kennedy dashes forward, tries to get that mark, but might pay for it. We see the knockup from the Ornn. Comet comes up on a killing spree, and Kindred dies with the ultimate available. And if you're a Kindred and you fall behind, it feels so bad.
Yeah, just because Trundle's gonna be able to build that damage, and then eventually go some kind of off tank build, and then on top of that, he already has the warrior build, so he's gonna be able to ramp through these camps. And oh, look at that, the culling.
Yeah, Colleen takes down Tom really low right here. We know the dash is offline as well as the flash. But Tom steps forward. We see Rift Trail coming in. True shot takes him down from downtown. Triplet gets his first kill of the game.
Oh my god. Well done to Oregon's bot lane there.
Oh, look, Leonis Kennedy forced to use the Lamb's Respite really early and trying his best to mitigate the damage from the Rift Herald. But Oregon just in the driver's seat right now, doing great things right now all the way across the map. The rotations are on point. Mechanically, they are on point. And all the way across the rifts, they are in the driver's seat right now. It is their game to lose.
100%. We still have comeback abilities just because when Orianna goes online, she could be a real game changer in the fights with the Shockwave, with the ultimate. Lamb's Respite really gives us a second chance along with the Monsoon. Just in case any opponent does try to capitalize off of that same Lamb's Respite, you know, Jana could go ahead and shove them right on out. But Oregon is really showing that they got their rotations on point, that, hey, in this best of 3, we're going to have the endurance to close it out. But Chunky Monkey is getting a little bit of a CS lead down there in the bot lane. We'll see if he has something to say with the damage that he's going to output as the Jin on the 4th shot, as the Cole as well, to help him scale that much more.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the mid laner of the Oregon Ducks. Comet was doing so good. I mean, we talked about the previous game, he was patient. That was the word for game 2, was patience. In this game, he is being super proactive. He's playing aggressive. He is shutting down the Orianna in terms of CS. He was just bullying them out, keeping them low. He made the roams, able to take down Nara with 2 roams up top, doing really good things. And here we see another Colleen trying to keep Tom down, just not allowing that Orianna to scale up.
No, he is not. He's taking every bit of the advantage he has with the kill lead, with the gold lead. It looks like Trundle as well, already having that jungle item proc. Oh, in the top lane.
Yeah, some damage down from Bacon Yummy, but it's not going to be quite enough. We see the ultimate proc from Swain. He does use the stopwatch to keep him alive. Orianna goes forward, not able to land the command. I can't remember the W, but is able to get the cooldown eventually. We see Leonis Kennedy fighting, is flashing away from the Trundle. Here comes Command Shockwave. A second kill for Tom comes out, and here could be a third one looking for the Ezreal. Going right past Illusion, a triple kill for Tom right now. Blue buff is online. He's looking to get the shutdown onto the Jin, and Fresno State may have just found their way back into the game.
Yeah, they are on the board now, especially with the Jin. Like I was saying, we'll see how well he does with the traditional ADC. Oregon might not be used to playing like this, just because they were able to take advantage of a lot of these skirmishes. A lot of the picks that they had really need to ramp up and get online. But the Jin with the forward shot, he's really gonna be able to dish out a lot of damage even without the items. He has a BF sword, picked up one kill and all assists though. It looks like all the kills are going on to Tom. So there, in fact, Oriana is now gonna come online as well. Going for the Tier Goddess, and I believe he's gonna go for the Luden's Echo next.
Yeah, not Luden's Echo. That's going to be an Archangel staff, I believe.
You think he's gonna just blatantly rush it?
Yeah, just go straight for the Archangel staff, because when you're stacking tier, you're getting 4 mana at a time, and there's a cooldown on the tier. So even though you're using all those Oriana abilities, it's not stacking very fast. If you go straight into Archangels, you're getting 8 mana per ability, and you're able to use, I believe, 4 before it goes on cooldown. I believe you get to use 4 abilities. So it stacks that much faster, especially when you put blue buff on Oriana. He's now going to be able to fight the Lucian. He dashes forward, but Kindred is there to get the slow. They're not quite able to land the shockwave onto the Lucian, but they force out the culling. Well done baiting out the resources from the Oregon Ducks. And Fresno State almost even on their gold. Look at the way they came back. That was so well done.
Incredibly well done. Now these next Dragons are Oregon Ducks to lose. It looks like it's going to be a Cloud Soul. So not too bad, especially with the Lancer Spite CD. Oh,
yeah, Lancer Command Shockwave at the very tip. Jinxie Moo is there along with Leanna's Kennedy. But shout outs to Comet again, just putting that pressure down and baiting out the resources from Fresno State. We see Dragon coming up in a minute. So those are huge cooldowns. They're going for it onto the Lucian, forced to dash away. Root lands onto the Kindred. We see a teleport from the Ornn. It is being matched by the Gnar. They're trying their best to get out. We see Call of the Forge Guards from the Ornn goes forward, is able to stop the Kindred before he uses the Land Respite. And they're going to keep looking for more. Bacon Yummy forced to back out. And with Dragon in 50 seconds, that is a pivotal play right now for the Oregon Ducks.
Oh, and look at that.
True shot barrage right there is, the snipe. American sniper from the Ezreal. They might be able to return on the kill of their own. Chunky Monkey has the 4th shot, is looking to take down. Gnar gets the shutdown onto the Ornn as well. And we see Mega Gnar is going to pop. Does have that Gnar ability ready to go. We have to put the emphasis on the Gnar because it is capitalized with the exclamation point. Lands it onto the Trundle and is looking to get that kill and might die for it. Go 1 for 1. We see a double kill for the Gnar right there, and it's just doing the best to kite out. Comet goes forward and goes a little bit too far. Is Jinxie Moo able to slay Comet right there? And a huge trade. 4 members of the Ducks go down right there to Fresno State, biting off a little too much than they can chew.
Yeah, biting off more than they can chew. And Jinxie Moo and Chunky Monkey are really helping out Fresno State stay alive in these games. Well done. Actually taking out the Oriana, though. The true shot barrage from downtown yet again. And Ornn understanding. Great communication coming from the side of Oregon. But that is a Cloud Soul into Fresno State's hands. And that's going to help out a lot on ultimates. You know, Gnar doesn't really need it too much. But the Lamb's Respite, the Shockwave, Curtain Call, and even the Monsoon being online like every minute is going to help out Fresno State that much more.
Exactly, yeah. Having that Cloud Dragon up, having Shockwave, having Lamb's Respite. Gnar, not so much because he is limited by that Mega Gnar bar. But having the Curtain Call as well, being able to soften up the team before they go in there because they don't have the sustain from a heal like a Soraka or a Nami. So you could start with the Curtain Call and then maybe just kind of wear them down eventually over time. Ducks still using their position in the driver's seat. We see Tom poking down the Lucian right here, feeling a little bit more confident to go up and trade, but still down 30 CS, is about even on kills. And he's going to do his best to hold his own in the bot lane right there. And the Rift Herald stolen! The boulder from Gnar sees him stop them from taking the Rift Herald, stopping the Ducks from extending their lead. And we might see a dive right here. We see the Command Shockwave onto the Lucian right here. And we see a Kindred taking down the Lucian as well. I believe it might have claimed a stack. I'm not 100% sure. But they are able to take down that mid laner and stop Comet from snowballing right there. And that's got to feel bad going from 3-0 to 4-3.
Oh, yeah. You do not want to see your Fed character really start dropping down, especially since once the lead gets completely down. Oh, look at this.
Look at this. Yeah, he's going isn't able to get that last proc, but is able to use that Gnar to secure the kill. And we see the redemption from Jinximu. I don't believe they wanted the kill onto the support right there, but able to trade 1-for-1 overall. Good limit testing right there from Bacon Yummy. And we see Fresno State take their first goal lead of the game.
Yep, Fresno State now on top. Let's see what they can go ahead and do with this advantage. They're really swinging the momentum around. And then this is where kind of the mind games come. This is game 3 of a best of 3. You want to go ahead and make sure you have all the comfortability that Oregon technically had, in the early game. It's all been nullified. So if anyone's head is getting messed with, I think it's the Oregon players, just because it's like, all right, you know what? We kind of lost the lead. We got to stop. We got to start playing more passive. And then in turn, it might affect their kind of like aggressive go, green light type of pedal to the metal play style. But just to give them the benefit of the doubt, I don't think it's really going to affect them too much, just because it looks like they really are committed for each other's plays,
Exactly. We see Oregon try to open it up a little bit. We see Leonis Kennedy is cut out a little bit. True Shot Barrage takes him down to 300 HP. But Leonis Kennedy forced to flash out a very big summoner spell, especially with, Baron's coming up, so no one's going to rush that too soon. We're a little too close for that. Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, so the Kindred will not have it for that fight. And they're going to do their best to stabilize all the way around the map. Bacon Yummy looking for that split push build, has that Black Cleaver. Tell us what that Black Cleaver is going to do for him.
Oh man, it's gonna be able to shred through all that armor, all the defenses that Ornn is gonna build up are gonna be completely nullified. Especially since Gnar is able to proc it like fairly quickly. Has the attack speed, has the movement speed, plus the reset on the autos. And look at this, just like as I'm saying, he also can slow, and he
shreds him apart. He has so much damage with that percent max health damage with the W. And he's building Blade of the Rune King, which again does that percent health damage as well. So he's going to be a nuisance for anyone that tries to answer him. And we will see if it's going to be that Bacon Yummy difference. Can Fresno State enable their top laner to make it happen? Oh no, Aaron, did we lose you again? I think we lost you again, my friend. It's okay, I'll take over until you come back. I know you won't leave me alone, in a good way. So we see Bacon Yummy continue to put that pressure down. Oregon rotating towards that side of the map. Dragon up in 45 seconds, so we'll see who's going to prep for that better. Not a lot of vision is invested right now on either side from either team. We do see teleports from both Bacon Yummy and the Ornn in the top lane, so they're going to be ready to respond to that fight when it happens. But I think it might just be a battle of attrition. This is not the sole Dragon right now. Fresno State can't afford to give it up if they want Bacon Yummy to continue to whack away at that tower and open up the map. But it looks like their top laners are both going to recall and buy before what's going to become a very pivotal fight in this game. Yeah, meanwhile, oh, here we see it. The teleport coming early. We see the Kindred go forward, forcing the flash out of comment right here. Uses the Culling. Leonis Kennedy taking it in the face. Forced to use the Lamb Respite a little bit early. Goes in and goes out and is just dancing around him right here. We go 1-for-1 right now, and that is huge. The jungler from Fresno State goes down. Ornn is still in the top side. We'll see if they're going to play this match out. Still have a lot of cooldowns available. There's still a command shockwave and still the Mega Gnar. Tom going down extremely low right away is sniped by the True Shot Barrage, and Jinximu forced to flash away. Ducks taking control of this Dragon Pit, and they're going to put themselves on sole point right now. The immobile carry is just caught way out of position right now from Fresno State, and Ducks putting themselves back in the driver's seat. Okay, I think I hear my partner in crime back yet again. Were you able to see what I saw just now?
No, I was not able to see it, but it looks like Oregon is actually rushing the Baron. It looks like they probably won a team fight and are really taking advantage of all the lost bodies on Fresno State's side.
Yeah, and I see the 4-shot coming out, and Swain not using the root to get him out. They're softening him up with the curtain call right now, forcing the flash off of the Swain. Leonis Kennedy goes forward, but gets caught by the root, and that's a two-man root right there, taking out both carries, and Comet gets a shutdown, and they turn their eyes back on the Baron yet again. No jungler there to get a smite steal. Are they going to try to force him off? It is a 4 versus 3. Jana Tornado trying the best to hope for it. We can't see the Baron health bar. It is at 3,000 health. Less than 2,000 health. The command shockwave team steals the Baron! Oh my God, the Gnar Boomerang takes it down. That's the second steal of this game from Bacon Yummy.
Woo! He's on point, baby. He wants this W. It doesn't matter if he has all members of Fresno State up or no members. He's looking to take objectives away, and he's really trying to nullify that lead Oregon's got. Woo! That's what I'm talking about.
Brings the gold back to even, but again, that carry from the Lucian on the middle lane doing a lot of damage. Bacon Yummy trying to answer back with some pressure, and we see the team continue to scale. We see a lot of scaling on both sides. The Archangels complete from the Oriana. The Miramana complete for both 80 carries on the side of the Ducks. I don't see any more scaling coming off of the side of Fresno State. So we'll see who scales better. I mean, Ezreal, when he gets to that unkillable phase, might be able to slow down the enemy team and kind of lock them into place for Lucian to just do his thing. We see some more happen. It looks right here. They're just playing on a nice edge right now. Fantastic, Fat Man. This is great League of Legends for us to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at that. Swing gets caught out, forced to use the Zhonya's right away. And we see the Command Shockwave able to take him down. The curtain call, third shot, actually. Nope, actually the second. I can't count. Math is hard.
Yeah, it's all right. You're a math major. You got the ability to go ahead and do that. All right. So it looks like that was a little bit of a win for Fresno State. Swain does go down, and they're knocking on this outer mid turret. Gnar on the top side also trying to hack away at that inner top turret.
Yeah, taking away so much from the Ducks right there with that Baron steal. And that's just such a pivotal moment in this game. Real Nico J has to do his best not to tilt right here. He's done very good for his team so far. Is still a Trundle that can be a menace in those team fights. And the Baron buff, I believe we have another minute left for Fresno State to do what they can. They have broken down all outer turrets. Meanwhile, on the top side, we see Call of the Forge Guards coming out for the Gnar right here. He does have flash available, but is going to die with it down. He knows he's not going to be able to escape. So a great pick from the Oregon Ducks right there. We'll see if they're going to break down the outer turret of themselves. And we're just going to open this map wide open. Aaron, my friend, it happened again. So we'll keep it going right here. We'll get it prepped for next time. But meanwhile, we see Lucian, as predicted, going into the top lane to break open that tower wide. He does not have the teleport available, so they still might be able to take this fight 4v4. Tom going a little bit forward right here. Uses the Zhonya's very early. Has the Command Shockwave maybe. And he uses it, gets him really low right here. But the Lamb's Respite we talked about, countering that damage in order to get them off. Shut down onto Jinxie move, but Oriana gets a shutdown for herself. They're moving forward slow onto the Ezreal, forced to Arcane Shift away, and is doing the best to kite forward. We see the curtain call from the Jhin, doing the best to get him down. We see Lucian take down another tower, so it's a 1v1 in the top lane yet again. Fresno State able to push off the Oregon Ducks, so they may be able to secure this dragon for themselves. There is 40 seconds still left before it comes up. Lucian on the way down. Teleport is available for the Gnar, and Lucian might be looking for a flank onto Chunky Monkey right now. But Chunky Monkey knows Lucian is kind of hanging around the top, takes the smart path, and goes downwards. 25 seconds on the dragon remains. The jungler from the Ducks is just coming out of base. Chunky Monkey wants to get this mid prio, but he can't overstep or else he'll be aggressed on. Huge moment coming up yet again. Baron is off. We see about even in terms of gold. I hear my friend Fantastic Fat Man is back. Tell us where we're at right now.
Oh, man, we're at a pivotal point of the game. As you were saying, Cloud Drake is coming up. Baron is down. And they're really one team fight away from really running away with this lead, both teams. Only 1K down. Speaking of Fresno State, it looks like they are getting the dragon priority. But I think they're looking for a flank. You see this? You see where they're kind of creeping around?
Yep. Yeah, I see the Aurea matched by the Ornn, though, so kind of in a precarious position. Bacon Yummy roaming down, but is zoned off by the Swain, and it looks like they're able to disengage effectively. That's how close this game is right now, Fantastic Fat Man. Less than 1,000 gold, but it's just who can team fight better right now. Fresno State starting off the Dragon, and we'll see if they try to finish it. Bacon Yummy about to wear off that Gnar bar. So, he goes in, but a little bit too late. We see Fresno State take down the Dragon, and they're still having this fight happen. Lamb's Respite is up, and we'll see if they're able to last long enough for Command Shockwave to come out. The ball is out, looking to catch some, but Swain bursts them down, and Lucian's on the backside, takes down the Gnar. Chunky Monkey trying the best to kite away, lands a slow into real Nico J, and might be able to kite him away. Dodges the pillar right there, is trying to answer back, turns forward, and takes down the Trundle. Meanwhile, Lucian on the backside takes down Oriana. Can Chunky Monkey 1v5 right now, but Blanquin, I'm mistaken, uses the Zonius to keep himself alive, and that is an ace for the Oregon Ducks.
Incredibly well done for Fresno State. Oh man, I can't believe they're actually able to turn that a little bit of around. It was an ace for Oregon, and I believe only 2 members went down, or was it really only one, the Trundle?
I think it was just the Trundle. Everyone else is still on the map and getting pressure. Crazy stuff right there. We saw Gnar jump in as Mega Gnar and leave as Mini Gnar without getting the ultimate off. You know, Bacon Yummy has to feel bad right there. I thought he was just going to let the bar expire and then just machine gun the team down and try to shred apart the Orin in the front line of the enemy team. But he goes in and pays for his mistakes eventually. Fresno State down 4,000 gold lead, so that was a huge shift in momentum. They are still able to prevent the Dragon Soul from happening, so at least they have that to keep themselves in comfort. But the Baron is up with a monumental league on the side of Oregon Ducks, but it is still anyone's game. They still have a nasty combo from Fresno State, teetering on the edge of level 16. Great stuff ahead of us right now. Fantastic, Fat Man.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Fresno State has in store. Really try to bounce back into this game. Oregon had an incredible team fight. I was thinking that a couple of them, a couple more than just the Trundle went down, but no, it looks like that team fight went to the favor of Oregon. They are death bushing though.
Look at this, yeah, Bacon Yummy gets caught out by the Swain right here, forced to hop away, but he is dominating. Comet takes him down and secures the kill. Leon S. Kennedy goes forward but decides not to do it. Teleport is online, but it is a 40-second death timer. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Another death push from Blanquin right there. He is all on his own right there. We'll see if they're able to get him down. There goes the Zonius. We see a huge shockwave. A good flank from Tom right here, trying to keep himself alive, and he goes into the ult right there. Jana pushes the Monsoon, gets Nico out of the ultimate, but it might be a little too late. Tom trying his best to kite it out, but not going to be able to do it, as Trundle picks up a double kill for himself and walks to the Baron as the Ducks claim their prize.
Yep, Trundle is going to be able to fully just face tank that and be able to get more. And, oh, man, Fresno State looking like they have opportunities in this team fight, but Oregon might be just a little too online for them to capitalize. Ornaments are coming out, the Molten Edge, Trinity Force is upgraded. Also, the Ice Gauntlet for Ezreal is also upgraded. They're kind of running away with this lead only for them to get amplified by Orin's passive.
Yeah, we see them conceding the Baron right now with the soul point coming up in 1:40 seconds. We'll see if Fresno State tries to contest it with the ultimate available. And that Swain doing so good with the roots and buying time with the Zonia's Hourglass for his team to come to his aid and eventually just steamroll Fresno State. Tom found a great flank, but as an Oriana, you don't have an escape mechanism. All you have is movement speed. So he was able to pick off one, but wasn't able to do much more than that and use that sustained damage. That QW is like a 4-second cooldown, and it does so much. You need to get multiple rotations off over and over and over again.
Yeah.
If you go on the edge and you get that huge flank, but you're not able to continue to put out that DPS, then Fresno State loses a lot of their comp.
Yeah. Oh, man. I think the last Dragon for Oregon is kind of a bait. I mean, if I was Oregon, I would want to leave that up just so we know we know Fresno State wants to deny the Cloud Soul from them. You don't want to call to the Forge God, also giving them movement speed, running, trying to run into the team fight with like a ultimate to the face.
Now we see Redemption keeping Tom alive, but meanwhile in the bot lane, 4 members of the Ducks are there. And it looks like they might be playing around. True Shot Barrage goes out, but is not going to land. And we'll see if they're going to try to risk the Dragon. We've seen Bacon Yummy pull out 2 miracles so far this game. Can he find a miracle on their own jungle? And we see a death push yet again. Fresno State a little bit wiser to it this time, not falling for the same trick twice.
No, the safer way is always through the lane. They want to go ahead and get mid priority. And I don't like Oregon Ducks actually getting this dragon. They should have left it open and kind of been a bait for Fresno State. But like I said, now Elder Drake is up, further giving Fresno State the opportunity to come back into this game. One bad team fight, they get the Elder Drag. They're able to turn this all around.
Yeah, and we see an engage come out from Trundle, uses the Dominion to try to get up there. Swain looking for a pick, doesn't find it. They do not have a minion wave. And look at Tom in the mid lane. He is proxying the team of the Ducks right there, stealing the wave away from them. What a 5-head play right now.
I'm actually surprised they didn't just have Ornn face tank it. He is a very, very tanky boy, and I think they'll be able to outmuscle him.
He gets bursted by Comet, disrespecting the damage right here, and this might be the end. They need to go back. Eventually, Leon S. Kennedy uses the ultimate Lamb's Respite right here, and they force Lucian out. But there are 4 members of the Ducks on the bot side, taken down with the Baron empowered minions. Ornn face tanking right now, and we see Bacon Yummy go forward, land a 3-man ultimate, but it might be too little, too late. Minions are still alive. 4 members of the Ducks are there, and they're bashing away at the base. They take down the second turret. There is no ultimate for the Kindred. They mow him down. They are on the Nexus, and it looks like the Oregon Ducks are going to secure their win. A 2-1 win overall tonight. And well done. That was a great game 3 for us to enjoy this evening. Congratulations to the Oregon Ducks pulling out that game right there. But we got to give our props to Fresno State going behind and pulling themselves back up again and again. A great contest this evening, and I look forward to seeing how these teams develop in the future. The future is definitely bright on the side of Fresno State, and when we see them finalize their roster, they should be able to solidify their progress moving forward. But the Ducks doing so well to adjust after game 1. I love seeing comment on that Lucian pick, going out of that mage comfort zone. But then again, we know that these teams, they're not always going to be using their main accounts to practice everything that they have. Give us a summary tonight of what we saw, Fantastic Fat Man. What are your final thoughts looking at this?
We saw Fresno State do their bread and butter with the unconventional, unorthodox picks, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we also saw them make an attempt at a more meta-type team comp. And you got to remember, Chunky Monkey, not an ADC player at all. I think he was a mid laner, went into top, and then tried to conform into a jungle position. Now he's going into the ADC role, again, trying to learn a whole nother role. And I saw a lot of potential in him. He's been able to make some pretty outstanding plays as a Jhin. He was a silver lining, a hope for Fresno State to really get into this game and really turn it around for them. Also, Jinxie Moo, she is 100% a freshman, new to competitive play, and she's really going to find her stride. Oh, man, I can't wait for this Fresno State roster. And like we said, they are not they're not finalized yet. And if you want to go ahead and try to join this roster, what better way than to follow us on social media and let us know, right? Tag us in those highlight clips. Go to Fresno State, go to Fresno State ES, go to our YouTube, go ahead and comment and be like, I'm the next one, you know? Hey, kudos to you guys, but I'm also here.
Exactly. Yeah, we have so much going on locally. I know that there's a local organization that puts on some kind of tournaments. There's also Battlefly tournaments where the high schools and Fresno Unified are getting together. So if you're a high schooler watching this stream, if your school doesn't have a League of Legends team yet, or you know that there are people that play, sign them up, get them going. That's the way you get talent coming, is you just start practicing early. So we want to encourage all of you guys to get involved. Make sure you guys are following the Fresno State Esports platforms on Instagram, Twitter, and on YouTube, and on Twitch as well. And show your support for local talent. We also want to make sure we give a huge thank you to our Oregon Ducks for joining us this evening. Shout out to players like Comet, who is doing so good on that Lucian in game 2 and 3. Shout out to the Trundle. Shout out to the top laner, who after a very rough game 1 comes back and does his thing in games 2 and 3. So we got to give credit where credit is due. But we want to say thank you again so much for all of you guys joining us this evening. We are more than happy to be here. You made my night, Fantastic Fat Man. I'm sure they made your night as well.
100%. And thanks to CMAC, right? We wouldn't be able to we wouldn't be able to make this all possible without
True.
them.
True.
100%. I saw the producers also raise their hands and try to give Fresno State their energy. So much appreciated to them. I can't wait to see what's in store for the next games for esports. And remember, we also have Overwatch and Rocket League. A very new Rocket League, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Brand new system coming up, a very up and coming program right now in our second year at Fresno State. So please continue to support us. It's only going to get bigger if you guys follow us along. So again, make sure you follow us on that social media. And with that being said, we're going to wrap up the stream tonight. On behalf of my partner, Alan, the fantastic Fat Man Gorilla, Aaron, fantastic Fat Man Gorilla, caught it that time, and myself, Anthony Acolyte Bringetto, we hope to see you guys again next time. So thank you again for joining us. Enjoy your Fresno State homecoming. Make sure you guys get involved and check out all of the great festivities that we have available for you guys. Thank you again for your participation. Have fun on the Rift, and good night.